Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of the sentencing of Colt Gray. We are into day 3. So another full day, I am sure, is ahead of us. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. It is Tuesday, July 28th, 2026, and we are in day 3. Day 3 of our coverage of the Colt Gray sentencing. So let's see who is with us. We have Kimbers and Hellrider. Good morning. Good morning to you both. Debbie, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Shannon, how are you? Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Bridget, how are you? Good morning. Just a Girl Baking, great to see you. Camilla, good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. Hey, William, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Beach Mom, hello, and good morning to you. Christine, good morning, afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Maddie's mom, how are you? Great to see you. Hi, Polly. Polly's going to come say hello. She's going to greet everybody this morning. Lisa, how are you? Good morning. Yes, hit that like button on your way in. Thank you for the reminder, Hellrider. Polly's saying good morning to everybody as well. Let me see here. Let me get closer to Green Eyed Cat. Happy Tuesday. Hey, Edward. Great to see you. Fanny, hello, hello. Hope you're having a great one. Marianne, buenos dias to you. Treasure Hog, Seashell, good morning. Welcome in. JPC, Lazy Boys. Yes, that means you need to wear clothes. Please and thank you. Move a Coke, good morning to you. Hey, Joy, good morning. Looks like you got some decent weather there today. That sounds good. Kathy Davis, Cajun Bayou Queen, good morning. Grizzly Grandma Courtroom Attic, good morning to you. Bama Green Eyes, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Tammy, how are you doing? Erica, good morning to you. Sherry, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well today. JPC saying good morning to everyone. Heidi, is this the last day? Don't know. Today's Tuesday. I think it might go until tomorrow, but I'm not 100% sure. Hokey Pokey Dokey, hello from Northern Ohio, my old stomping grounds. Good to see you. Hey, Crunchy Frog, welcome in. Brett, how are you doing? I9, thank you for joining us today. So Heidi, I don't know. We're going to have to see how long the state goes today because I'm thinking the defense is going to put on a case too. I would think we're going to hear from the defense at some point. I mean, we did already hear from them. Let me rephrase that. We already have heard from the defense. They brought in Dr. Kevin Richards. He was the forensic psychologist yesterday. If you remember him. So he testified yesterday so far. And let's see, we do have a feed. So let me get us over here into the courtroom. Let's see here. So as far as if they're going to rest today, or I'm sorry, if there's going to actually be a sentence today, and that's another question. I don't know if Judge Primm is going to, or Primm, I'm not quite sure how he pronounces his name. Anyway, I'm not quite sure if he is going to provide his sentencing straight away. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to give a sentence right, immediately, or if he's going to, wait a week, wait a day. I don't know. I really have no idea how that works here. All right, let me just get myself sorted. All right, I think we're good there. I think we're all okay here. All right, I am ready for the day now. Nope, not quite yet. There, now I am. All right, Ruth Ann, how are you? Hey, Jennifer. Oh, let's see. This good morning bit is a bit long-winded. Well, sorry you feel that way. We're just, you can always leave. You know what? Why don't you just leave? I really don't need to deal with that today, so you can go watch somewhere else. How about that? Hey, JPC, how are you? Bringing the doctor in at all was disastrous for the defense. Let's see. Brad says, I don't remember a sentence hearing that lasted so long. This has been wild. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Lena Ray, good to see you. Oh, Sugar, it's great to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Hey, Kaylee. Good morning to you. Kelsey Park, good morning. Welcome in. All right, so we are in day 3. We've heard from, it was really weird because we had the lead investigator for day 1. Then we had victim impact statements. So we had, he was going, hold on a second, let me just pull this off. Let me just get rid of this. So victim impact statements. Then we had Jason Smith, the lead investigator. Then his cross got bumped, so they ended up having the defense called an out of order witness. That was Dr. Kevin Richards, and then Jason Smith came back on the stand for cross. Then we had we had Peter Smith before that. It's so confusing. All right, so we had Peter Smith, then Jason Smith came back for cross. Remember Peter Smith was via Zoom. Then we had Jason Smith came back, and then investigator Ashley Gilland, and I believe she's on the stand. Oh, you know what? Let's get a poll going for you guys. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked before. So we're going to compare our polls. All right. What should Colt's sentencing be? We took a poll on day 1. I want to see where you guys stand now. What should Colt's sentencing be? We'll see if you guys have changed your minds or not over the course of time, which is only 3 days, 3 or 4 days. So let's see what you guys say. All right, here's a new poll for you guys. All right, do you think he can be rehabilitated? All right. Do you think he can be rehabilitated? So we got a new poll out for you guys. So what do you guys think? Should be life without parole, or should be life with the possibility of parole? Now remember, he only gets, if he is life with the possibility of parole, then he has to spend at least 30 years. It's a minimum of 30 years. So, and that's just 30 years before he's even eligible for parole. Hey, Joe, good morning to you. Welcome in. Great to see you. Kaylee, hello. Good to see you as well. Ashley was a great witness. JPC is saying, yeah, she's bringing in all kinds of stuff. She's bringing in, she did this whole really nice PowerPoint presentation. Fanny, your vote has changed dramatically. Hellrider, yay, new poll. Gibbers, new poll. Bam Green Eyes, everybody likes a good poll. All right, I'm trying to remember what I voted last time. I don't quite remember if I voted life without parole or not. I will admit that when I first heard him crying, those first, like, I'd say 5 minutes, I'm like, wow, this kid's got some serious issues going on. And then after like 10 minutes where he would be hysterical sobbing, and then he'd like pop out of that and be able to like drop some really intelligent, information, and the vocabulary he was using, his verbiage was really, it wasn't like, I don't know what happened. He was like, I don't even know the words he was using, because it was he was just using some really very intelligent, well-spoken, in the middle of being hysterical. So then I was like, my radar was up a little bit. Then after like 15 and 20 minutes, I'm like, all right, something's not right. Something's not right here. And then yesterday, after seeing all of his searches and his messages to Mandy on Discord, and just the lack of remorse and compassion and caring for other victims of incidences like this, like Parkland specifically. He was, specifically attacking certain survivors and even the victims. So that's kind of where I was like, okay, I've changed my mind. So, M. Murgatroyd, good to see you. Welcome in. Hey, Tucker, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Sarah, who cares if he can be rehabilitated? Those other kids can't be brought back. Well, there's always that opportunity. You always think that somebody can be rehabilitated. We as a society want to, at least some of us in this society like to think that people can be rehabilitated. I think Carlos Reales Dominguez can be rehabilitated. Colt, not quite sure. The jury's still out on him. So, but some people feel that people can be rehabilitated. Other people can't. Hey, Paula, how are you? You have a feeling the judge will take it under advisement. He will want to issue a written order with all the I's dotted at least 5 times and the T's crossed at least 10 times. Skrubnik, how are you? Great to see you. Iowa, I started out thinking poor boy, bad parenting. Now I think really awful parenting and horrible child. I agree with you there. Bing and Billy, since he's so young, in your opinion, he'll get life with parole. Let's see. Hokey Pokey, he was 14. Give him hope for release. Otherwise, he might just act up or try to escape like the Chardon, Ohio school shooter did. Hey, Jane, how are you? Good to see you. Green-eyed cat. Oh, let's see. Hot damn Elaine, how are you? Green-eyed cat. I think yesterday changed my mind as well. I was voting life with parole up until today. Yeah, yesterday really kind of changed my mind too. Marcy says he can't be rehabilitated. M. Murgatroyd, some people are just broken. Cindy, yesterday changed your mind. Renee, good to see you. I was feeling bad for him and thought he should do time, but after yesterday he knew what he was doing. I think that's kind of where I am too, yeah. And, just it is what it is. Debbie, life without parole, I changed my thoughts after yesterday. It seems like a lot of us are kind of in that boat. Yep, he planned it all out. Hey, Jane, how are you? Yeah, I think we're most of us seem to be in that boat right now. Let's see. We got 20% still say life with parole, so, and that's fine. There are no right or wrong answers. It just want to see where you guys stand compared to where we were. Lindsay, good morning to you. Sorry, I can make myself a little bit smaller here so we can see. There we go. Lindsay, welcome in. Steph says the laugh that he had when one of the students spoke, his reaction spoke volumes. I think that was Natalie because she was speaking really fast. I think that's everybody kind of chuckled because they're like, whoa, you got to slow down. I think that was the point. At least that's the point I remember. Skrubnik, life without parole. I changed my mind too. Oh, I have to check my text message. All right, hold on. Give me a moment. Okay. Sorry about that. The court hiss. Thank you, Aaron, for that. Sorry for the court hiss, guys. John Gary, hello. Life without parole. He planned this for years, and he did it for the thrill and the TCC cred, true crime community. He also planned out a fake insanity defense in advance. Stacy Ann, how are you? I watched the last 5 minutes of testimony last night when you got home. Hey, Margaret, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Katrina, how are you doing? Rebecca, how are you? I haven't heard the defendants admit that worshiping a mass is wrong. And just so you guys know, we have to edit, like, just misspell, put asterisks in there, SH, 0 zeros, TING, and same with GUN. We don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. It's been happening a lot with other creators. We've been smacked as well. So just a friendly reminder for you guys that are new to our channel. Just remember to misspell. Here's I'll drop a command. Just remember to misspell those words that get us into trouble, because we have gotten in trouble before, and we don't want our channel to be offline. So if you just friendly reminder, just misspell those sensitive words. And if you have a question, just put an asterisk in there. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you. All right, here we go.
All right, Ms. Brooks, I believe I cut you off yesterday. If you're up, we need. Thank you. Now, Ms. Brooks, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Golan. So we kind of ended yesterday after talking about all the mass shooters the defendant copycatted in the steps leading up to the shooting. Did he also copy or mimic other mass shooters when he committed the mass murder at Apalachee High School?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So we're going to bring up this graphic. Can you kind of generally tell us what this is, and we're going to get into more specifics as we go through it.
So this is a chart that was created. The left-hand side's gear, and so it's different types of gear that was present or used during the shooting at Apalachee. And then each column is a different shooter, ones that we talked about, one that we didn't really talk about. There's a check mark if each one kind of had the same thing. So if you look at the top column, an AR-15 firearm was used by all of the mass shooters listed on the chart. And then going to the next one, the .223 rounds was also used in all of the mass shootings.
And specifically when we're talking about the type of ammunition used, did the defendant specifically reference why he was, I guess, going to use this particular ammo?
Yeah, so this slide shows more Discord records from May 20th of 2023. And he says, sadly, ammo prices are going up. I've stocked up on .223 rounds, the same rounds Adam used in the shooting, referring to the Sandy Hook shooting.
And ultimately, is that the type of rounds that the defendant used when he committed the mass shooting at Apalachee?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to the chart, what's the next gear that the defendant used on September 4th?
The next one down is 30-round magazines. There was a lot of discussion in different records in terms of getting 30-round magazines. Each shooter in the chart also used 30-round magazines. The next one down is vest. Each shooter had a vest or used a vest within the shooting. A vest was purchased by the defendant's father back in, I believe it was June of 2024. And ultimately it wasn't used in the shooting, but it was present in the house.
And as far as we've earlier referenced the journals or the writings that the defendant made prior to the shooting, in one of his writings where he planned out the shooting, did he intend on bringing the vest to the school that day?
Yes, it was in several drawings. Moving further, black backpack was specific in two of the mass shootings, the Parkland shooting and the Uvalde shooting. A knife also was found in the defendant's backpack at Apalachee and was similar to the Parkland shooter. And then writings that were left during the shootings, after the shootings, was present in all of the shootings. And then gloves at the bottom was specific to the Sandy Hook shooter. So as a whole, it didn't appear that there was any original thought from the defendant when planning the mass shooting.
As far as you mentioned the knife that the defendant had in his book bag, did the Parkland shooter also have a knife? Was it present in his book bag as well?
It was, yes ma'am.
As far as the writings that were located, did another, I guess, were writings located either at the scene or at the shooter's house after the shooting?
Yes, in all of the cases, yes ma'am.
As far as the gloves, this was referenced earlier, but in the defendant's interview, did he give a description of the gloves?
He did.
And what color did he say the gloves were?
In his interview, he said the gloves were purple.
And is that a reference to another mass shooter?
Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse also had purple gloves.
What color were the gloves that he actually used?
They were yellow.
And finally, what is rim oil?
It's a lubrication that you can use to usually clean firearms or use it to protect them from rusting after they've been fired.
And did the defendant, was he the only one of these various mass shooters who brought rim oil to the shooting?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you explain this? Based on your review of the records, was there a reason why he brought that?
It appeared to be. So in the Google records, there were a lot of Google searches referencing gun jamming drills, what to do if your gun jams, and in a lot of the research that we showed previously yesterday, in a lot of those documents, it talked about a couple of the mass shooters experiencing malfunctions during the mass shootings, and so I believe this was placed in this book bag for a reason.
Essentially to ensure that there would be no malfunctions with the firearm?
That's correct.
Now, prior to the shooting, the day of, did the defendant mimic any other actions of other mass shooters?
Yes.
And specifically, let's talk about some text messages that he sent.
So the Parkland shooter, this is part of the documents that were saved on the defendant's computer and cell phone, showing the Parkland shooter's text message activity on the day of the shooting. So it says, only text to his ex-girlfriend were hello, and it's very important, and she didn't reply during the hour. And then at the bottom, he tells JT, which I believe was his brother, that he has something important, to tell him something important soon. So in the defendant's cell phone records, these are actually text messages to his dad. The top one says, I will text you in about an hour, and this was the day of the shooting at 8:30 a.m. And then 1 second after that, he says, "It's important, so please answer when I do." So I found that these were very similar in saying that there was something important soon coming, and they were texting their loved ones.
And both of these texts to loved ones, did they occur short in time before each of these shootings occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now, in addition to kind of copying text messages prior to the shooting, was there a kind of mimicry element to where the defendant staged or got ready for the shooting?
Yes, and it was in the bathroom.
And what did that mimic?
It mimicked Ethan Crumbley, which is the Oxford High School shooter.
Before we kind of get to the bathroom pictures and showing how they were mimicked, let's talk about what the defendant said about his plan to go to the bathroom. Did he have that in his original plans?
He did. He had this. This was from the notebook that was found at Apalachee, and it states second walk from First to the bathroom.
Okay. Now, is that different from what he told Investigator Smith?
Yes, I believe he told Investigator Smith that it was kind of a quick moment that he just went into the bathroom.
Okay. We're going to play that clip real quick from the Investigator Smith's interview at Bexar County Sheriff's Office.
Already had the gun, it was just like that kind of a way that get her to so I did that, and I walked out, and I was so close by in class. I was on the path, but like I quite literally just made a quick viewing, just completely I went to the bathroom.
Now, let's bring up this next slide. Tell us about this.
These were on the left-hand side. This is the Oxford Township shooter, where he left his backpack and writings in the bathroom. And then on the right-hand side is the defendant, is the photograph from the crime scene, where he left some items in the bathroom.
Okay. And you mentioned Crumbley left his writings in the bathroom. Where did the defendant leave his again?
In the classroom.
Okay. Now, the defendant actually left his book bag in the hallway. Did he have a different place where he had actually planned to leave it?
Yes, in that same writing that we saw earlier, further down on the page. It says, set backpack to the side, pick up rifle with right hand, open stall door with left. So it appears as if he meant to leave his backpack in the bathroom as well.
And so his plan was to mimic Ethan Crumbley even more than he ultimately did.
That's correct.
Now, in the execution of the shooting and how he went about it, did it appear that he had a plan to mimic a different mass shooter for that?
Yes.
And who was that?
The Sandy Hook shooter.
And tell us what you determined about that or discovered about that.
These are, again, Discord records back from May of 2023. He states, then make our way to the first classes, kind of what Adam did in a way. Not that hard, plus the classroom is point blank, so you don't even have to aim, kind of hip fire.
Okay. And then we're going to continue on with those messages.
Yes, still May of 2023. Most shooters fire a couple shits into random classrooms. They never go in, like Adam. I want to go in and stare at them, then fire.
And Smiggles responds, me too, I want to go in.
Also, shooting the door locks does work. I've tried it in an abandoned building before.
Okay, and so now we're going to move to our final category of evidence of intent and motive, and what is that?
Motive seeking fame.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with the defendant's interviews with Investigator Smith, did he indicate whether or not fame or notoriety was something that he wanted out of this?
In the interview with Investigator Smith, he indicated that he did not.
Okay. So we're going to play clips from both the first interview and the second interview at this time.
I don't want to traumatize or be known for this stupid shit.
Do you think it's because, you mentioned this earlier, about the attention? Do you think it's the attention
Not
that
at
keeps the
all.
voices away?
I personally thought that every true crime that I researched, people doing it for notoriety and attention, that was just absolute bullshit, and I thought it was really childlike.
So in the interviews, he indicates that this isn't for attention. What motive did he say in the interview was the reason why he did this?
In the interview, he said that he did not want the attention or to seek fame.
Did he indicate that it was just because voices told him to do it?
That's correct.
Okay. In your review of the evidence, including the phone extractions as well as the phone calls, what did it appear the motive actually was?
To gain some sort of fame or notoriety from it.
Okay, so we're going to start with some more Discord records. Can you tell us about these?
These are back from May of 2023. Says, so what school are we going for? Elementary, middle, high? Elementary, I think, would make history. And then a day later, the more fucked up, the more fame. Again, these are in 2023. He's waiting for the day I snap at culture, continue what he started.
And then Smiggles responds, hopefully more people do it after too.
He says, right?
And she responds, yep.
And then he says, I do hope I get recognized though.
In addition to these Discord records, did he also have a phone note on his phone that also indicated he wanted notoriety for this?
Yes.
Let's talk about that phone note.
So this was dated, again, from the cell phone extraction from July of 2024, titled, says, maybe this is just incoherent rambling, but sometimes I wonder, after I do it, if the victims will visit me as angels. Not that I would be able to see them, but that they would be able to see me. I don't know, it's weird. I actually, really want fan art of that so fucking bad.
So this is a little over a month before the shooting, and he is planning for fan art of himself. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about this previously, but he actually had phone notes from crews saved on his phone. Is that right?
Yes, he did.
So does it appear that he knew that phone notes get released in an investigation of a mass shooting?
Yes.
Does it appear that his motive for writing this was so that somebody would make fan art of him?
Yes.
Okay, so our next section, kind of tell the court what this next section is about.
The next section is a collection of jail calls between the defendant and his mother. There's approximately 20 calls, I believe, ranging from October 3rd of 2024 into 2025.
So ranging from approximately 1 month after the shooting to about 9 months after the shooting?
That's correct.
And all of these phone calls, are they kind of talking about the notoriety that the defendant has achieved in his mind based on this shooting?
Yes, they are.
We're going to start with the October 3rd, 2024 call, which is State Exhibit 269. Can you kind of tell the court what this is generally about?
This call is generally the defendant trying to get some other pictures to make up for his mugshot.
Hey. Just getting internet. Yeah. I'm about to break the dang laptop. It's been working fine all day, and the shitty thing is I'm supposed to have them. Yeah.
Once you took some them out, please.
Oh, I will.
I don't care what you have to do.
We should go anywhere.
Order anything, make a Tumblr account, send them out, please. I gotta make up for that mugshot.
You got it.
I don't care what they say, please, for me.
Yep, no, I will. I promise.
When will you do it?
I might could do it tonight.
Okay.
I have to.
So when they're talking about pictures they took, based on you listening to the phone calls, had the defendant's mother taken pictures of him at some point while he was in custody?
Yes, it appeared so.
Okay. And did those eventually get released?
Yes.
And was it by his mother?
Yes.
Now we're moving to October 11th, which is about a month and a week after the shooting. Can you tell us generally what this phone call is about?
This one is about the mother scrolling through posts and kind of reading through the posts that have been made of the defendant, and then him wanting to know how many notes on the posts there are. And the notes are essentially like a collection of like reposts, blogs, likes, kind of all inclusive together. And he wants to know how many notes there were.
So essentially how many people have reacted to this post?
Exactly.
Okay. And this is stated at 273.
Okay, we'll keep scrolling to some of the posts.
Okay. And then the next one, I think the next one was the original one with all the many pictures. Oh no, there's nothing to do. There's one on here now. Your hair's wet. It looks like you just got out of the shower. That you don't have a shirt on.
Oh yeah, I know what that is.
And you've got your hand covering up your mouth, you know?
Yeah, I know that one. Oh.
Yeah, that's a
How
good
many
one.
notes does that one have?
393 notes.
Oh my God, Mom.
So but it's not just that one picture. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the selfie pictures. And it says recent photos of Colt.
All right, so we're moving to the next day, October 12th of 2024, and this is State's Exhibit 278. Kind of what is this about?
This is about the defendant wanting to receive mail.
He's so cute. I want to mail him. I've seen a lot of people on here talking about, writing some new letters and stuff.
Yeah. I wish. I don't know if I'm able to approve like all of them, but yeah, I'm a minor, so.
Yeah. This next one.
Okay. And this is now the next day, October 13th, 2024, about a month and a couple weeks after the shooting. This is State's Exhibit 282. Can you tell us what this particular phone call is about?
I believe this one is about him talking about gaining more popularity than Thomas Crook.
And who's Thomas Crook?
He was the one who shot and killed a volunteer firefighter during a Trump rally.
Can you believe it, Mom? I took over Thomas Crook in popularity. Take that.
Well, you should. And wait till I get out some more pictures. What other pictures you want me to send? Because, okay,
I'll call you in 15 minutes.
yeah, whenever you call me out, we'll go over some more, because there's some more pictures and posts.
And then,
I love you. Bye.
bye.
So after he tells his mom, take that to becoming more popular than Thomas Crook, do they also then talk about releasing more photos or sending out more photos of him?
Yes, they do.
And again, based on your kind of research, what would be the purpose of them sending out photos of the defendant?
In terms of just gaining some sort of popularity.
And that would be within the TCC?
Yes.
All right, now we're moving to, we're still on October 13th of 2024. This is State Exhibit 281. What is this phone call generally about?
They kind of talk about, there's a TCC quiz, which shooter has the most annoying fans, and then ultimately the defendant talks about being compared to being in the big leagues.
And by being in the big leagues, like the big leagues of mass shooters.
I guess if that's a thing.
It's from that same person. It says it's like a quiz or like a thing. The ECC person has the most annoying fans that make you want to end it. And it's got all the different school shooters.
Oh, I can do that one. Probably.
You want to hear the choices?
Yeah.
Eric, Dylan, Adam, Andrew and Randy, Elliot, Artyom, Nikita.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely Academy Maniacs. Those two fuckers.
Really?
They're so cringe. Yeah, their fans are so cringe. Russell Wilson just killed like an old guy.
Who's Brenton?
Brenton Tarrant, yeah, he's a Muslim guy. I remember that killed 51.
Dylan, Joe, and Colt.
Why am I on there? This is messed up, but like, I'm being compared. I'm in the big leagues, bro.
Oh, God.
It's not a bad way. I mean,
Do they appear to laugh after he says, I'm in the big leagues?
Yes.
Now we're moving to State Exhibit 285. This is still on October 13th of 2024. Can you tell us what generally this one's about?
This is the defendant talking about being possibly the youngest school shooter, and then also being, later on in the call, also being compared to the Uvalde shooter.
I was thinking about it, like, wouldn't I do this shit like one of the youngest, like, school, work?
Yeah, you are.
I think so, like, because Ethan probably was, at the time, the youngest, if you were 15.
Yeah, I've seen that several times in the news, yeah.
Like that.
I can't remember if they said you were the youngest or you were just one of the youngest. I'd have to Google it to make sure. Here's a post 3 days ago with some of your selfies. It says the new suspected Colt Gray photos give off Salvador Ramos feels.
Dude, true, because like Mandy and Caitlin said I look like Sal so much with my dark hair. Salvador Ramos was the Rob Elementary School guy.
Okay.
Just look up some of his selfies. With the dark hair, I can see it, to be honest.
Salvador.
It's kind of weird though, because I'm gonna be honest, like most of the TCC girls, like who aren't like minors, they honestly give off really big keto vibes, so I know they're probably having a fucking field day with me. Messed up, but it's like,
You have 1 minute remaining. Salvador Ramos really does look like you a lot. That's crazy.
All right, so now we're moving to the next day, October 14th. This is State Exhibit 286, and what generally is this about?
This one is generally about the defendant asking if his mother has made a shrine of him yet, and about getting copies of photos and bringing them and printing them out.
I get the FaceTime. You show me the art stuff.
Heck yeah, because then I can show you all the pictures. Oh my God. I got so many new pictures that I can
That's
show
what your gallery is.
But yeah, pretty much from the last like couple weeks. I want to print them all out on paper, so I'm going to, I'll try to do that.
I don't have to do that. When I get a FaceTime, I can just do them.
Okay. You don't want copies of them? Because I can make copies and bring them on Thursday. Well, I'm going to print some out just for myself.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's the background on my phone right now is the picture of you as a fox.
I haven't seen that. Oh, the furry one?
Yeah, the little fox furry.
Have you made a shrine yet?
He's so freaking cute to me.
Have you made a shrine?
What?
Have you made a shrine for me yet?
No, I started trying to print them out the other day on Emily's printer, and they're out of like colored ink, so I was like, of course. So I'll probably just go to Walmart and print them out, put them on a junk drive or something, print them out. And then I would make my poor t-shirt.
Okay.
So
All right. This is October 16th of 2024. State Exhibit 287. Can you tell the court generally what this is about?
This is about his obsession with the Sandy Hook shooter.
I guess you might maybe your name is hashtag. Oh, here's another cute one. Okay, so here is another drawing. Somebody said, "Can you draw Colt Gray eating a burger?" And so I drew kind of like a little cartoon character, kind of anime looking, but a little more realistic. And you're just eating a hamburger, and you have like a little thought bubble coming out from the side of your head, and it's got a picture of Adam Lanza with his gun.
I wonder if they found that on my Adam obsession.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's that or whether they're all just so obsessed with Adam that they just automatically use.
The one that, as an army trooper, that was so good.
Okay, I copied that. Let me see if there's any comments on that one. Oh my God, there's 132 notes on this one.
Which one? 132.
The one when you're eating the burger and thinking about Lanza. Okay, there's only one comment to the picture. It says, "He would probably laugh at this. This is glorious." Okay, next one. Oh my God. Okay, the next one's kind of cool. It says, it stops and says, "In the clear, we all Sam."
You have 1 minute remaining.
It's got pictures of like all the main school shooters, and you're in there too.
Okay. We're moving to the end of October 27th of 2024, close to 2 months after the school shooting. And this is State Exhibit 294. Can you tell us about this call?
This call is when they're talking about school shooters and ice cream flavors.
Okay, then another person posted yesterday. They posted a big picture of a bunch of different school shooters, and then beside them they have what flavor Ben & Jerry's ice cream they are. And Dad had you and Nick together on the same little picture.
No way.
And yeah, you already did. You got caramel almond brittle, and he got cannoli.
What do you mean when you're together? What does that mean?
I do what?
What do you mean when you think you're together? Like, what is the picture?
Well, it's like the picture has your selfie, and then below it has like a picture of him in court, and then out the side to the right there's your ice cream. So like each little picture that the person has posted has two different people on each one, and you and Nick just happen to be together on yours.
All right, so again, October 27th, State Exhibit 295. And what are they talking about here?
This one they're talking about a BBC documentary.
And is this something that the defendant's excited about?
Yes.
Oh yeah, what's on the BBC thing? Did it look official?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's totally official.
Is this like a full-on documentary you're talking about?
Yeah, hang on, I had it sitting right there.
Because that would be great.
Hang on. Okay, I don't have time to read the whole thing, but
Like Michael Jordan type.
I know. Okay, so good. I hope this letter finds you well in the circumstances. I'm Harry, a producer working in the BBC's Current Affairs Department and predominantly based in London. We've been closely following what is happening with your son and
1 minute remaining.
and his father over the last few weeks. Firstly, I wanted to say I know this will be an incredibly trying time for your family and you may not feel ready to talk or tell your story, which I fully respect. But I will be upfront. Due to the extraordinary nature of what happened and the charges pressed against Colt and Colin, we want to produce a film examining this case. Therefore, we wanted to invite you to share your story with us. At this stage, all I'm asking for is an initial confidential conversation without any commitment to be filmed or take part further, to hear your side of the story and hear more about Colt.
Yes.
So did he want her to do that?
He did.
Okay, now we're still talking about these things. We're moved to November 16th, about 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later. State Exhibit 302. What are we talking about here?
They're just discussing about other mass shooters.
The next one is another drawing. Someone did a drawing of you, Eric Harris, Nick, and Dylan Claybold.
Oh wow, I need that printed out and broken up here.
Okay, and it's really awesome. They drew it as a Weezer album cover.
A Weezer album cover. Wow.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That is
It's like
funny
a really back thing.
because I can see them as I'm pretty much the only reason they get kind of circulated is because he's always paired with these. You know, Eric Harris and Dylan Claybold were like, friends and stuff.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Okay, we're still on November 16th. State Exhibit 303. What are they talking about here?
This is when the defendant is asking to post photos from their FaceTime visits.
And again, it's posting photos like on the TCC or to get to the TCC.
Yes.
Tell Mandy to get the info out there that I'm kind of, that I feel like people can relate me to James a lot.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Yep, I'll tell her. I'll see her on
the FaceTime.
From what?
The FaceTime.
Okay.
So now, November 23rd, about a week later, 2024, State Exhibit 307. What are we talking about here? What are the defendant and Marcy discussing?
This is where they're comparing the defendant to the Columbine shooter.
Okay. So the very first one that pops up is kind of funny. It's a picture of like an old living room, looks like from the 70s or something. And it's a picture of you sitting beside, who is that? Dylan. Colt and Dylan, but y'all are sitting beside each other, and it says they're talking about the JQ. I have no idea. I will.
That's crazy. Do you remember that you see like art of me and like one of the online shooters? We kind of look alike, like really, but.
So just to be clear, did he actually say, did you ever think you'd see me drawn with one of the Columbine shooters? Or see art of me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, moving to State Exhibit 310, which is November 26th of 2024. This was around Thanksgiving. What's this call about?
I believe this one is also mentioning big dogs again.
The first one is, looks like just like a pistol sketch of different school shooters, Earl Mayer, Adam Dillard.
Compared to the big dogs.
Yeah. It almost just looks like freehand sketching somebody did.
All right, now we're moving to State Exhibit 314, which is November 28th. Tell us what they're generally talking about here.
More about posting pictures.
Okay. And are they specifically talking about, in this one, the defendant wanting Marcy Gray to search on a particular area for him?
Yes.
Is that the Reddit mass killer site?
Yes.
Okay, you want me to search for what?
Go to r/mass killers. It's actually type r/mass killers this year. So
Say that one more time.
don't actually say r/mass or stuff, and it'll the stuff will pull up.
Okay.
You see it?
No.
You literally just search it up.
I did.
So click on the search bar again, open the top right, and then search for my name.
Just Colt Gray? No R? Okay. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yes, and that's where I'm reading. Okay, you want to just read off a couple? There's one that's just r/Colt Gray. There's one, the next one is r/insane people Facebook.
No, go to r/mass killers and search it up. Because when you're a sub, if you're on the sub page, you're searching up stuff in the sub.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it didn't, when I typed in our message, it didn't tell you that.
The top of r/mass killers is 185,000 members of the subreddit.
Okay, spell it. Killers.
Killers.
Okay, wait, that's different. I was trying to do
Killers with no space. Yeah, you're just like
Killers. I thought you were saying masculars.
Killers. God.
That's not my language. You're speaking clearly.
Oh, yeah, there's some randomly going to tell you to search up masculine.
Okay, there's no...
Are you on the front page?
I'm on the list of posts.
Alright, look the search bar again up there, and it's decided to say r/mass killers.
Say that again. Okay,
Say r/mass killers in the search bar.
Got it.
Okay, so now for the next day, November 29th, 2024. This is State Exhibit 315. What are we talking about here?
This is when he is telling his mom to tell his grandma to get her internet speed up for her celebrity grandson.
And his grandmother's at Deborah Polhanas?
It is, yes.
When Marcy is talking to the defendant, are there times where his grandmother is around and that you know she's around based on the conversation?
Yes.
Is that a lot of the time, some of the time?
Prior to, I believe, February of 2025, it was some of the time.
Okay.
Are you typing it or what?
No, it's loading.
Tell me who that her fucking celebrity grandson is calling her that right now. No, no, yeah, really, you tell her. I'm tired of this shit, seriously.
All right, so now we've moved a couple of months. We're in January 27th of 2025. It's almost 6 months after the shooting. This is States of it 326. What are we talking about here?
They're referencing a couple of other shooters as corny.
Okay, next one, 3 days ago, it says, now with the 2 new corny ass shooters, I'm starting to appreciate Colt more.
Oh, shit, bro. Corny, not fucking shooters, bro.
Yeah.
This is February 15th, 2025. This is States of it 328. What happens in this phone call?
This phone call, they discuss the district attorney's office knowing about their calls and that they need to, I guess, watch what they're saying.
Okay.
Hey, did you check up on the post?
Yeah, so I got to talk to you about that. So, in court on Tuesday, the defense attorneys were discussing everything with my attorney, and apparently they said that the DA had given them audio and video of me talking to you about like school shooters and stuff like that. Even though, I mean, we haven't talked about anything I don't think inappropriate, you know, but they're trying to say that I'm like encouraging you to commit murder and just ridiculous. Yeah, just ridiculous stuff.
That's just fucking retarded.
Yeah, it's so stupid. But you know, of course, they probably have no idea what PCC is, none of that.
No. Oh, okay.
So anyway, so
Guard was friggin' with you.
what are they saying? Tell me about
You give me a sugar pie of hard candy with a Nazi symbol on the back, right?
But anyways, I gotta be careful about what we talk about on the phone, I guess, because I mean, I don't know. I just gotta be careful about what we talk about going forward. I told my attorney, you know, that you had some friends on TCC that, you know, you were really close to you, and so I was just keeping y'all in contact, and I mean, nothing that was shared between y'all was inappropriate in any way whatsoever. So, just for the record, for the video that they're recording of us right now, I'm in no way encouraging my husband to commit murder or any ridiculous stuff like that. He's extremely remorseful for what happened, but I'm the only person that he has on this earth right now, and I'm going to do whatever I can do you have some sort of normalcy?
Oh, yeah, I say fuck you. Oh, some fucking, like, skinny ass fucking liberal trash garbage. Dickhead.
Thank you. So,
that shit is so fucking lame.
So yeah, but I hope y'all make sure that you share this conversation as well with anything else that you have, because y'all are wrong. I know y'all are wrong for that. So, anyways, hang on, because I think I have some messages from.
Yeah, I guess just read the messages. I'm only maybe look at those if it's gonna be that fucking animal about it.
Yeah, really, at least for now. Okay, so
in that phone call, when she's when Marcy Gray is talking to the defendant about she was keeping in touch with his TCC friends, is that the Smiggles and the Mandy from Discord that he was talking about shootings with?
Yes.
And so from these phone calls as his peer, she was actually continuing to communicate with these people?
That's correct.
And is that on the defendant's behalf, like at his request?
Yes.
So now we're up to March 15th, a month after Ms. Gray indicated that they needed to stop discussing these types of matters. This is 2025, stays at 3:30. What are they talking about here?
Wanting to know what the TCC is saying.
Like about him, I guess?
Yes.
Something I wanted to tell you is, you know, the pictures I took of you during the FaceTime thing?
Yeah.
And I sent to Mandy.
Yeah.
Well, apparently she leaked them and they're out there. So that's not true.
I told you to tell her about your releasement.
I did, but apparently she did it anyway. So.
No, I was the one who told you to tell her to release them.
Oh, to release them?
Yeah.
I was thinking I told her not to release them. Okay, well that then.
Remember when I told you to release the jail pictures? That's what I meant.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I remember.
How do you go out there?
Because I've seen them on PCC.
Really, what are they saying about?
They really haven't said anything specific about those pictures. It's like people have just started like adding them to, you know, selfie.
Can we look at those real quick?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, those are the ones I want to release.
Okay, good. Well, that makes me feel better.
All right, so now we're going to move to the final phone call, and this is from May 6th of 2025. What happened on May 6th?
There was a court date.
Was it a court date for the defendant?
It was, yes.
And are they kind of talking about what people are saying about the defendant after that court date?
Yes, they are.
And this is State Exhibit 332.
Next one, another screenshot. It said, they did him so dirty, let him have his long hair. Next one is a screenshot of you today, and underneath it is your mugshot. And as soon as they fucked him up. Oh, everybody's missing your blonde hair. Next one, a screenshot, and it says, Colt's hair got chopped. Oh my God. Next one, screenshot, it says, they hit the fucking Pentagon. I don't know what that means.
That means like something crazy just happened.
Oh. Okay, next one says, next one, more screenshots from today. And underneath it in caps it says, his hair, but he looks so good still. Next one, two screenshots of you today, and it says, tears in my eyes. Oh.
Maybe it's my long hair, huh?
Maybe. Ooh, the next one is really cool. It's touching drawings of you with your long hair. It says Colt Gray I drew a while back. Hope you like it.
Oh, yeah. Can you tell Mandy that I'm going to grow my hair back out? You don't have to worry.
Absolutely.
Tell her that, and tell everybody that I'm going to grow it back out.
Okay. Yeah. I'll let her tell everybody.
So at the end of that, is he giving Marcy instructions on getting more information out to the TCC about himself?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think we just spent about 45 minutes listening to call after call after call of the defendant just talking about kind of where his notoriety is within this TCC. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Is this all they talked about every time they talked?
Yes.
Okay. Do they appear to ever get tired of talking about it?
No.
All right. So that was our last jail call. We're going to move to this final little portion or little section of the presentation. In addition to all these jail calls and Discord records and phone notes where he's talking about being famous because of this, what other evidence was there of this motive of seeking fame in committing this mass shooting?
There were a couple memes that I added to the presentation.
Okay. And were these memes that the defendant had saved on his phone?
They were, yes.
Okay. What's this first one?
This first one is a photograph of David Hoggs, who was one of the survivors of Parkland. And he was very outspoken and became like a gun rights activist after the shooting. And the meme says, "I'd like to thank my dead classmates for giving me my dream career."
And then this final meme that was saved on his phone, what does it say?
It says, "If you do right, no one remembers. If you do wrong, no one forgets."
I don't have any further questions for you.
Cross, Mr. Allen.
Colt, during this time, 23 through 24, was 13 and 14 years old, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And those phone calls with his mother, she's engaging, she's interacting with him.
Yes, sir.
And she's kind of like she's encouraging him, right?
It appears so.
But now this is the same mother who a few months earlier tried to threaten him, right?
I believe so.
And you had worked on a similar kind of presentation for Colin for the trial, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in that one, you were juxtaposing some of his texts and some of his searches to show how his actions related to Colt's actions, right?
You're talking about Colin Gray?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in that, you outlined the various times Colin failed to get help for Colt, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And how he never followed up with any of the psychological services that they had discussed.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And there were some texts where Colt was asking for some help with psychological services, right?
That's correct.
And within that, we also saw Colin had done searches for safes, but by ammunition instead in his Google searches, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now we've got conversations with Colt, with his mother, and they're actually interacting positively, even though it's a first stop, correct?
I think that's questionable, but if you say positively.
I think they're not fighting with each other. They're on the same page throughout these conversations.
They're not fighting, that's correct.
And she's not threatening him.
That's correct.
And even though the topic is something that they shouldn't be doing, they're still getting along.
They're interacting together, yes.
Right. And she was not the only person that called him during that time, was she?
No, he spoke with his grandmother as well.
Okay. And did he also speak with an aunt?
I believe a few times, yes.
Yeah. And those conversations didn't have the same quality with the notoriety aspect, getting pictures out aspect.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So that was only with his mom?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, you should be excused.
Just a brief follow-up. Mr. Allen characterized their interactions between the defendant and Marcy as her encouraging this behavior. Would you also characterize it as it's actually the defendant who is directing Marcy on what to look up and what to find?
Yes, it appeared that he was asking her to do those things.
And is this the topic that the defendant introduced into the conversations?
Yes, it is.
And he's the one who wanted to talk about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything else, Mr. Allen?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You can come down. Does the state have additional witnesses?
Hang on, take it right.
All right. State rest, why don't we go ahead and take 10 minutes and then we'll proceed with whatever the defense says.
I did have a witness that we were going to hear about soon, and I have not yet gotten a link to it to him.
I'm being told it was sent yesterday. If you want to step into the office, I'll put you with Mandy and we'll make sure you get it. Is that going to be the first witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right, we'll set Zoom up as well.
All right, so the state rests. That's it. So that's going to determine when this will be done now. So they may be done. They may be done today. They very well may be done today. Meeting the whole proceedings. Because the defense just said they do have a witness via Zoom. They didn't say, yes, we have 5 witnesses, 2 today, blah. So we may, they may be done today. And then I'm just not sure if the judge is going to give his verdict or his sentencing today, right away. He may take an hour to write something up. I'm sure he already is writing things up, as he goes along. Or maybe not. I'm not sure how this works. But I'm not going to recap that. I don't. I always recap stuff, but I don't even want to. I don't even want to waste my breath recapping that. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. So if you guys want to see what Marcy and Colt said to each other, I would suggest you can just rewind and watch it, because I'm not going to give it another second thought. All right. So moving forward. So we've heard from the state. The state has rested. We have Jason Smith. We heard from Peter Smith and then Ashley Gilland, who testified yesterday and today. So now let's see who can the state bring up. Probably more. I was really interested before this all started to hear about his psychological, mental positioning. And we did hear from Kevin Richards, Dr. Richards. He was a forensic psychologist. He reiterated multiple times on the stand that Colt does not suffer from schizophrenia. He may have some personality disorder issues, but he does not have schizophrenia. So that's why they did not go with NGRI. And I was really interested to hear from psychologists, because I want to see, so where does he fall? Is he on the Carlos Ruelas Dominguez side of things? Or what? Where does this kid fall? And after hearing from that expert yesterday saying that, no, he's actually kind of fine, and then hearing these, reading all those messages to Mandy in Discord, and his notes, his planning, his journal, his talking now to Marcy after this happened. Definitely, he's got something wrong with him, no question about it. But it certainly doesn't rise to the level of he's schizophrenic or has something. He's just broken, and he can't be fixed, in my opinion. I don't think this kid can be fixed. So 16 right now, I don't see him being able to be rehabilitated. I'm usually one that's on the other side of that coin. I'm usually like, all right, give somebody 20, 30 years. Let's see where you stand. I don't see that. I don't see that in this kid. And it's a shame, because I always do try to find the positives in people. I always try to, say, well, maybe after 30 or 40 years, maybe, let's see if has he found remorse then? I don't think this kid is going to find remorse. I just don't see it. So, and if he does, too bad. To be quite honest, he had his chance. He had 2 years to find, actually, yeah, this happened 2 years ago, and then he had a year before that when he was making fun of Parkland victims and survivors. So it's 3 years he's had, at least 3 years, to kind of sit around in his little brain and think about remorse. Now, you're not going to find it. You're not going to find it. So I would say life without parole, and put him in Gen Pop and let them mete out their own justice. Put him in with some other killers and let them sort it out. And if he survives, cool. If he doesn't, well, that's the law of the jungle. So that's kind of where I stand with this. All right. Southern Heathen, I completely agree. This kid is beyond help. CJ Sunshine, no remorse whatsoever for him. Heidi, his whole personality has become this. Carol, I agree. He showed not 1 ounce of remorse, other than to the detectives to the detectives, and that clearly was just a show, And I think that's what stings the most is when you hear somebody, what you think somebody is in distress, and you're like, your heart kind of like, oh, what's going on with this kid or this person, and then only to find out that you were duped. I mean, he conned us all. He conned me for 5 minutes, maybe 10, and I think that's what hurts the most. That's the gut punch. Hey, Purple Daisy, that's the gut punch of like you wanted me to think a certain way about you, but in reality you were something completely different. So, fool me once. Miss Bree and Gen Pop, he will really meet up with some characters, right? Cat Lady Who Sews, Thursday and Friday is Colin. Thursday and Friday. Fanny, 100%, yep. Pugs, he worshipped and idolized. He idolized and worshipped horrible people he cannot change. Narcoleptic Insomniac, thank you, yeah. Ugh, I feel conned on the deepest level, because like I said, those first 5 minutes of him bawling like a little kid is like, oh, okay, maybe there's something going on with this kid. But then 10 minutes in, I'm like, 15 minutes in, 20 minutes in, I'm like, yeah, something's up. Maybe he's got something mentally going on. And then now to hear all this stuff, yeah, you're mental. You're definitely mental. That kid's mental for sure. But he got his 15 minutes, and now he's going to spend time where he needs to be. So, Debbie, didn't the same judge do Collins, or are you mistaken? No, you're same judge. It's Primm. I think it's Primm. I think Judge Primm. I don't think it's Prime. I think it's Judge Primm. What is his first name? Yes, he's doing both. Nicholas Primm. So yes, he is. It's the same judge for both. Kimbers, you are not alone. Thank you for that. Ruth, I changed my vote to life without parole after hearing recordings just now. Southern Heathen, I really went into this with a different opinion, but the evidence has shown exactly who this kid is, and his mother is vile. Love, how are you? Love's pink. Hi all. I'm behind, but just had to ask, what the heck is the matter with the mother? All of this evidence is going to land him life without parole. I forget who said it. Somebody in chat, maybe John. I forget. One of you guys said his mom actually did the judge a favor by extracting all of this, because now it's like, maybe if you didn't have these phone calls, you might be like, all right, let's give him 40 years. Let's give him, when he's 50 years old, let's see where he stands, and then we'll take it from there. But after hearing all of this with these phone calls, so in a way, if you want to spin it, so silver lining, because you got to find it in the swamps of Mordor, you got to find a bright light somewhere, because I feel like that's where we are right now. And the only way you can spin this is that mom gave the judge an off-ramp. You don't have to give this kid an ounce of compassion because he's not showing society an ounce of compassion. So in a way, in a weird, twisted way, he kind of, Marcy's phone calls sort of gave the judge that opportunity. And I thought that was a good point. One of our chat, I want to think, Jonathan, I want to think it was you, but I don't quite remember. All right. Hey, Abe, how are you? Great to see you. She tried to stop it. She called the school to warn them that morning. They just checked the wrong kid's bag. Southern Heathen says, Cruz changed my view on the DP, and this kid changed my opinion on minors getting life without parole. Mr. Mann, a broken kid in a society that doesn't deal with it. Marion says, never let him out. Ignore me. How come the mom doesn't face any time? I don't know if they can charge her for this. What would they charge her for? Enabling? I mean, is there a penalty for enabling somebody? I don't know. We'd like to somehow have her seek some kind of punishment, but what can you do? What can you do? And as Abe said, she called the school. She did call some counselors. She tried. See, and that's where she had me fooled. She tried to get him help before this happened, but now after this happened, she's just aiding and abetting. She's just enabling this. She's encouraging it. Even though Colt may be the one that's saying it first, she could have been like, honey, this is bad. Like, this is really wrong. What you did was wrong. Did she ever say that? You know, that's what she should be saying to him when he's like, hey, look up that subreddit. Look up that post. See how popular I am. No, this is wrong. What you did is wrong. That's what she should be saying instead of laughing and giggling and fangirling on him. I mean, good God, woman, you're in your 40s, 50s, however old you are. Freaking act like an adult. Carol, I feel for those victims and their families hearing all this. So do I. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kelsey, why isn't she charged with anything with this case? She, in your opinion, seems to be an accomplice. As much as I want to, she gave him the Zoloft. I think maybe they just wanted her testimony to put Colin behind bars for 180 years. And I think they're probably happy with that. I think they're probably disgusted, as we are, with these phone calls, but they're really happy that they got Colt and then Colin. I think they're going to just take their win and back away. You know, as much as we want to see Marcy thrown in jail as well, I think we would just want to. I think detectives are probably happy that they got the two, and then they're just gonna let it rest at that. JPC, her brain is scrambled. Nebraska, how are you? I think people have answered your question, but it's this Thursday. No, Colin is Thursday. That's the dad. Colin is Thursday and Friday. So we're gonna do this all again Thursday and Friday. Let's see. Shore Life, member for 19 months. Colt never needs to be out in society, in your opinion. I agree. Thank you, Shore Life. 19 months. Wow. What does Scott say? OG. That's definitely OG. The witness on Zoom will be an expert, most likely. Most likely, Terry. Most likely. She is used for evidence, hokey pokey. Yeah. Like I said, I think they're happy with. They got the win. They got Colt. They got Colin. Well, they had Colt. That's a no-brainer. But then they got Colin. I think they're probably they'll take that and just move on. Miss Bree, yep, grandmother bought him his ammunition. That is true. She did. CJ Sunshine, the poor families had to sit and listen to all that. Breaks my heart for them. I agree. Kelsey, not excusing her disgusting behavior, but it seems like she is trying to find any way to bond with him in a sick and twisted way. Living Ghost, how are you? Of all people, Cruz not getting the DP convinced me there's something broken about the way we decided who gets it, and Florida obviously thought so too because they changed their system. Debbie, thank you for the finger heart. Appreciate that. And just a friendly reminder for you guys that are coming in that are new to our channel, just remember to misspell some of those words.
With the state's witness, they did it at the table, but honestly, wherever the witness can hear you best, I'm fine with.
I'll try over here first.
Sir, if you'll hang tight, we'll be with you in just a minute. All right, for the record, we're all present. Mr. Allen, you can call your first witness.
At this time, Judge, I would like to call Stephen Baker.
All right, so Mr. Baker, you're appearing by Zoom. Are you able to hear and see us okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are you able to hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Thank you. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please lower your hand and introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Stephen Baker. I work at the Department of Juvenile Justice as a detention counselor.
Are you familiar with Colt Gray?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Well, I was his case manager in the facility and primary detention counselor for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Mr. Baker, let me get you to try and speak up a little bit or increase the volume on your mic. I think I've done all I can.
I'll move it closer and see if this help?
Helped a little bit, thank you.
Yes, and during that time, did you have a lot of occasion to interact with Colt?
I did.
Okay. Did you have like meetings once a week? How did that work out?
I had meetings at least once a week, most of the time, several times a week, 2 to 3 times a week. And it's a small place, so I would see him every day.
And as his counselor, what kinds of things would you discuss and work on with him?
Well, I'm not a mental health counselor, so primarily we would go into programming and how he's doing in the facility and talk about social skills, life skills, things like that.
What kinds of programming was he involved with there?
Well, we had him enrolled in our skill training group, which talks about pro-social skills group. So we did that first, and he completed that. He also completed a pre-up class, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act, federal law. We have to do a class on that for every youth that comes into the facility. So he completed that. And then he moved on to advanced skill training, and then he completed that program, and he did Many Merging Two Worlds, which talks about getting jobs and prepares them for life outside the facility. We were trying to get him through all the programs we had, because the length of time he was there. So he completed that. And then after that, he would volunteer for advanced skill training, even though he'd already graduated.
And did he go into those programs cooperatively? Did he work with you folks on?
Yes, he was very cooperative.
Okay. Would you say during the time that he was there, he continued to advance in his programs?
In the programming group, yes, he did.
Okay. How was he behaviorally with the other folks in the facility?
He got along well with most of the people in the facility. Some he got along better with than others, but he was behaviorally pretty good.
Did you have any occasion to know whether or not he was involved with psychiatric services there?
Yes.
Okay. But you were not his psychologist or a psychiatrist of any fashion, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, do you know whether he was compliant with his appointments when they set them up?
Yes. To my knowledge, he was compliant.
Now, at the beginning when he first came in, to your knowledge, was he on any kind of medication?
Not to my knowledge when he first came in, other than I believe his mother had given him something that wasn't prescribed. But other than that, when he came into the facility, I don't know of any medication.
Okay. And were you aware whether or not during his time there that they prescribed him medications?
They did.
Did he confide in you as to whether or not he was compliant with taking them?
He would talk to me about it occasionally. I believe he talked more to the mental health counselor about that than the psychiatrist. But he did tell me that they were going to put him on medication, and then after he was on them, I would ask him, how are you feeling? And he would tell me how he was feeling, and that sort of a thing. He was basically compliant with the medications. Sometimes he would refuse to take them, but then he would start taking them again.
Did you notice any changes in his behavior from the time he was not taking them till the period that he was?
Well, he seemed to have a lot of anxiety, and when he started taking them, he seemed to calm down. But it would ebb and flow.
And can you describe what kinds of behaviors you're interpreting as anxiety?
Certainly. He would come in the office and just talk about things that were bothering him, and nervous, anxious feelings he was having. And that's what I would interpret as anxiety. He had social anxiety. He would sometimes get where he didn't want to come out and participate in programming. He would come and see me, and he would see the mental health counselor, but other programming he just wouldn't want to get out and participate in.
And during the time that he was going to the mental health counselor, was it your observations that he went on a regular basis or not?
Yes, he went on a regular basis.
Okay. And he's no longer in your facility, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know the reason that he was transferred to a different facility?
I don't know all the reasons. I do know that one of the reasons is because we had lost our mental health counselor, our full-time mental health counselor, maybe a couple of months before, and it was really felt that he needed a mental health counselor, someone that was full-time, because he would come see me, but I'm not a mental health counselor. So I know that part of the idea was to move him somewhere where he could get more intensive mental health help.
While he was at your facility, did you notice or observe any kind of aggressive behaviors that he would initiate on someone else there?
No, not that he would initiate. He did sometimes become angry, but it was very rarely from my observation.
And at the times he became angry, was he able to manage that, or did you need to call somebody from the mental health facility to help him?
He was generally able to manage it. He could be talked through it.
So during the time that he was there, you said a year and a half, approximately how many months was he on medication?
I would have no way of answering that. I know it was for at least 6 months, but other than that, I couldn't tell you. It could have been for a year. but I know it was at least 6 months.
So would it be fair to say that there were several months at the beginning that he was not on medication?
Yes.
Okay. And when he was transferred, did you have any interaction with the corresponding counselor of the new facility?
I talked to the, you're talking about when he was transferred this last time?
Yes.
I talked to I can't recall the title, but it's not my counterpart, but it's like the person who's in charge of programming, and I talked to them and had interaction with them. Yes.
And did they indicate he was settling well in his new facility?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you have any concerns that he would not be continuing to do well in his new facility based on your experience with him?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker, can you hear me?
I can.
My name is Brad Smith. I'm with the District Attorney's Office. Thank you for being with us today. When you said you were Colt's counselor, when do you have a time frame of when you first met him and where he was his counselor?
Yes, I believe it was around April the 9th of 2024 when I first met him.
Well, so he didn't go in until September of 2024.
Okay. Then my time is off.
Do you think it was April of 25?
No, because I don't know the day that he was initially locked up, but he came to us several days after that, so he could have been early on.
Okay, so you were in his original, where he went to originally after the incident?
No, I was, without going into detail, I was in the facility he went to after he went to the original place after the incident.
Okay. And you think that was around April?
Well, obviously I'm incorrect about the date. If that's not when it was. I'm trying to do it from memory.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just curious because I know he moved around, and we're trying not to for the judges. We're trying not to name places where he is. I know he moved around from different facilities. I'm just trying to pinpoint what time frame you were involved with this.
I know that it was fairly early on after the incident that he came to.
Okay. Did you know why he was in there? Do you know what he did that caused him to be confined?
I did.
Okay. And have you seen, I know you're on Zoom now, have you seen the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
I have seen some of it. I've read reports and I've also watched some of it.
Okay. So are you aware of the evidence we presented about communications Colt had when he was in jail after the incident?
I am.
Okay. Are the rules based on communications in and out, are they basically the same for each facility?
They are.
Okay. And would those communications, are there certain rules about them and protocols about what would be appropriate communications in and out towards the children that are in your care?
Yes.
And what would those rules be in general? I know you don't have it in front of you, but just in general, your knowledge of that.
Well, we have policy and rules on that. I mean, in general, everything that kids say, is recorded. So in general, they are cautioned not to say things that would be inappropriate or that would, just things that would be inappropriate. They're cautioned not to talk about their crimes and that sort of thing.
Do you limit who they're allowed to talk to?
Yes.
And who is that? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, they can only talk to people on their approved contact list.
And would fans of school shooters be people that he would be allowed to communicate with?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And so if he were to be finding ways to get messages to those people, that would be skirting your rules, wouldn't they?
It would be.
Okay. Do they have certain rules about what is allowed physically to be brought in to the facilities?
Yes.
Okay. And is he allowed to have personal effects in his cell? Or, cell's probably a bad word, room he stays in?
He's allowed to have some items, not a lot, that they can have a few photos and a few other items, but basically what they have is what we give them, not personal effects.
Okay. And these photos he is allowed to have, are they allowed to bring in offensive or violent content photos?
Absolutely not.
And do y'all generally screen for those things?
We do.
Okay. Would he be allowed, as part of your rules, to have photos of other school shooters on his walls?
No.
And how would y'all screen for that generally?
Well, if photos are brought in, they are checked by someone in security, different people that would check, that they will be sorted through and checked, and then there are room checks that go on where they will go in the room and check if contraband is in the room.
And
that's the way.
If a person in your facility was trying to get around that and pick particular photos that wouldn't be as noticeable, would that be trying to skirt the rules?
It would be.
Okay. Were you aware of the phone calls where he had with his mother where he talked about having pictures of school shooters on his wall?
I was not aware of them until after they had happened, and he was no longer allowed to talk to his mother.
Okay. So at some point, y'all cut off the communication with his mother?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you so much, Mr. Baker.
Mr. Allen, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead.
Was his room screened and searched every day, or at least on a regular basis?
Mr. Allen, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, I turned off the microphone. Was his room screened or searched or swept on a regular basis?
Security does a check. I'm not sure. See, I'm not in security, so I don't know if they check the room every day. That may be so, but I know that they get checked on a regular basis.
And do you know whether or not any contraband or inappropriate pictures was found in his room?
I do not know.
Okay. And nothing was ever brought to your attention then, I guess, about them finding something in his room?
No, not that I recall.
Would it be part of the policy that if something were found in the room, they would report it to you as his counselor?
No, they would create an incident report, but that doesn't mean they would report it to them.
Okay. Would you be privy to the incident report?
Yes, I could look at the incident report.
Okay. And right now, do you recall any incident reports that were filed with any rule breaking or contraband in his room?
I do not.
And you had indicated that the calls with his mom were cut off. Do you remember what time range that was, after how many months he had been there?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. All right. Mr. Baker, thank you. You are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Will we need Zoom anymore?
Not for me, Judge.
All right. You can call your next witness.
Your Honor, I call Rose to the stand. Stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please lower your hand, be seated, and introduce yourself to the court.
Hi, my name is Candace Gross, and I currently serve as the State DFACS Director and the Commissioner of the Georgia Department of Human Services.
Now, Commissioner Gross, how have you gotten involved with this case with Colt Gray?
I became involved with this case when he was placed briefly into foster care.
And do you remember approximately what time range that was?
He was placed into foster care on October 6, 2025.
And as a director of DFACS, is it normally within your purview to deal directly with the children in care?
No, I took this particular case for various reasons, but mostly due to the legal complexity of the matter, a companion case that we had, and conflicts at the local offices and state office.
Did he also have any siblings in foster care?
He does.
And how many does he have?
He has 2.
Are they a brother and sister?
They are.
Okay. Are they still in foster care?
They are.
So would it be fair to say there is a pending foster case with the Gray family?
Yes.
Okay. Does that, the dependency case, does that cover both Marcy Gray and Colin Gray?
It does.
Okay. And what were the basic allegations that brought Colt to your attention?
Colt was placed into emergency custody by a juvenile court judge in Barrow, and the concern was that his mother was violating a court order with ongoing contact by making decisions for him while in juvenile detention.
And the child who is in the custody of DJJ, what's the complexity with regard to who the actual legal custodian is?
So for that particular case, technically, my understanding was that custody was removed from the Barrow County Sheriff, but he had been detained in a juvenile detention facility, although his parents still retained their rights. So that was a big legal complexity that we had to navigate.
And at that time, why was the father not able to maintain custodianship?
Another court order that he could have no contact.
Okay. And was he also incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And at the time Colt came into care on October 6th, was his mother incarcerated?
I don't believe so.
Okay. With the current open DFACS case, are there any ramifications that still potentially impact Colt?
Yes, there are many.
And without belaboring the point too much, can we kind of get to what are the main concerns that you and the department have regarding the Gray family, both with Colt and his brother and sister?
Their parents had extensive history with our agency over several counties over the years, recent years. And we also have that open foster case with his siblings. Over the years, we've had difficulty getting compliance from the parents, but primarily from their mother. And that is a a big issue right now in the foster care case.
And you said there's extensive history. Does that history mean that the children were brought into foster care previously?
No, they weren't, but we had involvement in that. We had to make safety plans, service referrals, accommodations with what parents could actually provide, caregiving capacity based on the allegations at the time.
And in your capacity as director, do you have access to that history and all those files?
I do.
Okay. What kinds of parenting issues involving Colt, as well as the others, were raised in some of those files?
So some of the earliest information we had concerned truancy, physical abuse, substance abuse, domestic violence, verbal abuse, inadequate supervision. I mean, there's a plethora of issues that we've encountered over the years with the family.
And in your review of the cases, were there any indications that any of the children needed, like psychological counseling, therapeutic support?
Yes.
Are you able to describe any of that, especially with regard to Colt?
Yes. If you'll give me just a second, I'm pausing in part just to make sure there's certain things that I keep confidential but properly describe it. There were concerns involving Colt's behavior at school, and there were, not too long after that, there were concerns raised about physical abuse by specifically their mother, involving Colt specifically. And that was an investigation that we formally opened, that across a few months we talked to various people, family members, the children, and we made a safety plan with some referrals for services for like therapy, if I recall correctly. And to the best of my recollection, the family did not follow up with those. So what we had done in that particular case is, once we did our investigation, we closed it, but we had those referrals made out to designated service providers, and what we expected is that with non-compliance, we would hear back. That did not end up being the case, although we still would have we'd have additional reports not long after that.
Mm-hmm. The parents were married, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did any of those investigations end up with an agreement that Colin was going to take custody of the children?
Yes. We had a case that went from a formal investigation to what I believe is a family preservation case, but essentially the way that it worked is we looked into allegations of domestic violence, substance abuse issues, that the children had been locked out of the home, physical abuse targeted at Colt, some verbal abuse, and that case ran from November of 2022 to, I believe, the end of October 2023. And at the end of that case is where, because of several failed drug screens by the mother, and essentially corroboration to an extent by collateral sources that the children were facing abuse, but Colt in particular, that's when we went ahead and placed the children with the father. Since he retained his legal rights, we try to avoid foster care if we can, if we don't have identified issues with a parent that is
able to take care of them, which is what our assessment was.
Yeah, as a frame of reference, can you outline for the court how a general investigation of that nature would take place? How it would go from an investigation to family preservation to a custody agreement?
Generally, what happens with any defects case is that we're going to get a report that alleges child abuse or neglect. It'll be specific types that that serves as the basis of what we investigate. If we actually have enough information to assign it for investigation, that's what a lot of people understand to be like Child Protective Services. We'll do that investigation. I think we generally try to complete it within 45 days. Sometimes it can run longer, but what we're looking for is anything to substantiate the allegations of abuse. And we talk to the children, we talk to anyone else involved in their lives, we look at records, that kind of thing. We will unsubstantiate or substantiate the claims, and then at that point is when we decide if we need to stay involved or if we can safely close the case. In this particular matter, after we determined that there were still ongoing safety issues, we moved the case to that family preservation services type that I described, and that's when we're trying to deploy interventions that can mitigate ongoing safety concerns.
How do you determine if allegations are substantiated or unsubstantiated?
It's going to be a combination of sources. So we're going to look, we use a preponderance of the evidence standard, but what we're looking at is information that we gather from the children, from family members, from parents, records like school records, medical records, different types of interviews and written sources to look at that and see if it meets the standards of the allegations that were made, but we may also uncover new allegations that, based on the evidence, we end up substantiating.
And does substantiation necessarily mean it gets into court?
No.
Okay. So in this case, you're talking about in 2023, Colin got custody of all 3 children?
I wouldn't describe it as him getting custody necessarily, because he still technically had it as they were married. I think they remained married. I could be mistaken. But what we did was we worked out a plan where the children would be with him, and he would be expected to limit contact, prohibit contact, essentially.
In a case like that, would the department do follow-up visits with say in this case, the father, if the safety plan was for him to maintain custody and limit mom?
We would. Now, we would generally be looking for some information that indicates noncompliance. But what we often struggle with different families is like transients moving places, or a parent may have been compliant and become non-compliant, so we can't find them. So there are always a lot of factors that go into trying to follow up in general with a family.
How does it change your jurisdiction, say from one county to another? How does that impact your ability to maintain any kind of follow-up?
Well, in that particular case, we actually had what I would describe as like dueling county involvement. So at times we'd have Jackson County DFACS checking, we'd have Ben Hill County DFACS checking, but and technically all of our staff have got access to the same system, so we can see records regardless of where the family may be located at that time. But if we don't know where they've gone and we can't seem to find a credible source of it, then we really get stuck unless we can find a neighbor that tells us where they've gone, or a family member, something like that. That could give us a new lead.
And you mentioned Ben Hill County. Is that where this particular case started?
I believe that it did, yes.
And following up with Jackson County, did DFACS or your office have any irregularities that they were concerned about after 2023?
Can you say that one more time?
Did your office in Jackson County have any irregularities or issues that they were concerned about following the children going up with Dad in 2023?
I can't readily recall anything. I think that because we had done pretty extensive work with the family, and we had this understanding that their father would continue to be making caregiving decisions, that's when we felt like it was safe to close the case. We hadn't gotten any reports. I don't believe we'd gotten another report for the lifetime of that case, in fact, and that ran from, again, November 2022 to, I think, when we closed it technically on Halloween 2023.
And the case then that brought Colt into care on October of 2025, was there an open defects investigation on the other children prior to him being involved in it?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
The children came into foster care at our request on September 5th, 2024.
So was it directly related to the shooting at the school?
It was, but also because of the prior history of the family. It became pretty clear to us very quickly that the mother was still very involved in their lives, and the severity of the issue meant that we went ahead and requested custody. We also we didn't feel that we could vet alternatives to foster care, like family members and others, quickly enough, and there were some concerns, so we went ahead and requested emergency foster care.
And that was a month before you brought Colt in?
No, so his siblings entered foster care September 5th, 2024, and then Colt was placed in foster care October 6th, 2025.
Okay, so that was over a year.
Yes.
Okay. And in that intervening year, did your department have investigations ongoing that raised concerns to you regarding both those children and Colt?
Yes.
And what kind of concerns were those?
There were various concerns. There were concerns about inadequate supervision, inadequate food, shelter, medical care for all of the children, educational neglect, ongoing substance abuse, in particular by their mother, threats that she made against Colt in particular. I mean, there was a significant amount of concern that we had to look into.
And at that time that you brought the other children into care, was the department aware that Colt was in DJJ custody?
Yes.
Okay. Was the department aware that Colt and his mom were having regular communications during that time?
Yes, we were.
How were you made aware of that?
I believe it was a combination of information from perhaps Colt's counsel or a guardian, perhaps it was actually a guardian ad litem, that had been getting reports of his mother's contact with him in the facility and concerns about the content of some of their calls in particular. I don't know that I've adequately answered your question, but I remember that being a huge issue going into his removal into foster care.
And did the department have a position on whether or not contact should be maintained between mom and Colt?
Our position, at minimum, was that she was expected to comply with a court order, and I believe the court had issued a no-contact order between her and Colt in early July 2025, maybe end of June, somewhere around that time. There were concerns then about the calls that were being made, the content. Colt was not doing well, and there were concerns about her involvement, pushing him toward an inability to progress in some of his care at the facility.
And when you became his temporary custodians, did the department get access to information from DJJ on his medical and mental health issues?
Yes, we did.
What kinds of mental health challenges did they communicate to you that he was having?
The records were pretty extensive that they provided to me to review. So what I could see was that from essentially intake when he arrived for detention, he was getting workups. He's being fully evaluated for general health concerns, vision, like a well check, dental care, and then mental health needs, and that's where, not too long after intake, like within a few days after intake, he was describing what he said he believed were undiagnosed mental health issues, and talking about, some of the prior things he's experienced, things that he was experiencing then, suicidal ideation, self-harm, and the self-harm too was pretty quickly documented in the records. They could see that he...
And normally for children who are in care, is DFACS responsible for making sure they get appropriate mental health as well as physical, medical issues taken care of?
Yes.
And would that mean that you and your department and DJJ would need to interface to make sure for your responsibility that all that was being complied with?
Yes, so we did.
And during your review of the information that you got from DJJ at that time, were you able to determine whether or not appropriate measures were being taken for his mental health?
I was able to make that determination. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, even though he entered foster care, and that was really also when I was trying to do my initial safety assessment, that's a component. I was doing these things at the same time. I also was asking basically any healthcare facility I could think of under the sun if they had any records involving Colt, because I couldn't really get great leads on where he'd gotten care. He was telling me he hadn't gotten anything except for maybe an eye check. He didn't recall going to any doctors over the course of his life. So I was sending those requests out, and I was also collaborating with DJJ staff to look at what they had.
And did you find anything that suggested that he had appropriate private medical care prior to coming into DJJ?
No. I was really surprised by the complete absence of care, because you normally don't see that. I mean, even with some families that struggle, you'll still see that maybe they've been the pediatrician, prior years, but I wasn't really getting any luck there.
And during this time that he was in your care, what kinds of other investigations were done by the department to determine what the family life and family structure was like?
So I needed to talk to several family members, so I did. I talked to his grandmother, I talked to paternal aunts, I talked to a maternal aunt, I talked to the clinical team at the facility, the educational team, administrative staff. I reviewed all those records, and I was trying to discern I was trying to discern, essentially whether he was safe there and was getting adequate care, and so I was looking at, what they had in their records at that time for diagnoses, treatment, any behavioral incidents, all of that stuff together.
Now, when you're assessing a case for safety, particularly with regard to medical, does the department take into consideration things like failure to provide treatment, failure to provide medical or counseling services if the child looks like they need it, failure to do dental and eye exams? Do they take that into account when they're determining what is neglect and abuse?
Yes. Those are, we have various categories of child maltreatment, and generally they're going to fall into, abuse, neglect, or other. And so what I was looking at is all of that information together and trying to separate them out into whether I had enough, I'd met with the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence standard for those different categories. And I ultimately did end up making several substantiations on both parents involving Colt.
And if you can, what were the categories of those substantiations?
So for his father, and again this was focused on Colt in my case, for his father, I believe there were 11 categories that I recently substantiated for child abuse and neglect. And I'm going to make sure I get all this. So inadequate supervision, inadequate food, shelter, medical care, educational neglect, domestic violence, lack of psychological care. Let's see. There's a category for gunshot in our maltreatment codes, and that describes if a parent fails to adequately secure a weapon and it discharges. There were many poisoning. That's one that I substantiated on the father and mother. But overall, across those, and I would have to look at my notes to remember all of them, but I believe Colin had 11 different categories across abuse, neglect, and other. Imminent risk of harm is the other category. That's where if they fail to comply with prior cases and now the children are in harm's way. Marcy actually, I think, had 12 substantiations, so more than Colin, and the reason for that is that I found enough evidence that she was physically abusing him. There were several sources that got into detail about how he was the target of her ire for various reasons over the years. That's not to say there weren't allegations against their father for also physically abusing Colt, but I couldn't find evidence of like marks and bruises like I did involving mother and Colt.
Now, part of, as I understand it, the case manager's job is to go out and see the child as well as work with the parents. Did you ever go out and visit Colt?
I did.
Okay. How many times? Do you recall?
I don't. I at least... we have to do monthly visits. Just depending on when it was, I would do monthly, sometimes twice. I think for the month of November, I ended up that my visit was like at the tail end of October and then beginning of December, so I didn't technically see him in November, but we also would talk on the phone and I would stay in contact with with the staff there to make sure that he was doing well.
Did his brother and sister have a separate case manager?
Yes.
Okay. And just to reaffirm, you're not specifically a case manager, you were just performing a case manager role because of the complexity of the case?
Yes.
Okay. And during your visits and conversations with Colt, did you ever get a handle on, from him and or from DJJ, what they were doing to address his mental health needs?
I did. They would describe in the records, I could look at how his evaluations and diagnoses changed over time along with the medication. I could see where symptoms would wax and wane. I heard from Colt, too, about what he was experiencing. So I would ask him, generally, do you feel safe here? Is there anything you want to tell me? And let it be sort of led by him. Some concerns that I heard were that he was having a hard time sleeping. There were several self-harm incidents. They would adjust his medication. But for the best I can tell from the records, I think that he arrived in September of 2024 and for several months didn't have medication. They were still doing a lot of evaluation, but he was describing what he was experiencing and seeing or hearing, anxiety. At times he would say mania or psychosis, and they would adjust accordingly.
And did the records reflect reflect any improvement in his behaviors while he was being treated?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to talk to the personnel at the YDCs?
I did.
And did they also reflect that he had improved while he was on medication?
They did, and one of my earliest notes, I think this was in fact my first visit to see him on, I think it was October 8th of 2025. The staff said that, so I had my meeting with him, I then met for some time with staff, and my takeaway, which I have in my notes, is that they believed that the no contact order that had been effectuated against his mother in July, I believe, of that year, combined with the start of medication, those two things together had changed him into essentially a different child. He was sleeping better. He was eating. I believe it was that time that he went from losing a lot of weight because he thought he was being poisoned to starting to eat more, and they felt like no contact and medication is what the difference maker was. They believed that his mother was fueling this like ongoing obsession with school shooters, and that then seemed to change direction for him. He started participating more in a lot of other positive improvements.
Now, Colt during this time was 14 and 15 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. With your experience with DFACS, is that a critical time for children in their development?
I'm not an expert in that area. Primarily, I'm an administrator of the agency, but I have been in charge of DFACS now for 5 years, and that, especially for younger boys, is a really important time in their lives. And we are concerned about more and more reports and investigations where teenage kids are exposed to awful things online.
Now, when you had your meetings with Colt, did he talk to you about wanting to have contact with his mother?
Yes.
What was his position on that?
He misses her, and he still misses her.
Is it the department's position that it's in his best interest to maintain the suspended contact?
I don't think that it's in his best interest for her to have contact, but I can tell that he desperately misses his mother.
Okay. During this time also that he was in your care, were steps taken by the department to initiate any kind of psychological evaluations for him?
Typically, we'll try to coordinate at the start of foster care that the child receive a trauma assessment, which they get through Medicaid, all children in foster care are on Medicaid, and a CCFA, which I think is like a comprehensive child and family assessment. I was not able to do those for a couple main reasons. He had gotten an extensive workup to evaluate trauma, is the response I got back from his clinical team. They didn't really want to have off-site contracted providers coming in-house to do that work. And I wanted to respect the process. I didn't have a case to compare it to either, so I wanted to just do my best with what we could.
And so you weren't able to get any independent evaluations?
No, but I, based on what I had heard from family members and others, there were some things I would have wanted to get checked. He had some very early school records that indicated it was either a 504 or an IEP with some concerning behaviors, and I wondered if he needed to be evaluated for like autism spectrum disorder or some other things.
Did you, in your investigation, come across information that indicated that prior to the shooting, Colt had tried to get help from his family?
I did, his mother had been giving him Zoloft. So, when I talked to family members and him and even his siblings, it seemed pretty consistent that there was knowledge about how much difficulty he was experiencing. The inconsistencies were more about who knew what, when, and that's what the status was leading up to September 4th.
And though he was not brought into trial before the shooting, had those concerns been raised to you after Colin and the family moved up to Jackson? Would the department have initiated a new investigation?
Say that one more time.
Though he was not brought into care until after the shooting, had those concerns about his call wanting to get some help and the inconsistencies as to who knew what when, would that have been enough to raise concerns to the department to begin an investigation in Jackson County?
I believe it would have been.
And when, while he was at the YDC, were you familiar with what his diagnosis was?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what can you tell us about that? Obviously, if it goes into confidence areas that you can't divulge, but what can you tell us about that?
So, my best recollection is, and this is like several hundred pages worth of documents, so bear with me, but that he came in, he did extensive screenings at intake. There was pretty regular involvement with like clinical review for the symptoms he was raising. There were some self-harm incidents. He was getting therapy, but I think it was the summer of 2025 when he, best I can tell is when he started taking medication, and then there was consideration for generalized anxiety disorder, PTSD. At some point there was social conduct disorder. I don't believe that's still a diagnosis, or wasn't at the conclusion of my investigation on that limited record set. There was considerations for malingering that I believe got phased out. He was telling staff that he had.
Your Honor, I'm going to politely object. I don't think there's anything untoward going on, but we've already had a forensic psychologist that forensically went through all these things for this purpose and had a detailed report that is presented to the court about all these things. She seems to be trying to go more as a lay person reading these reports, trying to remember them. I believe it can be confusing in that this has already been presented in a more forensic, professional way, not taken back from her, but like she's trying to remember what she read, whereas the other witness was there. I think because it's the same thing, it's just confusing.
Part of her investigation, and this goes to some of the conclusions that she's going to make with regarding the rest of the family going forward in the case, even though we will reach a point at which Colt will be removed from foster care.
So obviously the doctor that testified earlier had the background. He was admitted as an expert to go into those things. I recall his testimony and have extensive notes from it. I'm going to allow her some leeway to testify, but I realize she is just recounting what she's read in reports and that she's not a mental health expert.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. So, again, you can go ahead and complete your understanding of what his diagnosis was relative to your investigation.
It changed over the course of their evaluations. So, he had reported some family history too of diagnoses like bipolar disorder and schizophrenia, and so there's some notes about that throughout.
What happened with Colt's position as foster child? Well, he was in RYDC. What happened after that?
He was essentially in the dependency case in juvenile court. The parties worked out a compromise, if you will, where instead of his either parent being involved in his day-to-day decision-making, that we believed that his grandmother, his maternal grandmother, could do that in lieu of foster care.
Okay. So was she given some kind of custody through the foster care?
The judge permitted her to effectuate a legal document. I can't recall if it's like power of attorney or guardianship, but something akin to that with the mother.
So at some point then, his case was closed with BFACS. Is that right?
His foster care case was closed. The investigative part, looking into the allegations of abuse and neglect, has continued. It's still technically open.
Since that's still technically open, does the department have a direction that they're going with that? Now that I have made substantiations against his parents, my plan is then to just formally work through the administrative process of closing out the case. If there were new reports that we got, then that could extend it. That's not uncommon either, but that's the status right now. So then, at that point, then officially, DFAC's connection with Colt will be ended once you close that portion of the case?
Yes.
Okay. As you reach your conclusion, would it be the department's position that it's in Colt's best interest to remain not having much contact with his family until his legal position is resolved?
Right now, I wouldn't recommend that he has contact with his parents, although if there was some way that there could be appropriate supervision between he and his mother, then I would consider it because of his wishes that he's indicated recently.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross, Mr. Smith.
Hey, Mr. Price. I'm Brad Smith of District Attorney's Office. So just for clarification, when you say Colt's in foster care, that's more of a legal designation. He's not gone anywhere. He stayed in the detention center the entire time.
That's right.
Okay.
And he's not currently in foster care.
Right. Okay. And that's a legal definition for like if someone needs to sign medical things and direct his kind of stuff.
Yes, that can be a basis for it. Yeah.
And you were talking about his mental health issues. Were you following the court's or the state's presentation of evidence over the last 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that all of the mental health experts that he dealt with at the facility had found that he was malingering and not truthful about his symptoms?
An earlier clinician did. My understanding was that at some point malingering fell off as a diagnosis. I don't know what the current status is.
Right. So the first, I think it was Dr. Dupree, his first psychiatrist, they did testing and found out, and she suspected that he was malingering. They actually did tests on him that confirmed he was malingering. He was turned over to Dr. Ackerman, which is a psychologist. He followed him, and all this time he's not being medicated for anything. And he found where he was malingering, and then he then said, we're going to take away the malingering because he's not saying he has psychotic symptoms at this point. And then he was turned over to another psychiatrist, Dr. Freeman, I believe.
Judge, is there a question here? It seems like Mr. Smith is belong to the moment.
Correct? Or do you not remember?
I don't know that I completely agree with that. admitting, though, that I'm not a clinician. So, no, I mean, I did see that at some point there was a malingering suspicion. I think it was a diagnosis code in some of the earlier records, but then that it was removed.
Dr. Ackerman removed it.
That's right, and in some of my interactions with Dr. Ackerman and Dr. Freeman, they indicated that would happen, that they were trying to either rule it in or rule it out, and they thought it might, in fact, be ruled out. But I was that's a limited set of time that I was involved.
But the only time that it was in the records that it was ruled out was Dr. Ackerman. And then later on, Dr. Freeman found instances of him malingering to her, or him. Excuse me.
I don't know what was beyond that data set or record set.
After that he was interviewed by his psychologist, Dr. Richards.
Okay.
And given tests when was malingering then too.
I haven't been in, I don't know what's in any of those reports.
So we've had 2 other doctors saying he was malingering after that Dr. Ackerman took off the malingering diagnosis.
I believe you. I don't know. I wasn't involved in that process.
Okay. Well, you told the judge that the malingering had been taken off, and I just want to point out that that's not correct.
I understand. I'm sorry. My time was limited to a specific data set, and I just recall that being something that fell off as a diagnosis.
Okay. So let's go back to Defect's first involvement with the case. That was started in August of 2021.
That was I believe the first report that we received on the family.
And that was on Colt had researched how to kill your dad on the school computer.
Yes.
And he would have been in 6th grade at the time.
I believe so.
So the first report had nothing to do with Marcy or Colin doing anything to Colt.
Not that I recall offhand.
And then the next report was in February 1st of 2022, so a few months later, and that report was that Colt was not enrolled in school.
I believe the next report was one alleging physical abuse by Ms. Gray.
Okay. So that would have been between the August and the February one?
We had the initial August report that you described. We had a report that alleged physical abuse involving Colt, and then we had I believe it was in back-to-back. We had reports about truancy for all the children. Okay. January, February, I'm sorry.
Okay. So between August of 21 and February 22, around that area is when you had the physical abuse.
Yes, sir.
And that was Marcy, and it was specifically that she slapped Colt, correct?
It was, yes, that she slapped him and that he had a swollen lip.
Okay. And then, so then you had, in February, you had, all the kids weren't enrolled in school, but Colt specifically.
I believe the report it had for all the children being that they were excessively truant. It was like over 20 days for each child.
And then the next report came in, that was February, the next report came in that November.
Yes.
And that was Marcy being intoxicated.
It was several allegations. That I think was probably the primary one is substance abuse, but there were also concerns about the children's hygiene at school. The parents arguing, like domestic violence allegations, that type of stuff.
And the domestic violence was between the parents with each other?
Yes.
Okay. And then fast forward a whole year to October of 2023 is the next issue, and that is Marcy test positive for drugs.
That case, I think what you're saying is that case ran from November 2022 right to basically October, the end of October the following year.
Right.
And that's because of a failed drug screen, one of a few in fact, but right. Yeah.
And then, so that was October, y'all gave the kids to the father.
Yes.
And then the case was closed on October 31st, 2023.
Yes.
Okay. So what we have here, the allegations are truancy, hygiene, and mom's using drugs, and there was one incident in 6th grade where mom slapped him.
There was, for the case that involved allegations of physical abuse involving Mom and Colt, it was more than one occasion of the allegations of hitting, but that was a very short case compared to the November 2022 to October 2023.
And that was back when he was in 6th grade.
I believe so, yes.
So in 2021 was allegation of mom physical abuse with him.
Yes.
But all you have substantiated is a slapping with the lip.
And in fact, it wasn't substantiated. We had contradictory accounts from the children.
So that was not substantiated?
It wasn't. The children had different versions.
Okay. Now, you said, you testified on direct that new things categories have been recently substantiated. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by recently substantiated?
So a defects investigation per policy, I think, is supposed to be completed within 45 days. It can run longer. It just depends on the case. Often, if you have history with a family, then you're not often. You have to look at all of that. And then if the current issue that you're investigating has multiple allegations, it can run longer. And in fact, mine did. So my substantiations were across multiple categories. And then I issued official notice, I think it was last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
And when did you agree when was it agreed that you would be a witness in this case?
I think that we had talked about it leading up to the start of this. I mean, I kind of expected a subpoena, so I've been preparing one way or another. And I knew coming that I could be called, but he asked if I would be here.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, what came first? You knowing you were going to testify, or you substantiating these new claims?
Oh, I substantiated first. I didn't.
Last Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there were several sources for these new claims. What were the several sources?
Record review, interviews with different people, children, family members, other people that are involved in the children's lives.
Okay. So these several sources are Colt's family members?
Not just that. I mean, it could be the guardian ad litem that is assigned to any of the kids. In fact, it was. And then I'm trying to make sure I cover everybody that I've talked to. DJJ staff. I mean, so it wasn't just family members, but that's generally the universe of what I recall.
The process of substantiation, how long are we talking about where these sources came forward with these new claims?
Oh, I mean, they're not necessarily new. It's just that I was trying to make sure that I did a thorough investigation into each of them, and it was just significant review of materials.
Was it before or after Colt decided he was going to plead guilty and y'all knew there was going to be a sentencing hearing?
I didn't know what his goal was going to be for court.
Okay. I want to ask general broad questions about DFACS and what y'all do, and thank you for what y'all do. How many children approximately does DFACS monitor for homelessness?
If you mean for open investigations that we have for homelessness,
monitoring the children.
Oh, I don't know what you mean by monitor. I mean, we probably get several hundred thousand, maybe a couple thousand. That's almost pure speculation on my part right now about reports that have that allegation is one or many. But generally, we're not going to be investigating homelessness. We try to differentiate between like a poverty issue versus, actual abuse or neglect.
What about malnourishment?
I don't know the number offhand, but I mean, if it's also sort of a sliding scale to try to determine if it rises to the level of abuse or if it's neglect, abuse, or poverty. And so we'll be looking at prior history. We'll look at what collateral sources tell us as part of the initial safety assessment if we get a report that makes that allegation.
And how many investigations do you think in a year are for allegations of severe beatings to children?
The majority of the reports that we get in any given year are going to include an allegation of neglect. It's going to be primarily neglect in basically every county in terms of number of reports. For physical abuse, I can't recall where it falls in the like top 5, but I could probably get that information for you. We have it publicly posted.
We're talking hundreds, thousands?
Probably thousands. We get, I think last year we opened several thousand cases in general. I mean, so they would fall within those.
Same general idea about how many do y'all get referrals for children that had intentionally broken bones by their caregivers?
In what I would describe as more non-accidental trauma cases, then that's going to be a much smaller category. I don't know that we're even talking hundreds per year.
Okay. How about strangulation?
I don't know that number offhand. That's going to be a much smaller category.
Intentional burns?
I don't know that number offhand, but I think based on my anecdotal recall of our cases per year, it's going to be higher than an allegation of strangulation or non-accidental trauma.
How about sexual abuse?
It's going to be a pretty recurrent allegation that we get.
That's a pretty large number, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How about rape specifically?
We categorize it as more sexual abuse or sexual exploitation. That's the maltreatment codes that we would use. So we don't refer to it as rape unless we've done the investigation and we have enough evidence to indicate that in fact occurred.
Okay. And the last is probably another subset is like child sex trafficking. Y'all get investigations for that?
We do.
How many do you think you get that in a year?
Several hundred, maybe we're looking at 1,000 to 2,000. It's been going up in recent years.
Yeah. So to sum up, Colt had a less than ideal upbringing in childhood.
Yes.
But also to sum up, we've seen worse, haven't we? I think that's fair, but child abuse or maltreatment in general is something we just want to try to avoid or work with the children to address the trauma. I agree. Thank you. Let me redirect.
In the context of intensity to a child, does it matter if they were abused by their parent by slapping in the face or having their arm broken? In their view, does it matter?
Judge Nicholas calls for speculation.
Judge, she works with an agency that has to make these determinations all the time, and when they're working to reunify.
Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain it. I think slapping in the face is not as bad as intentionally breaking a bone, but got another question.
Within the context of DFAC's policy, you don't really monitor cases, do you? You get them on referral?
Correct.
Okay. So your resources with the department don't allow you to track every child or every circumstance that exists in the state of Georgia, right?
That's right. We rely on reports.
Okay. Is it reasonable to believe that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported?
Say that one more time.
Is it reasonable to assume that not all cases that have severe abuse are reported to DFACs?
Yes, it's reasonable. We often will find out later.
And when you get a referral and a report, do you have a legal obligation to follow through and make sure, whatever the intensity of the allegation, that the case is investigated?
Yes, and we have extensive policies that help guide case managers on what they should do based on the maltreatment codes alleged.
And is there a policy on how you handle families who have recurring referrals to DFACS?
There are several policies that apply, yes.
And so if a family has more referrals than, say, the standard, which may be one time over spanking a child, but several things, and it may not be severe each one, how do your policies interpret the way you approach that fact?
We review all of the records that we have, including just reports, including if we did an investigation, what that is, all the different case types that we would have worked, and then we review them together to determine if there's like chronicity, if the severity of the claims, all of those. So it can be very discretionary, but that's why we have DFACS policy that helps guide case managers.
And would recurring referrals raise more red flags than a single referral?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the further on.
Ma'am, do you mind spelling your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, it's BROCE.
Thank you. You're free to go. Mr. Allen.
Hey, Judge, I have one more witness. I don't know if the court wants to break it out for lunch, or this witness, I don't know. I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
Do you think she's one, or he or she would be one before? I mean, we'd get done by 12 with them, or do you think they're going to be on the stand for an hour or two?
It's not going to be an hour or two, but I don't think we'll be done by 12.
Okay. Would you like to break now? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a lunch recess. Be back at 12:50. Counsel. Yeah.
All right, so he says he has one more witness. Now, I don't know if that's one more witness in general or one more witness for today. It sounds like he just has one more witness. So the defense maybe just has one more witness. So they're going to break for lunch now. It's going to be an early lunch, and then they're coming back at 12:50. All right, so let's just do a quick little recap. I'm not going to go into detail of what Marcy talked about over the phone. All right, so we started today with investigator Ashley Gilland. She did the comparison of the gear that was used. So, here, let me turn this down. Okay, turn down the background. So she talks about the firearm, ammunition, vest, backpack, knife, and writings. So she compared 5 previous incidences where this happened. Colt was the only one that bought REM oil, and they think that he bought that specifically in case this firearm jammed. She's comparing the texts. What Cruz wrote about, I'll text you in about an hour. It's important. Please answer when I do. There were similarities to the Michigan incident where they both staged in a bathroom. So he literally is just copying. He's like this conglomeration, right? He's copying, all these other incidences. The journal details a plan to mimic Ethan. Make our way to the classroom like Adam did. I want to go in and stare at them. So as far as his motive, at first he says it's not about attention. Remember when he's crying, breaking down, pretend crying, whatever he wants to call that. He says it's not about attention or to seek fame. It's the voices that told him to do this. But then obviously we heard those phone calls with Marcy, and it is all about, that's all he was after. Yeah, I don't even want to go over Marcy's phone calls. That was just too messed up. The only good thing is that she, like I said earlier, she exposed Colt for truly what's in his heart. And then also eventually she got, she was not allowed to communicate with him, as we found out later. So let's see. The next witness was Stephen Baker. He was a counselor. He met Colt several times a week. He says he's not a mental health counselor, but he would talk about life and social skills with Colt, how to prepare him in the event that he does get out. He said that he was very cooperative. He got along well with others. He said he did become angry, but it was rare. He was able to manage it. He was on meds, but he doesn't know the time. He thinks it was like at least 6 months, maybe a year, but he was not on meds for the first few months. Then under cross, he doesn't know. Well, he says he met Colt April 9th, 2024, but that was obviously well before, because this happened September 4th, not in April. So he got that wrong. He's incorrect about the date. He knew what Colt did. He was aware of Colt's jail phone calls. And then they talk about this whole rule of like you can't glorify violence, you can't bring in photos, you can't create a shrine, all this stuff. Which is exactly so those phone calls, I guess, those phone calls were from this place where Stephen Baker was. I thought he was just like in a jail, like a jail cell, but apparently he was at this facility, I guess. And here's Marcy trying to sneak things in, right? She was trying to get pictures in. She was trying to do all this stuff, make a shrine for him. So they do cut off communication with Marcy after finding out about his requests. So that's a good thing. And then finally, we heard from Candace Broach, I think she said. She's the state commissioner, DFACS state commissioner. She says Colt was placed into foster care October 6th of 2025. Interesting, because you would think he's under the care of the state, but I guess a foster family decided to take him, which is kind of weird. But mom violated the court order by making contact while still in custody. Dad was, of course, Collins, incarcerated, so and there's also no contact order with him. There were current concerns. She had concerns about the parents' history, and open foster case with his siblings. She said she had difficulty in gaining compliance, primarily with the mother, with Macy. Had to make safety plans, which parent could provide caregiving. Apparently there was, well, not apparently, we know there was truancy. We know there was definitely substance abuse. She talks a little bit about physical. She talks about DV, inadequate supervision. She had concerns with Colt at school and the physical assaults by Marcy against Colt. And Colt does talk about that in his texts. And there's a picture of Marcy wanting to get to the firearm, and I think he pushes her or something like that. I kind of don't quite remember how that all went down, but there's a picture of her on the floor. We know that mom had substance abuse issues. Marcy was expected to comply with court order. There were concerns about the jail calls. Colt didn't recall going to any doctors over the course of his life other than to the eye doctor. Marcy was getting flagged more than Colin. Miss Broche here, she did monthly visits with Colt, and she would also talk on the phone. Apparently, Colt was having a hard time sleeping, several self-harm incidences. The meds were adjusted. So September 2024, of course, it happened on the 4th, so he came in. He was having anxiety, mania, psychosis. Meds would be adjusted. He did improve with those meds. His obsession with these mass incidences changed over time after talking with Marcy ended. All right, I'll give him that. if we're going to, it's always a ledger, right? You always have to look at mitigating circumstances versus aggravating factors. So the fact that he got away from Marcy and he stopped this obsession with, you have to put that in. You got to put that in the column over there. Does that outweigh? That's up to the judge to decide. So she says Colt misses Marcy. It's not in his best interest to have contact with her, but he does desperately miss her. She thinks summer of 2025, that's when the meds started. Summer of 2025. She says she is aware of general anxiety disorder, PTSD, and the malingering got phased out. Here's what piqued my interest. This pricked up my ears. He claims, or somebody's saying there's a family history of bipolar and schizophrenia. And I think, Janet, I think you or somebody, if it wasn't you, Janet, I'm sorry, but somebody said, how do you know, or how does he know that there was family history of bipolar or schizophrenia when he never went to the hospital or the doctor? How do they know? Who's reporting this? Is that more self-reporting? That was like, ooh, who is it? Who is it in your family that's bipolar and has schizophrenia? Please tell us more. Then under cross, tests confirmed Colt was malingering. Malingering basically just means he's faking it. And again, I'm looking at this through the lens of Carlos Reales Dominguez, and all the experts that testified for him saying, yeah, he had schizophrenia. He was going through a psychotic break. He had issues. Who's Tanner and Brian? Appeals were supposed to be off the table for them. Terry, I'm not sure who those are. Are those mass situations? I'm not familiar with them. Let's see what else. She gave her official notice last Wednesday. I know some of you were saying, what? You just got involved last Wednesday. No, she's been involved with this, but she issued an official notice last Wednesday. I'm not sure what that notice was. How many? Then Mr. What's Brad's last name? Sorry, Brad. Smith. Mr. Smith. He goes, well, how many children does DFACS monitor for homelessness? A couple thousands, pure speculation. Generally, they don't investigate that. How about malnourished? Doesn't know that number. How about severe beatings? Well, we go for more for neglect, probably in the thousands. How about strangulation? Doesn't know that number. How about intentional burns? Doesn't know that number. How about SA? It's a pretty large number. How about the assault? Doesn't refer to that unless they've investigated. Fair. How about trafficking? Several hundred, maybe 1,000 to 2,000. So he was just kind of trying to show that as the commissioner, she doesn't have those numbers readily available. Whether that's right or wrong is what it is, but I think that's what Mr. Smith was trying to show. And then on redirect, they came up and said she confirmed she can't track every child, and she relies on reports to make her findings. So, all right. I don't know how many likes we're at, you guys. How many likes are we at? I usually have something set up over there. I see 304. So I'll have to set it up. Usually I have it set up over there, and I can look at it. But I see 304 likes. So thank you. Thank you guys for getting us to 300, over 300. If you are still hanging out with us and you're not in chat and you're just listening and or watching, please take a moment to hit the like button. Oh, Horner and Kohlberger. Okay. Oh, Tanner and Brian. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. Terry and Cooper. P. Cooper. Appreciate that. So, Tanner and pled guilty. Appeals were supposed to be off the tables for them. Yes, and I saw Kohlberger was here. Let me move this up. Kohlberger is trying to get it overturned or something. I saw a headline. I didn't really check in on that. I did see that yesterday. Kohlberger's trying to get it erased or something. I don't know. Gordon, that's what we call him. I got that from Florida PI Sam. She's like, that's what they are called officially, are incidences. So I needed that. I got that from Florida PI Sam. Heidi, I suppose Colt will have 2 years in juvenile first. He's being tried, or he's being sentenced as an adult. He's being considered an adult. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure if he's going to be in juvenile first or just get sent straight to general, just general pop, gen pop, whatever, you know. Grey Wolf, thank you for the 10 jewels. Your thumbs up. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sherry, I'm actually surprised the defense didn't call another psychiatrist. I agree. Remember with Carlos, we heard from psychologists. We heard from like 3 or 4 psychiatrists. We heard from a social worker. You know, we heard from his family. We heard from his dad, his sister. I'm a little surprised at that as well. He wants to take it back, the plea. Okay, Renee. Yeah, like I said, I just saw the headline. I didn't click on it, but I saw the headline in multiple places. So I'm like, ooh, that's gonna create a stir. So does he want to go to trial now? He wants to say he's not guilty. Is that what he's saying? Alicia, usually when they are a minor, they continue in juvenile until they age out, and then they are sent to the big boy prison. Yeah, makes sense. Agent, my mom enabled one of my bad behavior brothers. He was her little black sheep. Let's see. Others are kept in juvenile detention, Granny says. Brat, under Georgia law, he can't be put in Gen Pop until he reaches 18. Being tried as an adult doesn't change that. It's for the safety of the minor. Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Granny, some jails do have separate sections for minors. We'll be following it after, you know, we've been, Erin's been making shorts. She just made another short for Rashad Murphy. So we've been following their process through the system here in Florida. So we'll try and follow Colt's and Colin. We'll see when they get placed, because usually it takes about 30 days or so for them to be sorted out. Then they're put in a facility that kind of sorts them out. It's kind of like, you know, Harry Potter. It's like the sorting pool, and then they get placed into their forever home, which doesn't necessarily mean forever. They could get, you know, switched around as well. But we'll follow him. Terry, defense may call him next. Yeah, I was wondering that. I was wondering if he's going to get up on the stand. What do you guys think? Think he'll take the stand? We have time. We have a poll going. What should Colt's sentence be? Now, remember, I had a poll. We did a poll. When did we do this poll? Let me see if I can spell right. Votes. All right, we did a poll on day 1, right? So day 1, we did a poll. What should Colt's sentencing be? So day 1, 71% of you thought life without parole. Now you're at 78%. 29% said life with parole. 22%. So it's gone down. The life with parole has gone down a bit. Life without parole has gone up a bit. So I'll get a poll. I don't think he's going to testify because his attorney, who I'm sorry, I'm missing his name right now, Carlton Allen, Mr. Allen, said we have one more witness. So I don't know if he meant we have one more witness for today, because he said it wasn't going to take that long. So I'm thinking Colt is not going to testify. So I'll still get a poll. We can get a poll going maybe after lunch or something. I'll do that. Debbie, I think he might, and put the blame on his parents. I mean, what has he got to lose at this point? What has he got to lose? I mean, really doesn't have, I mean, he's going to be in jail for at least 30 years. So, Brad, it appears that he tried to play everyone so far. I can't imagine him not trying to play the judge. Let's see. Dick Chuck, new to following this. Can you tell me, are the parents also being tried or have potential consequences? These phone calls are sickening. I don't know if people have answered your question, but Marcy is not being charged with anything, and Dad, Colin, is being sentenced this Thursday and Friday. So Colin did go through a trial. We covered that in February, and he was found guilty. He faces up to 184 years. So I see folks are answering your questions. So Beck says, I don't think he will testify. Sherry, I don't think he will testify as to, Yeah, I'll do a poll. We'll do one. Why not? Hokey pokey, for the sake of the survivors, I hope the defendant doesn't make a statement. Do you know if Marcy or Debbie have been in the courtroom? I do not. I don't think they were. We asked Cuda Girl on Friday, and she said no. Cuda Girl said on Friday that Colt did not have anybody. So I don't think they're there. I'm not even sure if Marcy's like free, or if she's like, in jail somewhere. I don't even know. Because I don't know. P. Cooper, if he wants notoriety, he will testify. And there's that. Jenny Lynn, what gets me is the promises were made and not kept. Pretty sure that question is asked of defendants during the plea. Have you ever promised anything in exchange for your plea? You meant the physicist, or do you mean psychiatrist would be the next? Bama, you've been life without parole from the start. I honestly can't remember what I did. I now, for sure now, I'm firmly in life without parole. If ever there was a question, it was erased after those phone calls. Trina Lee says, Leah says, the distinction of one witness left may not include the defendant himself. It's true. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Melody, aren't there usually impact statements during sentencing? Did I miss them? Yeah, they were straight away. They were the first. We heard from, well, you know what? I could play those. I'll play those again. You want to hear those again? You guys want to hear the impact statements? Well, we have an hour. I'm going to go grab some lunch, but we heard like 13, I think. Do you guys want to hear impact statements again while we wait? I could replay those. We heard from Brianna, Mason's mother, two of his sisters, Alana and Liliana, Shanna, who is Richard's wife, Ismael, who is Christian's brother, and then we heard from student victims, Taylor, Natalie, Nautica, Hayden, Ariana, Michaela, Jackson. Do you guys want to hear them? Do you want to hear the victim impact statements? I can play them again. You want to hear them again? Golden Dog Lover, I don't know if the state's going to get rebuttal. I'm not sure if they're going to get rebuttal. I'm not quite sure. You want to hear the sister? I do want to play the sister, but I want to. I was going to play Jenny if the judge took time, like during verdict watch. I was going to play Jenny then. You want to hear the sister instead? You want to hear Marcy? Marcy's like 8 hours. We're not going to. I mean, I could play Marcy. Cajun Bayou Queen wants to hear him. Once is enough. Too heartbreaking. All right. Well, now it's Marcy, Jenny, or victim impact statements. And then we have Kitty Cam. Yes to Jenny. Hey, Myron, how are you? Good to see you. All right. Maybe Jenny. All right, let me see if I can find Jenny. I mean, I know I can find Jenny. Let me just pull her up. All right, let's listen to Jenny. We'll go with Jenny. I think she was what day was she? Jenny was day 7. All right, Jenny was day 7. I think this is her. All right, there's Jenny. All right, we'll play Jenny. Jenny's testimony will be helpful. I'll put Kitty Cam here for those that want to watch Kitty Cam. I'll put Kitty Cam down here. So if you want to watch some Kitty Cam. because actually Jenny's off camera. You don't even see her. So I'll do kitty cam and we'll listen to Jenny. How about that? So we'll get a little bit of both worlds, best of both worlds. Those that want to watch kitty cam can watch kitty cam. Those that want to listen to Jenny,
that's all a lot easier if your dad's convicted.
Can listen to Jenny. We're not going to get to hear all of Jenny because it's her testimony is pretty long. Hold on a sec, sorry. Trying to pull it up. Oh, here she is. Okay, here's Jenny.
Nothing to say.
Thank you. You're free to go.
All right, I'm going to play kitty cam, and then this is Jenny.
Our next witness is a juvenile, so we just ask that the media proceed accordingly.
All right. So, see what meeting you're on first row. Make sure if they come in, they know Terry, but WSB, it's got to be shoulder down or chest down for the juvenile witnesses.
Thank you, Judge. And the state calls Jenny Gray.
What you
All right, I'm just going to have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to start by just having you tell us your name.
My name is Jenny Gray.
And Jenny, how old are you?
I'm 14.
Okay. What grade are you currently in?
9th grade.
And tell us a little bit about what kind of things you like and that you like to do.
I like listening to music in my spare time, and I like reading.
Okay, great. Jenny, do you have any siblings?
Yes.
And tell me what their names are.
My oldest brother is named Colt Gray, and my youngest is Colt Gray.
How much older than you is Colt Gray?
He's 1 year older.
And how much younger than you is Coley Gray? Ish, like,
I'd say 4.
About 4 years younger?
Yeah.
So a good bit younger.
Mm-hmm.
And then you and Colt are like pretty close in age.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are your biological mom and dad?
Marcy Gray and Colin Gray.
Okay. Does Colin Gray also go by Coley? Okay. And do you currently live in Barrow County?
No, ma'am.
And I don't need you to say their names or anything, but who do you live with now?
My foster parents.
Okay. Do you currently have any contact with your biological parents?
No, ma'am.
And do you currently have any contact with your brother, Colt?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time, other than Coley, that you had any contact with anyone in your biological family?
I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. So basically since early September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that your choice?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, I'm going to start by talking a little bit about your life growing up. Did y'all move around a lot with your family when you were growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I asked you to tell me all the dates and specific places and times and stuff, would that be hard for you to do?
Extremely, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take you back to October of 2023. So that was during your 7th grade year when you moved back up to Barrow County with Colin Gray. Do you know what time frame I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you moved up there during your 7th grade year, who all was living in your house at that time?
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. And was this the same house that y'all lived in up until September of 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me where everyone would sleep in the house.
So I would sleep in the master bedroom.
Okay.
And then my father and my younger brother would share a room across from my room. And then Colt had his own room. It was like the smallest one.
Okay. And did you consider the room that was like next to Colin and Coley's room to be Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that room always have a bed in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When it didn't have a bed in it, where would Colt sleep?
When it didn't have a bed, he'd sleep in like our like laundry room place.
Okay.
Where our washing and drying.
Okay. Thank you. So you said Colt was 1 year older than you, so was he 1 grade ahead of you growing up?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were in 7th grade, should he have been in 8th grade?
Yes, ma'am.
And when y'all first moved up from Fitzgerald to Barrow County in what would have been your 7th grade year, were there a few months before any of you got enrolled in school?
Yes, ma'am.
What did y'all do during the day during that time period?
We would just sit at the house, and sometimes Coley would go with my dad to his work. But
okay. Was your dad working full time during that time?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And y'all were just home when he went to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When y'all were just home, you said Coley went with your dad sometimes to work, so sometimes he would go with him and sometimes he would stay home with y'all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever Colin would leave y'all alone at the house, did he lock up the guns in the house or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So talking about that same time frame, after y'all move up here, you said you're not in school for a few months. At some point, did you and Coley get enrolled in school in February of your 7th grade year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What middle school were you going to at that time? Was it Heyman Morris Middle School?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. And was that middle school that was right next to the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In Barrow County?
Yes.
Perfect. So you start going in 7th grade. Did Colt ever go to school that first year y'all moved here? So when you were in 7th grade and he should have been in 8th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colin ever talk about why he didn't make Colt go to school?
Yes, ma'am, but not directly to me.
Okay. Did you ever hear anything that he said about it?
Yes.
Tell me what you remember.
I remember him being stressed over Colt's mental issues.
Okay. And
kind of hesitating to enroll him in that because of his mental issues.
Because of his mental issues. Okay, thank you. So again, I'm still talking about that same kind of time frame. Tell me about what a normal day for your family would look like back then.
I would go to school, and then, well, my dad would go to work, and Coley would go to school, and then I would go to school, and then Colt stayed at the house until we got home.
What would y'all usually do, like in the evenings after school?
We just go and do our own thing. We wouldn't really do anything together, like as a family.
Okay. So did y'all like go out much as a family, like to the park or the playground, anything like that?
Sometimes, but not every day.
Okay. And did you ever do you remember going to the shooting range with Colin and Colt at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and again, I'm not going to ask you to tell us exactly when that was. Was that one time or more than one time that you remember?
Just one time.
Okay. And do you remember Colin and Colt ever going to the shooting range again after that time y'all all went together?
I don't remember.
Okay. Jenny, tell me a little bit about how your relationship was with Colt during this time.
We were close. I mean, I definitely think that, he was closer kind of to me more than, our parents or Coley or, friends at school, like that kind of thing.
Okay.
But it was definitely close.
Okay. And how was Colt's relationship with Colin?
Sometimes it would be good and sometimes it wouldn't.
Okay. Would they fight a lot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What kind of things would they fight about?
They would fight a lot about Colt not getting his way with things.
Okay. Would that set Colt off if he didn't get his way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did it look like when we're talking about them fighting?
Sometimes it would be, just yelling back and forth at each other, and sometimes it would be physical.
Okay. And when we're saying physical, kind of describe that for me.
There would be, punches thrown, a lot of shoving, just a lot of contact with each other.
And would that be both ways?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from Colt and Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Colt ever damage anything in the house when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember if he put any holes in doors or walls in that house that y'all were living at?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember specifically the door to your room, him putting a hole in it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was your relationship like with Colin?
It was all right. I mean, I think I was, close with him, but he definitely thought I was closer than I was with him.
Okay. Would he confide in you about things?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Even though you were pretty young at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he confide in you specifically about struggles he was having with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
What kinds of things would he talk to you about regarding Colt?
Mainly just about his mental issues and how he wanted to get Colt help, but he didn't really know how to take that first step. So.
Okay. And how often would you say he would bring that up?
Definitely after they would have fights and stuff. And then if I were to bring it up, he would say that, trying to excuse it.
Okay. Would you say that was kind of a pretty regular topic of conversation in your house?
I'd say so, yes.
Okay. Did Colin ever talk about getting Colt medication?
Not to me directly, no.
Okay. Did you ever hear him talking about it?
I think I recall him talking to my grandma about it.
Okay.
And maybe the school, but that's the most.
Did he ever just talk about getting Colt into therapy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that something he talked to you and other people about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever ask for your advice? I know, again, that you were young, but did he ever ask for your advice about what to do with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me what you remember telling him.
I remember I was didn't really know how to respond a lot because I wasn't really expecting an adult to ask me advice about that. But
Sure.
when I did give a response, I just, tried to get him to talk to other adults about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about finding safer ways to store the guns in the house? Did Colin ever talk about that?
Yes.
Did he ever do anything to make the guns in the house safer or stored in a secure way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And Jenny, we are going to pull up a text message exchange. It's between you and Colin's phone. And this is from State's Exhibit, I believe it's 158. Okay. 150. Okay. So it's previously been put into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. And this is going to be a text message exchange between you and Colin from your phone from July 3rd of 2024. And we're also going to pull that up on the screen. It's going to show up in front and behind you.
Any issues, Mr. Defense?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
So, have you reviewed these text messages before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm just going to read through these specifically, and I'll ask you, do you remember this exact text conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'm going to read through them, and then we'll talk about it a little bit. So this was from you to Colin. You said, hey, I think he calmed down. And Colin says, he doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this. It's seriously not good. Colin then goes on to say, it tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he calls me everything, like he calls me everything in the book. So you said you don't remember the specific text conversation, but is this a good example of kind of how Colin would talk to you about Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He said he calls me everything in the book. Would Colt swear a lot at Colin when he was mad?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you another text message exchange, and this is between you and Marcy. This is from July 20th of 2024. And this has previously been tendered into evidence. I believe it states 160.
No objection.
And looking at that, do you remember this specific conversation?
Faintly, I do, yes.
Okay, so you remember what's being talked about, but maybe not the exact words?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair? Okay. So I'll read through it, and then we'll talk about it. So this was from Colin's phone. It says, Colt had a horrible panic attack last night. And you said, why? He said, not really, or his phone said, not really sure. Basically had to drag him into Daddy's bedroom and hold him for like 10 minutes while we did deep breathing, LOL. He said, so he just started like freaking out. And they said he came into the living room and asked us to call 911. Then he just started crying really loud. It scared the shit out of everybody. They then say, I've told him we're taking him to the doctor next week, gonna schedule an appointment for when you and Mamie come back so she can drive us. So I know I said that was from Colt's phone, but when you're reading that, who did that appear to be talking?
Oh, my mother.
Okay. And you said you remember the situation surrounding it. Where were you when these texts were going back and forth?
I was at my grandma's house in Fitzgerald.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did Colt ever get any kind of appointment like was being referenced there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go back up to Barrow County pretty shortly after that exchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. So when Colin was the only adult at home, would you say that he was a strict parent?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever try to control what y'all watched or did on your phones or did on your computers?
No, ma'am.
Where would he spend most of his time? And by him I mean Colin. Where would he spend most of his time at home?
In his room.
In his room? Mm-hmm. Where would Colt spend most of his time?
In his room.
Okay. And by his room, you mean Colt in his own room, Colin in his own room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I previously referenced there being guns in the house. How many guns do you remember knowing about in the house?
I can say I remember at least 3.
At least 3?
Yes.
Okay. And were any of those guns specifically Colt's gun?
Maybe.
Okay. Were any of those guns kept in Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you say maybe, are you not wanting to answer as far as like ownership goes technically?
Well, I'm just confused. Like, I know they gave it to Colt, but I don't know like if like he didn't buy it himself.
Colt didn't buy it himself.
Someone bought it for him.
Okay. And when you say someone who bought it for him, who gave it to him as the Christmas present?
My dad.
Okay. Did your dad buy Colt other accessories for that gun as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did Colt keep that gun?
In his room.
Okay. And when we say his room again, are we talking about that room that's directly across from the bathroom on the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you concerned about Colt having access to guns?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Colin about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ever talk to him specifically about taking the gun away from Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever do that?
No, ma'am.
Would Colt keep the door to his room open, closed, or both?
Kind of both.
Both? Okay. Did Colin ever tell you why he didn't take the gun away from Colt?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever go into Colt's room to talk to him?
Sometimes.
Okay. And did Colin ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, Jenny, do you remember a point in time where Colt put pictures and newspaper articles of and about Nicholas Cruz on his wall?
Yes, ma'am.
And what room was that in?
It was in the room across from the bathroom.
Okay. And that's the same room you said he kept his gun in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. About how long do you think he had those up for? And I know you're not going to be able to tell me like a specific days or weeks, but what kind of time frame are we talking that it was up?
Definitely over the course of like 3 to 4 months leading up to the shooting.
Okay. So in your memory, several months before the shooting it was up.
Yes, ma'am.
Once those pictures were up? Were they coming up and down, or to your knowledge, were they just up on the wall?
They were up.
Okay. Now, did Colt start going to school finally in the fall of 2024 when he went to Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he go every day?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to talk briefly about September 4th of 2024. Tell me, once Colt started going to school, when he did go to school, what was the order that everyone would leave the house in the morning?
So my dad would leave first, and then Coley, and then Colt would, and then I would.
Okay. Is that just kind of by school and bus schedule?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to your recollection, is that the order everybody left the house on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to school that day on September 4th of 24?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you first find out that something had happened at Apalachee High School?
When we went in lockdown.
Okay. Do you remember texting with your dad about it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'm going to show you a text message from about 12:20 on September 4th of 2024. And this, I believe, is from States 158. 156. And Jenny, do you remember those text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are those text messages that you were sending while you were in lockdown at Heyman Morris Middle School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to pull those up on the screen, and I'm going to read through them. So this is at 12:19 p.m. on September 4th of 2024. Colin texted you and said, "Jenny, have you talked to your brother?" You respond, "No," at 12:19 p.m. And then at 12:20 p.m. you said, "But I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text." Colin then responds, still at 12:20 p.m. He says, "Yep, 10-4. I'll be there here in just a few. Let me know when you're back in the building and when I can come get you." You said, "I think we're both thinking the same thing." What are you referencing there?
I'm referencing that I knew pretty well that Colt was the one that was doing it, and I knew pretty well that my dad knew too.
Okay. And was that before you heard from any news, police, or anything that it was in fact Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you heard there was a shooting, did you pretty much know?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you end up getting home that day on September 4th?
I took the bus home.
Okay. When you got home, was there a lot of law enforcement there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was that pretty rough to come home to?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember the next day, so September 5th, going up to the tree house to get what was called a forensic interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever gone back and watched that interview, reviewed the recording of it or anything?
No.
Okay, so...
No, ma'am.
So on that day, September 5th, who drove you to the treehouse to get that interview?
My father.
Okay. Was he the only one in the car with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're on your way in to get that interview, did Colin tell you anything about how you should answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what he told you.
So he told me, like, if they asked me anything, about if he knew that Colt had problems and that his problems would lead up to this, that I should basically try to cover for him, and specifically about the pictures on the walls. He told me not to tell them that he knew what they were.
Okay. And when you say pictures on the wall, do you mean the pictures of Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the news articles about Nicholas Cruz?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he told you to tell them that he, Colin, didn't know who that was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that contrary to what you had actual knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess, would that not be truthful?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Jenny, I'm almost done. We're talking about that forensic interview you went to on September 5th of 2024. So at the time of the interview, the day after the shooting, did you feel pressure to cover for your dad, Colin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At the time of that interview, you were 13 at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what was going to happen with you or with your family?
No, ma'am.
Were you nervous about what was going to happen with you and your family?
Yes, ma'am.
I know the interview was a long time ago, but looking back on what you do independently remember about the conversation, did you kind of downplay some things about your dad's knowledge of what was going on with Colt?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that you're in a more stable and supportive environment now than you were back then?
Check the leading.
I'll sustain if you want to ask more open-ended why, for instance.
So you testified previously that you now live with your foster parents. How does your home environment now compare to your home environment back then?
We had to check the relevance.
Well, I think that I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. It's definitely more stable, more loving, more family-like. We definitely do a lot more things as a family that we never would have done when we lived with my father.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have a solid support system now?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been in counseling since this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And has the counseling and the support system and the family environment all kind of helped you over the past year and a half or so?
Extremely so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Jenny, is everything that you're telling us today the truth and what you independently remember from back then?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions. They'll probably have some questions for you though, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a recess to sort through something. I don't know that it'll be very lengthy, but we'll be in recess.
This shooting incident. Attorney.
Mr. Hobbs?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gray.
Good afternoon.
My name's Brian Hobbs, and I'm Colin Gray's defense attorney. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Now, if I ask a question that doesn't make sense or is confusing, please let me know.
Yes,
I want
sir.
to make sure we're on the same page and you understand what I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, this shooting incident happened on September 4th of 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were interviewed and gave a statement to Miss Alicia Chandler on September 5th of 2024. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
That would have been the day after the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Much closer in time to the shooting, obviously, than today.
Yes, sir.
All right. And That's been described as a forensic interview. Do you know what a forensic interview is?
No, sir.
They probably didn't tell you we want to bring you in for a forensic interview, for example.
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember who you met with?
No, sir.
Does Alicia Chandler sound familiar? And if it doesn't, tell me it doesn't.
No, sir.
Okay. Like I said, this is over a year ago. There's probably some things you remember, and there's probably some things you don't remember. I'm going to ask you some questions about the statement you made on September 5th, and let's just see what we can figure out in terms of what you remember about that statement.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you would have been 13 years old at the time?
Yes, sir.
And that means you would have been in, what, 8th grade?
Yes, sir.
And I think you told us you were going to Heyman Morris Middle School at the time.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you were living at the house on, what was the street that the house was on? Do you remember?
No, sir.
You were living with, who else lived in the house with you? Let me ask the question that way.
My father, my older brother, and my younger brother.
Okay. Not your mom?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, your mom would visit occasionally, or your mom visited one time?
Yes, she visited occasionally, yes, sir.
Occasionally, okay. Did she ever stay there for an extended period of time? And by extended, I mean more than a day or two?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
I can't remember.
Okay. Do you remember if your mom stayed there the summer before your 8th grade year?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what it was like when your mom stayed there?
Yes, sir.
What was it like?
It was kind of chaotic at times.
More chaotic than when mom wasn't there?
Kind of the same.
Kind of the same. Okay. And do you recall an incident where your mom and Colt got into a big argument?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember a time when they got into a big argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember your father texting you to find out what happened in this argument over the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember any arguments where Cole pushed your mom to the ground?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I can't remember, sir.
Was it when you were a little kid, or was it when you were 13?
I was 12 to 13 years old, sir.
12 to 13 years old. Okay. What happened in that argument where your mom got pushed to the ground?
They got in an argument. I can't remember what it was about, but it ended with Colt going to his room and then my mother following him and trying to go and follow him into his room. And Colt didn't want that, so he pushed her out.
Okay, so your mom did go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Colt didn't want her to go into the room.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was the argument, if you remember, did the argument start when Colt questioned your mother about the time she came up here threatening to kill him?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if when your mom went into Colt's room, she tried to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
She did try to take the gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So after that incident, did your mom leave shortly thereafter?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why she left?
No, sir.
Do you know if she left because she wanted to, or did someone say, come pick her up, it's time for mom to go?
I can remember her parents coming up to our house and taking her back with them.
Okay. And her parents, that would be your grandparents, right?
Yes, sir.
And who were they?
Deborah, Paul Amos, and her husband. I forgot his name though.
Okay, that's okay. What'd you call them? Grandma, grandpa?
Yeah, that stuff like that, yeah.
Stuff like that? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so let's fast forward past that. So I lied. Let's go back before that. When did you start living with your dad full time?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember why you started living with your dad full time?
Yes, sir.
And why was that?
I think it was because of my mom's drug use, and they didn't want me and Coley living with her while she was using drugs, so they sent us with our dad.
Do you know, is that DFAX or someone else?
Yeah, I think it was DFAX.
Okay, if you know.
Yes.
And when that happened, had you been living with your mom in Fitzgerald?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so your dad came and picked you up?
Yes, sir.
And then he took you up to Winder?
Yes, sir.
And then you guys lived in Winder with your father, you and your brother, younger brother, Coley Jr., lived with your father and Colt here in Winder. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you guys all lived in the same house?
Yes, sir.
You had your own bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have your own bathroom?
Yes, sir.
And did anybody else share a room?
Yes, sir.
Who shared a room?
My father and my younger brother.
Okay, so your father, and that would be Coley Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Is that how you referred to him? I want to make sure. Is it little Coley? How did you refer to him?
Just Coley.
Okay, so your dad and Coley shared a room. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And your dad let you have the master bedroom and the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now we're going to go back up to September of 2024. Mm-hmm. So your dad takes you to do the forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was he present during the interview?
No, sir.
Was he sitting next to you or anything like that?
No, sir.
So you were in a room by yourself with the interviewer?
Yes, sir.
Was there anybody else in the room with you?
No, sir.
Could you see your dad when you gave this interview?
No, sir.
Okay. And the interviewer asked you questions about yourself?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She probably asked you how old you were?
Yes, sir.
Did she ask you what school you went to?
Yes, sir.
Did she ask you what you liked, the music or anything else?
Yes, sir.
So kind of started off getting to know you a little bit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then she probably started asking you some questions about your family.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? Did they ask you about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you what he was like?
A little bit.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that he could be twitchy?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be annoying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be chill?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he could be closed off?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling them that he used to like playing video games?
Yes, sir.
Did he like to play video games with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you remember, did you guys ever play Minecraft, for example?
I can't remember, sir.
You don't remember about Minecraft?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if he ever created a server for just the two of you to play on Minecraft, he being Colt?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Have you ever played Minecraft?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure I'm saying it right. All right, so there is a game called Minecraft.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember playing it with your brother?
No, sir.
Okay. And let's see. You said that during the day your dad would go to work usually, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you kind of gave us an order of how that went. You said that Coley, your youngest brother, he would go to school first.
Yes, sir.
Would your dad take him to school?
Yes, sir.
So dad would leave before you and Colt would leave?
Yes, sir.
So it was up to you and Colt to get on the bus yourselves?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said Colt's bus came first and then yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did they ask you to describe your dad?
I can't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that your dad is energetic?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's positive?
No, sir.
Do you remember saying your dad's happy all the time?
No, sir.
Okay. They asked you about moving several times. Did y'all move a lot?
Yes, sir.
Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about all the different addresses or anything like that. Now, you knew a little bit about why you guys moved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with financial issues?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with your mom's issues?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you would stay with your mom, and sometimes you would stay with your dad.
Yes, sir.
And then sometimes you might stay with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling them that sometimes your mom would go back and forth between living in one house with you guys and then also living with grandma as well?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And that was in Fitzgerald?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you moved up here to Winder, you said, well, you didn't say what the date was. Do you remember roughly the date you moved up here?
No, sir.
It's okay if you don't. But you moved up here when Defect said your dad had to come pick you up.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay. Sometimes it's easier to remember events than dates. All right. Now, once you came up to Winder, would your grandmother come up here and visit you?
Not a lot, but
Okay.
I'm
So
sure.
a lot can mean a lot of different things. What's a lot mean to you?
I'm sure she's come up at least like once or twice, but it wasn't like, every other weekend or something like that.
Okay. So in the time you lived up in Winder, you think grandma came to visit once or twice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not every month, for example?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when you gave this statement in September of 2024, did they ask you about how everyone got along in the house?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you remember, how did your dad and Coley get along?
I remember they got along pretty well.
Okay.
Yeah, they were close.
Did they ask you how you and your dad got along?
Yes, sir.
And what did you tell them, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did they ask you how you and Colt got along?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you told them?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember if you told them whether or not he was annoying or pestering?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them that you were scared of him?
No, sir.
Do you remember if you told them whether or not he put a hole in your door?
No, sir.
Put a hole in the wall?
No, sir.
Do you remember if they asked you about whether or not people get in fights in the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying if fights to you are arguments or fights to you are physical altercations? Or are they both?
They're both.
Okay. So when you say fights, you can mean arguments, but you can also mean physical stuff as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The arguments that were in your house, did they involve you? Like, were you one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
Was Coley one of the people arguing?
No, sir.
To have an argument, you usually need to have two people, right?
Yes, sir.
So the only two people left in the house are your dad and Colt, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's where the arguments were?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were they every day?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer in September of 24 how often these arguments took place?
No, sir.
And since we know that your mom was up there at least one time or some of the times, were some of the arguments with your mom?
Yes, sir.
And I should clarify that. Not you and your mom, but your mom and Colt, for example.
Yes, sir.
Your mom and your dad, for example.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that in regards to these arguments that Colt liked to instigate these arguments? What does instigate mean to you?
To just, kind of add like fuel to the fire almost.
Add fuel to the fire, okay. If you remember, did Colt ever start these arguments?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember telling the interviewer in that statement of September 24 that Colt could be mean?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying he would talk about how his life was a struggle?
No, sir.
About how he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt didn't like the fact that he had trouble with bullies?
No, sir.
Did they ask you if you knew anything about the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt had been transferred to a different school because of the bullying?
No, sir.
Do you remember that telling the interviewer that Colt could get really frustrated about stuff?
No, sir.
That he could get really angry and yell out stuff?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer he used to yell that he hates you?
No, sir.
That he hates his dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember if he yelled anything else at your dad or anything at your dad when they argued?
He would cuss a lot.
Colt would cuss a lot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember saying that during these arguments you might just go into your room and put your headphones on?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether or not you told the interviewer that Colt had threatened your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the arguments between Colt and your dad usually started because Colt didn't get something he wanted?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you say something he wanted, what are we talking about? Like, what would he typically want that maybe would start an argument, if you can remember?
I can remember a lot being about like his gun, like accessories for it and stuff.
Like accessories for his gun? Mm-hmm. Okay. So he might ask your dad for an accessory for your gun and your dad would say no, and that would lead to an argument.
Yes, sir.
And you would have told the interviewer that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of accessories they would argue about?
No, sir.
Now, you have testified today that there were physical fights between your dad and Colt.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And did Colt ever charge at your father?
Yes, sir.
And what would happen when he did that?
He would fight back. Like,
what would your dad do in response?
He would fight back.
Your dad would fight back? How?
Yeah.
Specifically?
He would just try to get him to stop, like, you know, push him to the ground, stuff like that.
Okay. Would he ever put him in a bear hug?
Yes, sir.
Grab and hold him until he calmed down?
Yes, sir.
and
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We had our AC crap out on us, so we've been dealing with that for the last 45 minutes. So that's always fun when you don't have AC and it's 95 degrees outside. Okay, it's going to be one of those days. Text can't come until tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to be an interesting 24 hours. All right. Hope everybody had a good break. Court will be back in session momentarily. All right. So we got 12:50. Court will be coming back. Should be back any minute. Several videos on YouTube, how to keep cool without AC. Yeah. I will check those out. At least we have electricity. So that's a good thing. Yeah, I can't even go into the car to get cool, Jenny Lynn. We don't have cooling fans. We don't have anything. So we will just have to deal with it for now. So, hey, Stand for Truth, how are you? And a friendly reminder to not spell out K-I-L-L. Please put an asterisk in there. Those are one of those words that will get us into trouble with YouTube. So thank you. I know there's some people that are new to the channel. So just spell out those, do not spell out the words. Please put an asterisk. Seven of Hearts, how are you? Old school fan from an ice block. That might work. Well, I know it'll work, of course. That makes sense. We don't have an ice block though. I got to get an ice block. We'll sort it out, don't worry. All right. Marianne, your AC is out too. It's 87. Repair guy will be here in the next hour or two. You're lucky. Lucky. I took a look at it, replaced the filter. Filter was only from May 20th, I think, so it's only 2 months old. I did notice the apex of the, where the fans are, the cooling fans. There was some, it was a little dirty, so I cleaned that. Thing is, we lost power last night around 1:30 for like a minute, so I thought maybe it might be that, but it did come back on. It was nice and cool over the rest of the evening. This morning it was cool, and then all of a sudden at like 11:30, Aaron noticed that the heat was, usually it's around where we keep it, the downstairs area is like 73.5, and we noticed it was 76. And then the fan wasn't really working, so we turned it off and on a couple times. It's off right now, so I went up and I cleaned the filter, kind of got up in the cooling fans a little bit, cleaned them a little bit. I thought it might have just been like a fuse maybe blew or something, but I would have thought that would have happened earlier, but maybe something happened when it restarted last night, and it just it blew out something. So hopefully it won't be too Hopefully it won't be too expensive. It'll be an easy fix. But the bad thing is they're not able to come out here until tomorrow. So tomorrow between 12 and 5. All right, here we go. Court's coming back.
This judge, I'd like to call Deborah Paul-Hamus to the stand. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony about you give today will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated and introduce yourself to the court.
My name is Deborah Paul-Hamus.
Would you please spell your last name?
Paulhamus.
What relationship are you to Colt Gray?
I'm Colt's grandmother, maternal grandmother.
From the time that Colt was born, have you been involved in his life?
From the day he came out, yeah.
And how much have you had access to him over the past several years? It was you. Describe that.
They rarely visited me, except during the pandemic. They stayed with me a lot then. But I was up there every month for their life, all their life.
Where were you living at that time?
I was living in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
So where is that?
It's about 4 hours south of here.
Okay. Would you drive up for those 4 hours to see him when you came?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
How often would you say during the early days of his life that you were able to drive up?
How often?
Yes.
I tried to come every month, sometimes 6 weeks. I was working, and I still had one in college, and I was traveling a lot with her, but I was usually up here once a month.
What town were they living in when, say, he was 1 to 5 years old?
Statham.
And where is Statham in relationship to this judge?
Statham is about 4 hours. It's just 10 miles from Winder.
Okay. And during those visits, would you stay in the home or would you get a hotel?
No, I stayed in the home.
How long would you stay with each visit?
Usually the weekend. I drove up on Friday after school and drive home Sunday evening.
And so after school, what was your profession?
I was educator, special education educator.
Okay. Did you have anyone in your family that was a medical person?
I did.
Who was that?
Well, my sister was a doctor. She died when Colt was young, and I had several aunts and uncles that were nurses and doctors.
Okay. Did you ever get involved in any of what they did, or did they teach you anything just on the side, like sometimes kids learn from their parents?
Not really. Most of what I learned studying. I worked with emotionally disturbed children for the last 15 or 18 years, and went back to school several times.
Were you certified in special education?
Yes.
When Colt was young, did you notice anything that in his development that gave you some concern?
Well, he was slow to walk. He was 18 months old when he finally started walking, and that, I think, was because his mom was in the hospital having Jenny, and I stayed with him, and we walked all day because he was ready. He just didn't get the chance.
But I noticed that he was restless. He was impulsive. He when he got excited, he would jump up and down and wave his arms. And but that was it.
Was he exposed to daycare those days?
Yes.
Do you know anything about his interaction in the daycare?
Well, the first daycare he was in was when he was very young. And then Marcy took him out at 6 months because Coley lost his job and Marcy was working and they couldn't afford daycare. I offered to pay for it, but Marcy said no. If Coley was going to be at home, he could take care of him. So he was with him for, I think, maybe 4 to 6 months. And then they put him in the daycare center that was next to the school. I think it was called Helping Hands.
And how old was Colt at that time?
Colt was 2.5 by then, maybe. And that's where he was until he started school.
And when he started school, do you remember which school system he started in?
He was in Statham, in Clark County.
How long was he in that school system?
He was in Statham until the 4th grade. Same school.
Did you ever have any contact with his teachers at school?
I did, not a lot. When he was in pre-K, they did a developmental profile on all the children, and Colt scored really well on everything but social emotional. So they decided to do what they call a 504. And it's a program that leads into or out of special education. It was for his behavior and his impulsivity, and if he got concentrated help and improved, then he would staff out, and if not, he would staff into special ed. And he received those services at the elementary, which was just across the parking lot. And then in kindergarten, he stayed in under the 504. And they staffed him out at the end of 1st grade because he was doing well. We still have an incidents once in a while, but his grades were well. He was attending, and things just seemed to settle down.
How long did he stay in the school system in Statham?
He was in Statham through the 4th grade.
During that time, how was his parents? Were they having issues with drugs, or was it just financial?
Well, they always had issues. They were doing a lot of drinking at that time. And then they got way behind on bills. Coley bought a new truck, and he bought a camper, and he bought a fancy fishing boat, and they got way behind, and they had to sell the farm. And that was the real beginning of the downfall.
And how old was Colt when that happened?
He was 4th grade.
Okay. So 4th grade, would that be 8 or 9? Okay.
Yeah.
And did you notice at that time any impacts on Colt when that happened?
Well, he was miserable. I mean, they all were, They got yanked out of their school. They got yanked out of their home, the only place they'd ever lived. And they moved to Gainesville and rented a house. And Coley was working, Marcy wasn't. Marcy was deteriorating, and they didn't go to school for a long time. And then she finally got him enrolled, and Colt and Judy both seemed to really like their school there. But they were only there for a few months. They got evicted, and then they went to Jefferson, and they lived there for a while, and things were about the same. I think by that time Marcy had started on some drugs, and they got evicted from that house, and then the pandemic hit, and they came to Fitzgerald.
And Colt would have been about 10 years old during the pandemic? When they were down in Fitzgerald, did you notice anything about Colt and his relationship with his parents?
Well, Marcy got a job. Colt and Jenny stayed with me most of the time because I was doing school with them. Jenny spent the night a lot. Colt would go home. They moved all of their stuff into a 1,500 square foot house, and you couldn't walk in the front door, and it was all turned upside down. And they were just miserable. They didn't have anywhere to play. They couldn't nowhere to sit down and watch TV. So they stayed with me most of the time.
And how was Colt's social interaction at that time?
He didn't have any. During the pandemic, they were staying with me. I took them swimming and things like that, but they didn't really have any contact with other kids. I got them in school, and I would take them, at the beginning, Coley would take them. Coley didn't work. He never did get a job during that time, and so he would take them to school and pick them up. We got Colt signed up for football, and he played football and had a really good time doing that. And Jenny was playing soccer. And then after DFACS got involved, Coley was not actually named on the initial report. It was just Marcy. So Coley got mad and just decided he was going to move them back up to Atlanta because he didn't want to have to deal with DFACS. So I'm incorrect. They moved to my house before Jefferson because when they moved back up, that was when they moved to Jefferson.
And was that the 2021 case we heard about earlier today?
Is that what?
The 2021 case that we heard about earlier today?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you remember about Colt and the incidents around that case?
Well, we reported them to DFACS because my other daughter did. I couldn't bring myself to do it. But she reported them to DFACS because they were just completely dysfunctional. Coley was spending all day in the bed. Marcy was trying to drive and work, and she was on stuff, and he was on stuff. And I'd go over, and the kids didn't have anything to eat. And Marcy got mad one day and slapped Colt for a couple of times. And so we just decided to report him and see if we couldn't get some help. We couldn't get anything done. And DFACS was involved for several months, and then Coley packed him up and moved him back to Jefferson.
And at that time, was there any discussion about you possibly becoming a guardian for the kids?
No, Coley wouldn't talk about it. I had talked to Marcy several times about taking the kids, or particularly Colt, because Colt was the one who seemed to be having the most difficulty living in the house with his daddy and his mother. And she said that Coley would never let me have him, and that there was no point even trying. That we didn't have enough proof to convince the courts that he was being emotionally, physically, mentally abused, neglected, whatever. So, and she said that she was afraid that if I tried to take him, he would kill him, or her, or me, or somebody. So they moved up to Jefferson.
Did you see any of the abuse between Coley and Colt that you were describing?
No, Colt never shared much of it with me. I think he knew I would worry, so he never said much. I did see, there was one incident when they were living in Jefferson where Colt and Coley were arguing, and I told Colt to go to his room. I said, just go to your room, shut the door. And the next thing I knew, Coley had gone up there and gone in the room and was yelling and screaming at him. So Marcy went up there and stopped it, but I never really saw him hit Colt. Little Coley used to tell me about it all the time, but I never saw it.
And during that part of the DFACS case that was still down in Fitzgerald, did you have any discussions with the DFACS workers about potential future plans for the family?
Well, we had talked about it. They had actually talked about, they were actually going to drop the case. They had decided, Marcy had been clean for a year, so they decided they would drop the case. Wait, I'm getting mixed up. That's the second time. I really didn't talk to them the first time much. Marcy was really careful about keeping me out of it a lot of times, and so I didn't talk to the defects worker then. I did talk to the defects worker when Marcy moved back down with Jenny and Colt the second time, but that first time I did not.
And still focusing on that first time, how was Colt reacting? What kinds of things was he doing that might have caused you concern?
Well, he wasn't really doing anything except staying in his room a lot, and that was because there was nowhere else to go. But he wasn't on the computer all the time at that time. He would draw, he would read, he'd go with me. We'd go to the grocery store and go to my house, and we really didn't have any contact with anybody because of the pandemic.
How was his ability to make friends at that time?
His ability?
Yeah.
I don't know. He never got the opportunity. When he started school, he met kids, but he didn't really have any. When he was playing football, he became buddy with some of the kids, but after football, that was it.
After the COVID period and during this defects case, do you know what time range it was they started going back to school physically?
They started going back to school, let me think, let me get this straight. They were in school in Fitzgerald after the pandemic was over. We got them enrolled there, and then Coley left and took them up there to Jefferson. And it was a while in Jefferson before Marcy got them enrolled in school.
When they went to Jefferson, was it in the middle of the school year?
I wish I had my notes with me. It was, I think, January or February. Coley decided to take them out, I think in December, snatch them out and take them up there.
So do you know how long Colt was out of school in Jefferson after they went out before he got back in?
I'm trying to think. That would have been 7th grade. And he started them in school. Marcy started them in school not long after they got up there. And then they got evicted from Jefferson, and they moved to another area in Jefferson, another house, which put them on the other side of the county, so they had to start on a new school again. And they were there, I think they finished out the year there. And then in the 8th grade, that was when Colt didn't go to school. I went and got Marcy and the other two and made them come to Fitzgerald because I couldn't keep myself spread that thin. And Colt chose to stay with his dad, and he didn't go to school at all that year.
And so during his 8th grade year, he was solely with his father?
There was a time that he came down, I think in the summer, but I don't think he came down during the school year.
And how often were you able to go back and forth with the kids down living with you? How often were you able to go back?
I went very few times because Marcy was, by that time, she was pretty strung out, and I had Colt and Coley and Jenny, and I was taking them to school, picking them up, feeding them, and trying to keep up with her. And so I didn't get up there very much. We didn't even talk a lot
During the time they were in Fitzgerald, was Marcy still having the drinking and drug problems?
Yeah.
Did DFACS get involved again down there?
Yes, they did, and that was when I talked to the DFACS worker, and she got off of them, and then she went for a while without taking any and was passing all the tests, and but she never did really quit. Not then. She did at one point, but she had started back by then.
Was that the time that Colin took all the kids again and moved back up because DFACS gave him custody?
Yeah, that was when the incident happened with Marcy and me, and I called DFACS. Marcy told me that DFACS had decided to drop her case because she had been a year drug-free. And I called the DFACS worker and told her that Charlie and I were going to Virginia for a week and that the kids were going to be staying with their mom, and that I needed to know if they would stop by and do a checkup just for me. And they said sure, and of course they stopped by, and she tested positive for 3 or 4 different things. And I was still in Virginia, so that was when they called Coley. They had to leave her with somebody, and they couldn't leave her with me, so they called Coley, and he came and got him.
And just to clarify for the court, who is Charlie?
Charlie's my husband.
Okay. And all this time the kids are back and forth in your home, Charlie's there too? How much conversation or interaction did you have with Colt during the time the kids were down there and he was up with his dad?
Not a lot. I went up, I think, maybe once or twice, and we talked on the phone some. But Coley was real good about changing I shouldn't say that. But little Colt, the last time I was up there visiting when the kids were with their daddy, little Coley kept begging me to stay. And I told him, I said, I'll be back in a week or 2. And he said, Mammy, my daddy's always so much nicer to Colt when you're here. And I sat down with him and I said, well, what does your daddy do? And he's always yelling at Colt, and he's always fighting with him, and he hits him, and you know, that was out of the innocent mouth of a child. Little Coley was 8 at that time. So it was still going on, but I never saw it. You know, Coley was always hunky-dory, hey, Mamu, come on in. But apparently it wasn't that way all the time.
So when the other 2 children were going back then with Colin, was he up in Jefferson County area still? I mean Jackson County area?
When the kids went up there? Yes. No, he was, he and Colt had moved to Bethlehem. While I had Marcy and the kids, Coley told me that he wanted to try to find a place that was less expensive because he only had his income, and so he found the house on Harrison Mill Road in Winder, and they moved there. And when the kids came up, that's where they all stayed.
And when they moved to Bethlehem, did that cause a disruption for Colt's school?
It caused a disruption for Colt because he made the comment to me that he loved Jenny and Coley, but it was always so much more chaotic when they were there. You know, apparently he and his dad had kind of settled into a groove, and he was afraid it was going to get turned upside down, but by that time Colt was spending a lot of time on his computer, obviously, and I just didn't realize it. But you know, when he come out of his room and we'd sit and talk, it was just like Colt, you know, in the beginning.
What, if anything, event happened that made you start worrying about Colt, specifically with this development and mental health?
Well, the most recent of things and the most concerning was when his mother left rehab. They had gotten into a groove, and Coley was really trying. He was doing the best he could at that time for the first time. But Marcy left rehab and went to Winder.
Approximately what year range is this?
I'm sorry, what?
What year, what time frame is this?
This was in June, July, before the shooting.
Okay.
And,
a few months before the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she, the day that she got there, I got a call from Jenny, and she said, "Mommy, my mama's here." I said, "No, I just talked to your mom last night. She's still in rehab." "No, she's here." I said, "Well, let me call your daddy." And I hung up, and before I could call Coley, Colt called me. "Mommy, did you know my mama's up here?" I said, "No, I didn't until Jenny just called me and told me. So let me call Coley and find out what's going on." Well, from that point on, it just slowly deteriorated.
And what kinds of behaviors was Colt exhibiting that caused you concern?
He was much more anxious, much more verbally abusive and hostile. Even to me, if you were in here and heard all the conversations when in his dad's trial, he had never talked to me like that, and that was an indication to me that he was really, really struggling.
Did you try to suggest anything for Colin or Marcy?
I talked to him about getting some help for him, getting some therapy or some kind of treatment, and I always got met with the same thing. "We'll call the doctor. We'll call somebody. We got to wait for the insurance to kick in." And I told him, I said, "I'll pay for it. Just get him some help, you know."
As a special ed teacher, did you have any concerns about specific issues with Colt, or just wanting to find out what's going on?
Well, the thing I was most concerned with in those last weeks was that he just got highly, highly agitated and impulsive. And he began having, the last couple of weeks when I was around him, he was having irrational thoughts. And he was almost to a point of not making sense. Sometimes when he would talk, he was just erratic.
What did you know about the gun that Colt had?
I knew that his daddy bought it for him for Christmas. Coley told me that he got it because Colt seemed interested and he really wanted to find something that they could do together. From the time Colt was little, Coley talked about taking him hunting, you know. Of course, he bought the gun and they went hunting once. You know, that was kind of the way things happened. But I didn't know that much about the gun itself. I knew it was an AR something, but that didn't mean anything to me. I knew it wasn't a handgun.
Did you ever see it directly in Colt's possession?
I did. He came in the kitchen and showed it to me when I got up there at Christmas. And then once when I was in his bedroom, he had it in there and he showed it to me and talked about how you load it and how you shoot it.
Did that cause you any concern that he had the gun in his bedroom?
Honestly, it didn't at first because my daughter had BB guns and she kept them in her room. I mean, we never had real guns, but Coley kept guns all over the house until Marcy sold them all. When they lived at the farm, he probably had 20 or 30 guns. And some of them were locked up, but most of them were just sitting in the corners. You know, my daughter always told me it's a miracle I didn't get run over by a train. I'm so oblivious to things, but Colt didn't walk around with it all the time. It was just in the corner of his room, and I just honestly didn't think anything about it.
And then in the June event that you were referring to in 2024, did anything come up that made you concerned that he had access to a weapon based on his increasing aggression and anxiety?
No, I asked him one day if he kept it in there all the time, and he said some of the time, and then he told me that he had asked his dad to put it up for him. And then the last time I was up there, he came in and said, I told my dad I wanted him to lock my gun up. This was when I fell and broke my hand the week before the shooting. And I just figured that Coley did.
And did Colt's behaviors ever rise to such an extent that you attempted to get some kind of appointments in place for them to...
Yeah. Colt had a really bad panic attack at school. And the counselor called his dad, and his dad told him he couldn't come and get him. He was at work. So she called me and asked me if I would just talk to him. So I did, and calmed him down some. And I told him, I said, even if I leave right now, I can't be up there before school's out. You're going to have to stay there. So just stay in the counselor's office and sit down and do some deep breathing, and I'll be up there in the morning. I'll come up in the morning. So I got in the car the next morning and drove up there. He called me when he got home from school to let me know he made it home okay on the bus. And I went up the next morning, and Colt was at home. And I asked him how he was feeling. He said he was feeling better. And I told him that I was going to the school, and I went to the school to meet with the counselor. And I told him, I said, I don't have an appointment, but I really need to speak with the counselor. So she did see me, and we talked about what my concerns were, that I just had this feeling that Colt was going down a rabbit hole or something. And she said that they had just started using a certified therapist with some of the students, and that if I could get Coley to fill out the paperwork, she could start seeing Colt. So she emailed the paperwork to Coley, and he did fill it out and emailed it back. That was on Wednesday. No, that was Thursday, and she told me that she would be at the school the next Thursday, and she could see him then. So then I left there and called the behavioral center in Athens, and I told him what the situation was, that I was very concerned that Colt was just really struggling and wanted to know what I needed to do to get him in. And she said that we could just walk in, fill out all the paperwork, and they would keep him. And they would keep him for several days if they needed to find out what was going on. And I asked her about insurance. I said, if he doesn't have insurance, can I pay for it? And she said, are you his parent? And I said, no. And she said, well, if you're not his parent, we can't take him. We have to have a parent. And I said, well, I don't know if I can get his dad to bring him. He's not real crazy about getting him to somewhere. And she said, well, if you bring him on Saturday, we don't have very many patients on Saturday, and most people don't even know we're open. We'll be ready, and you can bring him and fill out the stuff. So that was the plan. We were going to take him Saturday. Well, when I left the school, I fell and broke all of the fingers in this hand. And I went to the emergency room, and the doctor put a bandage on it and told me that I needed to see the orthopedist as soon as possible. So I told Coley that I was going to go home and see my daughter called and made me an appointment for the very next morning, that I was going to go down and let the orthopedist see my hand and see what needed to be done, and then I would come back. And I asked him if he was going to take Colt, and he said, yeah. Well, then Marcy told me she would go up and they would take him together. So I came home, went back to Fitzgerald, met with the doctor Friday, And Saturday morning, Marcy was still at the house, and I asked her, I went by there, she was staying at my mom's house by then, and she said that she and Coley had gotten into a big argument, and he wasn't going to meet her to take Colt to the doctor. So we didn't go. And, of course, you know the rest of it.
And what week was that you broke your hand and you set up the...
That was the last week of August. It was the week before the shooting.
So that appointment would have been on the Saturday before September 4th. And then, from what you just said, they never made the appointment.
Well, I actually made the appointment. They just didn't go.
They didn't go.
Yeah.
And did Colin take any other steps between that day and September 4th?
I called 2 or 3 times to find out how things were going, and he said, "Oh, things are good. Colt's been fine." Colt didn't have a phone by that time, so no, he did. But I called him and he didn't answer. And then
when did you first find out about the shooting?
About the shooting?
Yes.
I was at the house, and Marcy was over there, and Coley called, and he called Marcy. Marcy didn't answer the phone, so he called me, and he said, "I need to talk to Marcy." I said, "She's right here." So I handed him the phone, and he read the text message that Colt had sent, and Marcy said, "You need to get in your car and you need to leave right now and go to the school." And she called the school and talked to the counselor and told the counselor that they had just gotten the text message. She had by this time gotten one too. And that she was terrified that something was happening and that they needed to go find Colt. So...
Did you drive up to...
We did. We left just a little while after that.
And when you got to Winder, is that when you first spoke with Inspector Smith?
With who?
Inspector Smith.
No, I didn't speak with him then. We went up, and it was like crazy. So I told Marcy, I said, "I'm going to take Coley and Jenny back to Fitzgerald. There's nothing that they can do here. I want them in this." So when I got Coley, and when I went to get Jenny, she said she didn't want to go, that she wanted to stay there with her daddy. So I put Coley in the car, and we headed back to Fitzgerald. And we had just gotten to Fitzgerald and gotten him to sleep when DFACS called, when the sheriff called and said we had to come back. That DFACS was taking the kids, and I needed to bring him back. So I got him in the car and turned around and drove back to Winder to take him. And it was sometime that next day, I think, that I talked to the investigator at the sheriff's office.
And that was when DFACS took the children in the care?
They already had Jenny. They had taken Jenny when Coley went in to do his interview, and they took Colt. They were waiting for me. I got back up there about 3 o'clock in the morning, and they were waiting for me at the sheriff's office.
Now, when you were interviewing with Inspector Smith, did you give him any of your thoughts as to why this happened?
I honestly can't remember, but I'm sure it had something to do with his mom and dad. By that time, my brain was so fried. I honestly don't remember a lot of what we talked about in that interview.
Had it been your desire for Colt to get mental health treatment? Did you want him to have mental health treatment?
Absolutely.
In your capacity as a teacher, did you find that to be important?
Yes, absolutely.
At this point, nothing we can do to change the truth. But given your experience and you're living long-term, if he gets treatment, he could be a productive person?
Absolutely. I know that's hard for a lot of people to believe, but the Colt that I knew and the Colt that I know now is not the Colt that did all of this. His mind was so distorted and just discorded that he had convinced himself that this was the way for him to go because he could be somebody. All he ever wanted was to have a friend. All he ever wanted was to be included and loved. I found a note in his room. I found this before the sheriffs got there. We went to the house after it was all over, and I had taken Coley. And I told Marcy, I said, I'd like to go and maybe get a few of the pictures and things. I don't know what we will have access to. And then I found a note in he had a little book that he kept on the fireplace that he made notes in. And there was a new one that was in there, and it said, why can't somebody just love me? And that's the way Colt felt.
You still have contact with him now, right?
Every week.
And you visited him, in person?
Every week.
You have phone calls with him? How has he changed from the time he was first incarcerated to now?
From when?
From the time he was first incarcerated?
He's so much better. Colt was in desperate need of routine, structure. He never had it, ever, except at my house. The first time we ate dinner in the pandemic, he said, maybe can we please eat at the table? We never eat together at our house. That was all he ever wanted, and now he's got structure. And he's on medication, and it's helping him sleep. I called Dr. Friedman one day while he was at his first facility. Colt was still talking about hearing voices, and I said, well, do you know which voices you're hearing? He said, it's mostly my daddy. And I called Dr. Friedman and I said, Colt has been tormented by his parents and his daddy all his life. I don't want him tormented the rest of his life. You need to do something to help him with these voices. And he did. He put him on medication and it really helped. And now they put him on something to help him sleep, and he's thriving. He's getting a lot of therapy at the new facility, and he's got a little more space, and he's more like the Colt that I saw growing up than he has been in 7 years.
Is he active in school? Education program? Has he listed to you some of the things that he wants to do at this facility?
Well, not necessarily at this one because he won't be here that much longer, but when he gets moved to a long-term facility, first thing he wants to do is go back to school. He wants to go to school and study. He's been doing a lot of reading, and he's starting to work on his GED. And he's been doing, so we've been talking a lot about mediation. The group that he's with, sometimes kids will get into arguments. And one day he told me that two of the kids were arguing, and he said, I just kind of got between them and tried to talk them down. And I said, well, that's called mediation. Maybe that's where you need to look. You could become a mediator as much as you needed help. Now you can give it to somebody else.
Have you been in contact with the administrative folks at the YDCs?
Yes.
And have any of them indicated to you that he has behavior issues that disrupt other or towards other people?
The first facility, the only thing I heard was when they shared with me that he just was really restless and seemed agitated some. The therapist that he had there was really good at working with him, but he left, and then when they started him on medicine, he got even better. I actually had a conversation with one of the counselors from his new facility the other day. He called just to check in and said that Colt was doing really well. He's doing well in school. He's, he abides by the rules, and that's all he ever needed was to know, this is what you need to do, and he'd do it.
This court is going to make a decision on what to do next. Do you have a request of the court as to what you would like for them to decide?
Well, obviously, Colt pled guilty because he did it. That's there's no denying that. He's accepted that responsibility. We've talked at length about remorse, how bad he feels about it, and how he wishes he could change things, but he can't. I would like, obviously, as his grandmother, and knowing what a great person he was before the trauma and since, I'd like to see him have a chance at some point to prove himself, to mediate, to do something productive. And I told him, I said, if you don't get out of prison, you can do it there. But if you do, you need to make sure you're ready to shine and show people that you are worthy. Seek forgiveness and go on.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Cross.
Okay, so Debbie, I'm a little confused. What time did you get to Winder on September 4th?
What time did I get what?
To Winder on September 4th of 2024.
It was after lunch.
So you left at like 10 o'clock to drive up here. No earlier than 2, right?
No, it couldn't be earlier than that because, you mean on the day of the shooting?
On the day of the shooting.
Okay, no, we didn't leave until probably lunchtime, got up here around 4.
Okay. And you're saying you got there before law enforcement arrived at it?
No, they were all over the place.
Okay.
No, it was the next day that we went over there after we had brought Coley and them back. And we went to the house because we had a key. I had a key because I was in and out all the time.
Earlier you testified that you found the note before law enforcement.
No, I'm sorry. No, it was the next day. I wanted to go by there. I had taken some of... Over the years, I had collected things of their lives that I didn't want to disappear. Pictures, drawings that they had done, toys, Christmas ornaments. And when they moved in with their daddy and things settled, I took a lot of that up there to them because I knew in all the moves that they went through, things got thrown away, and I didn't want everything to get thrown away. So when we took Coley and to DFACS, we had gotten a hotel room, and the next day before we left to go home, I told Marcy I wanted to ride by and see about getting some of that stuff. I said, because I didn't know what was going to happen to the stuff in the house. I figured that we would at some point in time have to pack everything up if Coley wound up going to prison, but I didn't know. So that was when I found the note.
And where was this note?
It was on the fireplace.
The fireplace that law enforcement went over that entire house with a fine-tooth comb for a day. And law enforcement didn't find this note, but you did.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Where is the note? Did you give it to law enforcement?
No, it's at my house.
You didn't think that would be important to give to your attorney or his attorney?
Well, no. I mean, I could bring it back to you if you want it.
No, I just would have assumed you would have brought it.
Well, it wasn't something that I intended to bring up because I just figured it was going to be question and answer. What did you do? What did you not do? But since I got into the story form and I found that note,
Okay.
I guess that's just one more mistake I made in the whole situation. I didn't think it was something that mattered to anybody but me.
Well, you're here asking for the judge to give your grandson some remorse, or not remorse, but give him the benefit of the doubt and give him a chance to get out. And you want to present evidence to this court about why you think he should get out, and you obviously thought that was important.
I did think it was important, but not about him getting out. It was just important to me because that's the way he'd always felt. Nobody loves me. Why can't somebody love me?
And you've paid for his defense attorney, correct?
I did.
And you've paid for his psychologist, correct?
I did.
And you believe his parents failed him, right?
Yes.
You believe part of the reason we're here today is because Marcy and Colin were terrible parents, right?
I wouldn't call them terrible, but they're pretty close.
Okay.
I mean, that might not be the word I'd use, but
and you want to make sure that you can do everything you can to give Colt a chance today. Because you believe you also made mistakes, right?
Because what?
You believe you also made mistakes in this whole situation, right?
Well, I'm probably the most guilty of all in this situation because I was the one who could have done something and didn't. Because I was vulnerable enough to listen to my daughter say, you can't take my son, my husband won't let you.
But at the end of the day, Colt is also responsible for his actions, right?
Absolutely.
And you've been in here this whole time during this sentencing. You've listened to everything that the state has presented, correct? And one of the things that we presented was a jail phone call between Colt and Marcy, and you were present for that on December 5th.
Most of the calls that they took, I wasn't even in the room. Marcy was staying with us at that time.
Marcy was staying with y'all, and she would talk to Colt.
Mm-hmm.
You would also drive her up to see Colt, right? Because she didn't have a license at that time. And on one of these calls from December 5th of 2024, you're in the room when they're talking about watching documentaries of mass shooters, correct? And Colt actually wanted you to watch some documentaries. And you did. And he wanted to know if you saw some similarities between him and James Holmes, right? Okay. And you watched it, you said you saw some, but not a ton, right?
Yeah.
And you did that because he wanted you to watch it, right?
Well, he asked me to watch them, but the main reason I watched them was because I wanted to see what it was about the shootings that was so intriguing to him.
So this is 3 months after the shooting, after he committed his own mass shooting, and he's still watching documentaries, and you're watching them for him.
No, I wasn't watching it for him. I was watching it for me.
But you watched it because he asked you.
I did, yeah.
And on that jail call, we don't hear you say, stop watching these, what are you doing, right? You do it. You don't call his counselor, you don't call DFACS and say, hey, Colt's still watching documentaries, he needs to get some help, right? You didn't do any of that?
No.
Okay.
But I didn't realize he was still watching them. I thought they were documentaries he had watched before. I didn't know that he had access to any. Once he went to YDC, he didn't have access to anything.
But you know he's still talking about it and he's still interested in it.
Yeah.
And you actually watched it, like you just said, because you wanted to see why he's so interested in these things.
Absolutely.
And you do stuff for Colt because you don't want him to get mad at you, right? You want to placate him.
I want to what?
Placate him. You want to do what he says so he doesn't get mad at you.
No. I tried to help Colt because nobody else was helping him. He got mad at me when he was 3 years old, but that was okay.
And kind of as you were leading up, as we're getting closer to the shooting back in August and September, he was getting mad at you a lot.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there were lots of red flags that were popping up everywhere. He's got a gun in his room. He's interested in mass shooters, which everybody knew about, right? He actually called you and asked you if you would still love him if he did something terrible. You specifically told Colin you need to get him treatment, right? And he's having anxiety attacks, right? But you never thought that he would ever do something like this, right? And you admitted, you said your daughter calls you oblivious. You're kind of oblivious to things, right? And you're oblivious to Colt's red flags, essentially, right? And you were in here listening to all those phone calls where Colt and your daughter are talking about what a popular mass shooter he is.
Yeah.
And that was really hard for you.
It was. It was devastating.
Because you never would have thought that your grandson, your favorite, would ever have been excited about being a popular mass shooter, right? Never in a million years would have thought that.
Never.
And you also don't know that if given the chance, he wouldn't do this again to get more notoriety, right? You can't say that.
No, I can't. Absolutely not. There's no way anybody could say that.
And you also know, and you said it, that the best place for him is in custody because that's where he has the most structure and that's where he thrives, right? And that's where he should stay, right?
No.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. Come down.
That's my last question, John.
All right. Your client has a right to make a statement if he wants to. I don't know if you've discussed that today or.
We're not making a statement, Judge.
All right. You all ready for closings, or do you need a break?
I'd like a restroom break.
All right. Take 10 minutes.
Well, there's our answer. He's not going to take the stand. So the defense rested, and he will not take the stand. Camilla's dropping book recommendations about nature versus nurture. All right. Colt will not take the stand. "45% of you said no, he won't. 26% of you said yes, he should. 22% of you said no, he shouldn't. 7% said yes, he will." All right, and then also, what will Colt's sentencing be? 76% of you still think life without parole, and the other time we took that, it was 71%, so it went up 5%. So 5% of you more now think that he will get life without parole. So that was Debbie, or Deborah, as she announced herself, Deborah Bahamas, and she was the grandmother. She, I thought she was, I mean, especially on cross, you know, she's like, she admits that she's oblivious. She admits she was oblivious to the red flags. She admits that given the chance, Colt could go out and do this again. She said it was really hard to hear Colt and Marcy talk about his popularity. So I think she definitely tried, and I think even Marcy tried. But then to hear Marcy's phone calls with Colt afterwards definitely put me in a different perspective with Marcy. I still think that that Debbie, grandmother, it seems like she tried, but, and don't forget, her husband, Charlie, I think Charles, he wanted to call the police on Colt. He was the one that was fed up with Colt. Let me try and grab that. See if I can. That was from the original. See if I can find that. Charlie called the police on me. Charlie showed up with law enforcement and wanted to take me to jail. All right, that was testimony. So Charlie was the one that was like, okay, that was Colin. So Colin testified that Colt stayed with Mamu, right? Grandmother Debbie there. Colt was starting to break windows, and then the couch thing. Colt was in tears one day, another falling out with Marcy, slammed the door and broke the window. And then it's unclear who actually cut up the couch. So Colt is out behind the house on a dirt road. He said, Charlie called the police on me. When I broke the window, they said I cut up the couch. I tore the top part up, but they're saying I sliced up the couch. Charlie showed up with law enforcement, wanted to take me to jail. Law enforcement told Colt to calm down. He went that same day. He drove 4 hours to pick up Colt. So Marcy went into rehab. So Charlie's the one that was like, Charlie's seeing right through this kid and what he is and what he's capable of. So that was her husband. I don't know if that was Marcy's father. Kind of got the impression she got remarried because she didn't say that's Marcy's dad. She just said my husband. So I find that interesting that Charlie was the one who was not really emotionally involved per se, or didn't have much to say emotionally with this family. And he's the one that was like, nope, I'm calling the cops on you. You slammed the door, you broke a window, you sliced up the couch, I'm calling the cops on you. So I thought that was interesting. All right, so let's go through quickly. Grandmother here. She's known Colt since birth. He was slow to walk, was restless and impulsive. He would jump up and down when excited. Marcy took Colt out of daycare at 6 months old. Pre-K did an evaluation, and he was social, emotional. I don't know. School did a 504, which basically leads you into or out of special ed. Ooh, back already? Oh, no. Oh, here, let me turn that down. Sorry, that's okay. Parents were doing a lot of drinking. They were way behind on their bills. Apparently, Colin, and she was saying Collie, but Colin, Collie, or Coley, I think she was saying Coley. He bought a truck, a camper, and a fishing boat. So they had to sell. Hey, play on crime. How are you? So they had to sell the farm because of that. So that was in 4th grade. Colt was in 4th grade. Marcy was starting doing substances around this time. Colt had trouble living with Colin, but she didn't have enough proof for the courts. So she was saying, they're on a break right now. Hello. They're on a break. So she was saying that it was Colin that was doing all this. He was smacking, right? Did I hear that right? That he was doing all this smacking around? So Marcy told her DFACS had dropped her case due to her being sober for a year. But then Debbie's like, hey, DFACS, could you just do a drop-in? Marcy tested positive for 3 or 4 substances. So that's when Colin got the kids. Or is it Colin? Colin. So I'm going to go with Colin. Colin was hitting Colt all the time, but she never saw it. Did I hear that right? Colt was spending a lot of time on his computer, but he would talk to her like normal. She was asked about warning signs. She said most recent and concerning was when Marcy went to rehab in June or July. So that's literally a month, 2 months before this happened. Colin was waiting for insurance to kick in, but she was willing to pay for that therapy. He was having irrational thoughts, almost to the point of not making sense. And here's where she tried to help out. She said she called this behavioral facility in Athens, but she was told that that they could walk in, but only a parent could do it. But they were also told that they could come in on a Saturday. And then we heard all about that Marcy was supposed to come over, or he was supposed to pick up Marcy, but he didn't have gas. But I think he ended up watching Georgia football, the Bulldogs. I think he ended up watching the college football. And that was a big point of contention, obviously. Let's see what else. Oh, she spoke to a counselor at school. So apparently they had certified therapists, and Colin was supposed to fill out the paperwork. And the therapist was going to be at school the next Thursday. And unfortunately, I think this happened on a Wednesday, either Tuesday or Wednesday. So he was close. He was close to at least talking to somebody. Not sure what they would have done, but he was close to talking to somebody. So she talks about Colin sending that text, that Colt sent him that morning. Actually sent him a couple texts about I'm sorry, that kind of stuff. Didn't mean to do it or whatever. I forget the exact. I remember he said I'm sorry, something else. She thought that this had something to do with mom and dad. She thought this incident. She wanted Colt to have mental health treatment. She thought that was important. She thinks he could be a productive person with treatment. His mind was so distorted and discorded, that he convinced himself he could be somebody. I would love to know. He just wanted to be included and to be loved. So then there's this talk about this note. Why can't somebody just love me? She thinks he can be rehabilitated. I posted it in chat. I would love to know if Colt was able to talk to Mandy or anybody in this TCC community, true crime community. Let him talk and see what his deal is. Like, is he going to be like, yeah, man, I could have gotten more? Or is he going to be like, oh, I'm so sorry, you guys, this is wrong? Again, and I said this yesterday, maybe that should be part of his sentencing. He goes into Discord and he says, hey, this is Colt Gray. Don't do this. This is wrong. I've reformed. I have remorse. Everything is wrong. Nick Cruz was wrong. Don't do it. Could that be part of his sentencing? And then if he's called a sellout and all those, all of his fans, turn on him, because she's talking, because Debbie there was talking about he wants to be a mediator. So if you want to be a mediator, start on Discord. Go to these group chats and be a mediator. These people are winding themselves up and egging each other on. So go in there and diffuse it. Go in there and say, you know what, guys, this path is wrong. This path is wrong. We have to figure out something else. How about that? Ed, we don't know how long closings are. Openings weren't that long. I don't think I even wrote down how long openings were. Did I write down how long they were? I did not write down how long openings were. They won't be long. Maybe they didn't even do openings. So. Let's see. Yep, right, Wyatt, I agree. His family was definitely a lot of turmoil. Tons of people have awful families and are loved but unloved and become doctors, lawyers, etc., raise kids, get married, live a productive life. TCC, yes, True Crime Community. TCC. Janet, I don't trust him enough to do that. Well, let's see. If you want, that would be the only thing I would give him. I would give him that opportunity. I give him an opportunity to improve. I give him an opportunity to improve. An OTI. For those that have lived in the corporate world, you may have run across an OTI before. Let's give Colt an opportunity to improve. Let him go on to Discord. Let him go and say that this is wrong. Don't do this. Let him be that mediator. He wants to be a mediator. He sees two people fighting. He gets in between. He calms them down. All right, so be a mediator. Go in and show us what you got. Exactly, Bama. What Isaiah and Sean said. Exactly, and Mom too.
All right, for the record, we're all present. State has the right to open and conclude.
Your Honor, the impulse in something like this would be to give an impassioned plea, but I can't match the eloquence of the victims when they spoke on Friday, and I cannot comprehend the depths of their loss. So I will leave that with them, because I think they touched on it perfectly. But I do want to talk about Mr. Gray. I think it's become abundantly clear through the state's presentation of evidence that the ultimate goal of all of his actions and his underlying motive was to be famous, not in the sense that we adults think of fame, but specifically famous and popular within this subculture community known as the TCC. He self-identified as this, and he was an active, exuberant member of this group. And when this case happened, coming into it with an adult's perspective, and the investigation caught Colt right then, and then quickly in the days after started to notice the guilt of his father, I kind of put aside thinking about Colt. And as the father's case went forward, I focused more on the father and what the father was doing. And it wasn't until after that trial, when we thought about this trial and this sentencing, that I started turning back to what was in Colt's mind. And I'd always just assumed that he was just this kid, had a bad upbringing, got wrapped up in this adoration of school shooters, and then he went and did this horrific act, and I just assumed that his response was, oh my God, what have I done? And it wasn't until this summer when I started digging into what Colt was thinking that the horror of what happened is not even the end of it. Because the shooting was not the culmination of the plan. The shooting was just one of the steps of the plan. The plan was ultimate and lifelong fame inside the TCC. He took steps before the shooting took place to put Easter eggs, callbacks into the case, anticipating today. Anticipating these things, us being here, releasing them into the wild to keep his fame going. He put symbols and phrases on his rifle that all pertained to things that were important to the TCC. He staged his computer to look like Adam Lanza's. If you notice in those pictures, Adam Lanza had multiple screwdrivers around it set up in the middle of his room. He had multiple screwdrivers set up in the middle of his room and a hard drive open, exactly like Adam Lanza's. And it's not a coincidence, because you heard in his jail call him say, wait till the crime scene photos of my room are released. He thought about it ahead of time. The day he's doing the shooting, and he's supposed to be so lost in his mental illness, he has enough wherewithal to stage that in anticipation of the day in the future when they would be released. He sends the same text messages minutes before the shooting that Nicholas Primm sent minutes before his shooting. This is not someone who's in some sort of uncontrollable emotional breakdown. He is still calculating up to the second of the shooting. He places his notebook on the desk to be found with all of those Easter eggs, referring back to Nicholas Cruz, Adam Lanza, James Holmes, because he knows they will be released at his trial. And then the shooting came, the next step of his master plan. Jason Smith interviewed him within the hour of the shooting. And he continues. He has the mental wherewithal within an hour of the shooting to place more Easter eggs, more callbacks inside that interview. The purple gloves. He must have said the word purple 5-6 times. Calling back to Kyle Rittenhouse. Telling them that he called the hotline. A blatant lie. And another callback to James Holmes. He's saying this with more steps are being done to his ultimate goal of eternal fame after the shooting. He mimics Nick Cruz's arrest interview. I hear voices. Oh, I blacked out. This is not someone who's in an emotional breakdown and realizes, oh my God, what have I done? This is someone who's in the midst of their plan and they're still going through with it. Within a month, he's getting the word out through his mom. He's looking to see the posts, if he's popular or not. He has already sent pictures to Mandy for Mandy to release. They're released. He's so excited. And make no mistake, Marcy's disgusting, and her actions are contemptible. But he's the one that's directing her what to do. He's the one that says, pull up Tumblr. Pull up mass killers on Reddit. Call Mandy. Tell Mandy to do this. Make sure that happens. I know she's supposed to be the parent, but he's the one that's directing all this. On the day of his court hearing in May of 2025, 9 months after the shooting, he came into this courtroom for a hearing where the weight of what he has done is supposed to fall upon him. And he's supposed to contemplate his rehabilitation, his sentencing, what is going to happen to me legally that day. But what does he do that night when he gets home? He's back on the internet, back in the TCC, concerned about what those people in the TCC think about his hair. And he's saying, get the word out. I'm going to grow my hair back out because they liked it longer. He had a bad childhood. We're not contesting that. But the childhood he had, and to try and say that that had anything to do with what he did, is offensive to the thousands of children in Georgia who are truly, truly brutalized every year. I know he's had a bad upbringing, but like I said, the defects. In this courtroom, we've seen a lot worse. And he's the only one in the history of Georgia who has ever taken an assault rifle into a public school and opened fire on perfect strangers. simply so he could be famous. This is not easy, Your Honor. As the son of boys, the father of boys, I understand completely what Dr. Richards said. 14-year-olds have not fully formed into what they're going to become. I completely agree with that, and I understand that. But we've seen no evidence he has any ability to develop a conscience or any ability to ever fully value human life. It's like a shark in the swimming pool. I don't know why a shark's the way he is. Is he born that way? He had bad parenting? Is it instincts? Something terrible? It's truly evil? I don't know why the shark is the way the shark is. But I do know one thing. He can't be in my pool. Colt Gray cannot be in society. And I ask you to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Judge. There's a reason that our legal system treats children differently. And Mr. Smith has just talked about it as part of his closing. They are immature. They're not fully developed. The characters can be changed, molded, and mangled by whatever force grabs onto them when it's not filled with the proper things. Colt Gray's life was not filled with the proper things. His parents didn't give him any stability. His parents didn't give him any of his needs. His parents didn't give him proper medical care. And most importantly, they did not give him proper psychological and mental health care when they saw him deteriorating, when they saw him drawing into himself, when they saw him disappearing into his room. What did they do? They spent their time in their own worlds, on drugs, buying guns, and splitting up and coming back together and splitting up and changing schools and giving absolutely no stability. Children, in the best of circumstances, need stability. Children that have special needs, by nature, need even more stability, more predictability, not less. Colt got less. Colt had issues that his grandmother was willing or able to identify when he was young that the parents didn't do anything about. Colt got less stability than he needed, which made him even more vulnerable. As we look at how we sentence somebody, and we're not taking the position that he didn't do something wrong and heinous and horrible, that has to be admitted, and he's admitted that. And he's come forward today. He could have had a trial, but he didn't. He spared the community the trial by stepping up to do a plea to admit his guilt. He admitted his guilt that day on 2 occasions. Now, there may be some conversation as to whether it was every fact that he put in those interviews was honest fact or not honest fact, or changed or manipulated. He was traumatized before he did the shooting, traumatized by his own actions, and the trauma continued after the shooting when he finally realized what he did. Yes, he had some bits of clarity, but that is driven not by evil intent, but by a desire to be accepted. And that has been the whole drive of what he's done in the TCC community. If we look at Dr. Richards' report, on his recommendation, the factors that we need to consider, which come out of Miller versus Alabama, on how we sentence children who have done bad things, we have to look at his maturity level. These situations that they're citing to happened when he was 11, 12, and 13. And everyone that has dealt with any child knows that 11, 12, and 13, they don't have any good sense, especially boys, when they're coming into that age range. Anything that's a risk is something that's worth doing. But So when you're left isolated, when you're left with no moral grounding, when you're left with no proper parental figure, you search for it somewhere else. You search for a model, you search for a hero, you search for a community that is accepting to you. That's where the vulnerability part comes in. He jumped onto a community that he could get accepted in and started reflecting, they call it mimicking. He's reflecting the behaviors of the people he's reading online. It's not that he's mimicking shooters. He's reflecting the behaviors of the community that seems to be willing to accept him, but his own parents won't. Well, his own parents won't even give him the minimum that he needs to think of himself as being worthy. Yeah, he may not have been hearing the voices, but certainly he had and reflected ideations of wanting to end himself, but not a level of self-hate that I can't begin to imagine. But that is the world that he was trying to cure by filling in with the world of the TCC and reflecting the same kinds of things that they were talking about. Well, I understand that the victims have lost a great deal in this, but Colt has not really lost because he didn't have. He didn't have those supports in his family, and he didn't have the help that he needed. His parents were obviously totally abject failures. But when we're looking again at somebody who was 11, 12, and 13 when they were trying to fill a hole, we can't say that from this day forward they will never be right again, because the law gives us some room to have that discretion. The law tells us we have to consider these factors of immaturity, vulnerability, and the potential of redemption, sometimes referred to in the law as incorrigibility. He is not irretrievably broken. That's been demonstrated by what he has done in DJJ. That's been demonstrated by the conversations and the development we've heard from both Ms. Brose and from Ms. Polhamus as to how he has changed when he finally got what he needed, which nobody had given him until this event. The idea of Easter eggs, you would have to assume a level of maturity of a 12 to a 13-year-old to be able to plan that out and to think that through. And we also need to look at the dynamic of Marcy and Colt in those conversations. Because a few months before that, Marcy had threatened to kill him. And now he's having a conversation where his mother is actually engaging with him, not threatening him. We've heard about from Ms. Brose again, the defects cases where his mother had abused him. And his mother got drunk around him, or high, or whatever drug of choice she had at the time. And now she's in a conversation with her where she's laughing with him. It's not him encouraging her to do something bad. It's trying to hang on to something that he didn't have without these horrible events. Judge, this is a hard decision because so many folks have been injured in ways that are indescribable. We've heard them, the families, testify to the impact on their lives. But that impact does not overweigh the court's responsibility to look at the factors in Miller and to understand that Colt was at an extremely vulnerable time in his life when he didn't get what he needed at a very young age. And that certainly doesn't mean that once we give him what he needs now going forward, he can't be made a productive member of society. The minimum that we understand, Judge, is life with parole. He will be given a life sentence. With parole, it gives him an opportunity of hope. Hope is an important factor in somebody becoming a different person than when they start. And if we give him life without parole, then that takes away the hope and that takes away the ability for him to change. With the help of the psychotropic drugs, with the counseling sessions, with the routine, with new structure and hope, he can ultimately be a person who contributes to the society at some point. Life without parole, Judge, I personally think as a policy matter is too harsh for any teenager. But I understand the law doesn't look at it that way. The law gives the court the discretion. The law gives the state the chance to prove that he is not redeemable. I don't think they proved that. They proved that what he did was very bad. They proved that what he did had some planning to it. But to the degree that he is such a twisted individual that he cannot be improved, I don't buy that. I don't think they proved that. I think what we have shown is that he can improve with the right help. And we're asking this court sentence him to the minimum, 1 count of life with parole.
Thank you. Any last words? All right. It's almost 2:30. I obviously have a lot of thoughts that I need to put to paper and organize. Do y'all have that flash drive you referenced?
Yes, sir. You put the file out on there.
I don't know how long it's going to take me. It often takes me longer than I think it's going to. So I would say I'll shoot for 3:40. That's an hour and 15 minutes from now. I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. If I'm not done then, please wait longer. So 3:40 will be the goal. Thank you.
All right, the judge is shooting for 3:20, and he's starting at 2:25. We'll give him 2:30. We'll give him a little bit of time. Let me reset that. We'll give him 4 minutes to get back to to get back into his chambers. All right. Start at 2:30. He's shooting for. Might not be the best words there, Judge. Aiming, yeah, aiming's not as good either. Anticipating, we'll go with anticipating. Anticipating 3:40. Might not have been the best choice of words. All right. All right, well, in the meantime, yes, Georgia is 3:40, yeah. So Georgia is on, yes, Eastern time. Heidi, East Coast. Georgia is on Eastern time. Got to pick up Riley at 3:40? All right. All right, I'm going to give him until 2:30 to start. That's another 2 minutes. I'll give him till 2:30, let him get back. See if he comes back earlier, see if he comes back later. Three more minutes. I'll keep playing. I'll keep playing Jenny's testimony in the meantime. Oh, you know what I can do? I can recap. So we had state's closing, which I thought was pretty. Brad Hill. He can't match the eloquence of the victim statements, but the ultimate goal for Colt was to become famous and popular within the true crime community, the TCC community, TCC subculture. Originally focused on Colin, so Mr. Smith saying, I originally focused on Colin until after that trial, but then as summer rolled around and I'm thinking about, Colt thought he was a kid, thought he was just a kid that had a bad upbringing, assumed his response was, oh my God, what have I done? But after digging into the shooting after digging into it, the incident wasn't the culmination. It was just one step of the plan. The plan was lifelong. Yeah, was lifelong gain, maybe lifelong gain inside TCC. Us being here. Let's see. I'm sorry. He took steps before this incident to put Easter eggs into the case, anticipating today. Remember, he watched these trials. He watched Cruz's trial. He watched, I think, Holmes's trial. He would fall asleep. I think, watching these trials. So these things were like ingrained in his head. Did you guys ever do that? Did you ever like put music on or put an audio book on or sleep with your math book under your pillow? I mean, just just trying to absorb that. I used to listen to music all the time, just to like absorb like those beats, to absorb the music, so that it was in my subconscious. It was embedded in my subconscious. He fell asleep to these trials, listening to these trials. All right, it's almost 2:30. I'm going to start the clock at 2:30. We're in a sentencing watch. Here we go. Boom. All right, 2:30 start. 2:30. So he was planning, and I have no doubt that he was doing that. I had no doubt he was putting these Easter eggs in place. Just wow, mind-blowing. So he took steps before to put Easter eggs into the case, anticipating today. Us being here and releasing them into the wild to keep his fame going. And we're part of it. I mean, you could say we're part of the problem. We're part of the problem. Here we are broadcasting it. Jason Smith interviewed him within the hour, and he places more Easter eggs inside the interview. So he has the wherewithal. It's not somebody in the middle of an emotional breakdown. This is someone in the midst of their plan and still going through with it. Wow. Within a month after that, he's talking with Mom. He says, Marcy is disgusting and her acts are contemptible, but he's the one directing her. He's like, call Mandy to do this. And then there's a hearing, right? He has a hearing. And this is his chance to have the weight of what he did on his shoulders. But what does he do? He goes back and hears that his true crime community doesn't like his short hair. So he says, get the word out. I'm going to grow my hair out because they like it longer. Mr. Hill acknowledges he's had a bad childhood. He's like, but in this courtroom, we've seen a lot worse. He's the first one in Georgia to take this firearm and open and do what he did on Perfect Strangers simply to become famous. And he says, I have kids. He's like, I have boys. He understands 14-year-olds haven't fully formed into what they will become. But we've seen no evidence he has the ability to develop a conscience or fully value human life. And then I know a lot of you commented on this, and I thought this was pretty powerful. I've never heard this before, but this was pretty good. He's like a shark in a swimming pool. I don't know why the shark is the way he is. I don't know if he had a bad upbringing. I don't know if that's just the way his brain is wired. I don't know. But he can't be in my pool. That shark cannot be in my pool. Pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. And at the very end, he says, Colt can't be in society. Some things are just what they are, right? I mean, to compare Colt to a shark, it's pretty powerful, you know. Sharks are sharks. They do what they do. Colt's Colt. He does what he does. Can he be rehabilitated? All right, so then it was defense closing. Parents didn't give him the proper needs, the health care. They didn't spend they spent their time in their own world on substances, buying firearms. There was no stability given to Colt. And this is all true. This is all very true. Special needs children need more stability and not less. He's got average intelligence, though, so I'm not quite sure he's special needs. Not that it's just based on intelligence, but I never heard once that Colt had special needs. But anyway, he's admitted he's done something terrible, something horrible, He spared the community of a trial by saying he is guilty. Thought that was pretty interesting. So he wants a pat on the back, I guess. We would have yelled at him if he had taken this. We would have, we would have yelled at him if he had gone to trial. I know that. Everybody would have been like, why? Just plead guilty, just plead guilty. So But I'm certainly not going to pat him on the back for pleading guilty. But there might be some people that are saying that. 11, 12, 13-year-old boys have no sense, and anything that involves risk is exciting. I will agree with that, but I will also say, you know what's right from wrong. I mean, taking the lives of complete strangers multiple times or multiple people. I mean, there's something has to tell you that that's not right. Because what if you were out the other end? What if you were one of the victims, Colt? What if you were going about your day, you're in school, not even hanging out with your buddies, because apparently you didn't have any buddies because you weren't there long enough. But what if you were just there? What if you were just there? New kid on the block, 4 days old, 4 days there. You know, you're sitting at the table, minding your own business, doing your math, and all of a sudden some kid breaks in, busts into the door. Well, actually, that's not true. Christian opened the door. What if you were that kid? What if you were that new kid and you wanted to get in the favors and you open up the door, and boom, you're taken out? What if you were the victim? Would you be okay with that? Or what if that was your friend Mandy? We could take it a step further. What if that was your friend Mandy? What if this was your TCC? What if this was your true crime community group, and somebody broke in to your meeting, and they took you all out. They took your lives. How would you feel about that? Would you be cool with that, or would you be like, oh? How would you feel about that? So just reverse it, man. Just reverse it. How would you feel about that? You're just minding your own business, and then all of a sudden you're gone. So no parental guidance. When you have no parental guidance, you search for a hero or a community that accepts you. He's reflecting a community that he sees as accepting him. Colt didn't have support or the help he needed. Parents were abject failures. Thought that was pretty funny. He's not irretrievably broken. Then he talks about the dynamics between Marcy and Colt and the phone calls. Now, I will give this one to Mr. Allen. I believe that's his last name. This point, I will give this one, yeah. Carlton Allen. I'll give him this one. This one I thought, this was one good point. So these phone calls between Marcy and Colt while in jail. A few months before, Marcy had threatened to take his life, right? She and Colt heard that. Colt heard that, and that really affected him. Imagine hearing your mom say, you know, I want to take your life. And now she's laughing with him. So, and this is like I said, I'll give this was a good point, I thought. You know, if you're willing to open your mind and think this way. So Colt's trying to hang on to something he's never had before. So think about that for a second. Here, a month before or a couple months before, he spirals out of control because he just heard his mom say that she wants to take his life. And then here he's sharing this moment with his mom, who I guess by all counts he wanted her approval. He wanted her in his life. He wanted to have a relationship with his mom. So this is how they're connecting. It's sick. It's twisted, but I can actually understand that's the one thread that he has. His mom, he's actually making his mom laugh. He's actually engaging with his mom. She's engaging with him. Something to think about. Colt was at an extremely vulnerable time in his life. He can still be a productive member of society. We understand life in prison, but parole gives him hope. So with the help of meds, counseling, routine, new structure, he can contribute to society. Life without parole for a teen is a policy matter, but the court has discretion. So he says parole gives him hope. That was the bottom line, was that parole gives him hope. Allison, how are you? Totally agree with the mom approval, and mom was doing everything she could to connect. Miss Anita, how are you? Hey, everybody. I hope one and all are having a great week so far. My heart goes out to one and all affected by this. May the judge give a sentence that is right and just. Hellrider, they need to shut down that true crime community site. It's not healthy. Discord is terrible for kids. Discord is absolutely terrible because you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know who he's talking to. You don't know who you're talking to. It could be somebody. It could be anybody. You think you might be talking to somebody who's your age group, and it could be anybody, any age, anywhere in the world. So it's worse than the Wild West, you know. John, parole gives him incentive to become a good member of society. It does. Yeah, it gives him hope. That's why. Yes, that is true. Aaron says that's the same for all of in the internet. That's true. You don't know who you're talking. Right now, John, you could be, I have no idea who you are. I have no idea. You know who I am because you can see me. I have no idea who you are. I have no idea what part of the country you're in. You could tell me you're somewhere. You could tell me you're anywhere in the world, but I have no idea who you are. But you're right. The internet is it's wild. So that's why parents, I hope, if this generation failed their kids, I hope the next generation, which would be like kids that are in their teens and 20s now or even younger, I hope that they raise their kids with a little bit more awareness to say, you don't know who you're talking to. The other side of that monitor, you don't know who you're talking to. You know? And just pay attention. And you could lie. Absolutely. Absolutely. We don't know your names. You know more about me than I know about you guys. That's kind of sobering. That's kind of sobering. So, yeah, David found his victim on Discord. That's true. Yep. You're on a beach in Tahiti. See, now, Wyatt, I believe you. I believe you, Wyatt. Christine, the internet is great, but it's also a very dangerous place to be. 100%. 100%. It's all a tool. I always go back to it. It's like a tool. It's like a hammer. Hammer could build a house. A hammer could smash your head in. Just like the internet. Internet is fantastic. To me, it's like the Alexandria Library. It's like just an unbelievable source of information and connection, but it can also be an extremely, incredibly dangerous place. Denise, great to see you. I'm glad I can trust most in this chat. The internet is a very scary place. You're an old retired veterinarian in South Mississippi, in case you are interested. We'll take that on face value, John. I'm just kidding. If you say so. I'm only kidding. Or am I? We know about the important parts, the kitties, Kaylee says. Yes. Is my real name Jenny? I'll never tell. Is it? Is my real name Chris? Or am I just an AI? Am I just AI? I'm not even here. I'm actually sitting, I'm sitting in another country right now. No, I mean, these are great conversations. These are great conversations to have of like, you just can't trust people. Gray, we will not be covering Lindsay Clancy live. What we are going to be doing is we'll be doing recaps. We'll do weekly recaps. We decided on that the other day. So Sundays we'll do a week in review. We're going to do a week in review. So while we wanted to cover it, it's a very important trial. I want to cover it. There's just too many other trials that we have invested in before that are coming up. This one right now that we're watching, the Grays. And then next week is Sarah Grace Patrick, and then we have Courtney Clenny coming down. She's got hearings, I think, Thursday and Friday. We're going to have to cover those. We've got Tupac is coming up. Mario Fernandez is coming up, and then Shanna Gardner is coming up. So we've invested way too much time in those trials to spend 6 to 8 weeks on one trial with Lindsay. So I thought the next best thing we could do is do a weekly recap, and we'll do like Sunday. We'll do like a 5 or 6 hour stream and just kind of hit all the highlights. We'll show some testimony. So no, we will not be doing it live, but we will be doing it. We'll be doing recaps. So I hope you guys join us for that. Let's see. Debbie, your daughter can see everything your granddaughter does with her phone. She doesn't have a computer. There's no computer in their house. Phone calls, text messages, internet apps. Play on crime. Theoretically, which generation has not failed their children? Criminality belongs to history. Yeah, that's true. And every generation, my theory is, growing up and being heavily into music as a little kid, I think every generation wants to push the boundaries in art. And then you can expand that to anything else. So to me, and especially, following music as closely as I have, and then pop culture, like every generation, like my grandparents or my parents, well, not my parents, but my grandparents, didn't like Elvis. Oh my God, Elvis was the devil, the hip shaker. Oh my God, can't show him from the waist down. And then you had the Beatles with their hair, right? And then you had Led Zeppelin, and then you had the Pistols, and then you had punk rock, and then you had grunge, and then you had hip hop, and then you had rap. And every generation tries to push the boundaries from an artistic standpoint because you want to do something different. You want to carve out your own niche. You want to be like, I don't want to be like Elvis. I want to be like the. I don't want to be like Snoop Dogg. I want to be like the. So each generation wants to shock the last generation, and I get that. I understand that. So maybe from a criminal standpoint too, I don't know. It may be. I don't know. Maybe criminals have been pretty bad. I think just now they're getting the attention because of the news cycle. We have 24/7 news cycle. We've had that now for 2 generations, at least, maybe even 3 generations of a 24/7 news cycle. So now everything is at your fingertip. So to make it more outlandish, to make it more exciting, if you will, more risky, you have to just keep pushing the boundaries. And at some point, something's going to happen. That bubble's going to burst. Or will it? I don't know. I don't know if that bubble will ever burst. Just when you think, look at Charles Manson. Charles Manson was horrific, but that news cycle ended at 6 o'clock or maybe 11 o'clock. People weren't talking about it 24/7. There weren't, chat rooms and podcasts and YouTube channels dedicated to Charles Manson. There might be now, but there certainly weren't any back then. So let's see. Yes, I am the music man. Thank you, Hellrider. Well, it's just, it's what you grew up with. It's what you grew up with. And I never wanted to be that person that said, oh, I don't like that artist because blah. Because I'm like, just it's all about perspective. You have to put it into perspective. Just because I don't understand it doesn't necessarily mean it's not valid, but there are lines that can be crossed, I certainly don't want somebody on stage, taking their own lives, which has happened. I don't want somebody on stage calling up somebody and taking their life. That's really pushing the boundaries. Certainly don't want that to happen. But even Howard Stern, the Shock Jocks, look at Ozzy Osbourne, Alice Cooper, for crying out loud. Marilyn Manson. There's all, people, artists are always trying to push the boundaries because that's what art is. That's what art is. Art is about pushing the boundaries. Art is about looking at life in a different way. It's not about looking at life normally. It's looking at life abnormally. That's art. At least to me it is. So, all right. Music is me life. Yeah, Helter Skelter for sure. Jesse, yours frees a bird now. No free bird. Gigi Allen, yeah, of course. Gigi Allen, talk about, yeah. Just because I don't like it or agree with it doesn't mean it's not valid to society, Oh, I remember who Gigi Allen is. Aaron's reminding me of Gigi Allen. So, I remember who Gigi Allen is. Yep, Frank Zappa. Zappa was more about the mind, though. He was more about, think about things. Think about things. He wasn't shock. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't, he was more about the mind, free your mind kind of thing, you know? Jennifer, I try so hard to listen to my teen's stepdaughter's music, but it's painful. I don't know. Well, again, think of what your grandparents would think when you were listening to Led Zeppelin or Elvis or the Pistols or the Ramones or whoever it is, wherever you fall, think about that. You know, LL Cool J. What'd your mom think when she heard LL Cool J blasting from your room when you were 15? You know. So, whatever generation you fall in, just think about the generation before you saying, "Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that music. That's the devil's work. That's the devil's music." You know, all that stuff. I try so hard to not do that. I try so hard not to be that person. And yeah, I may not like it personally. I may be like, okay, it's just not my style. It's just not my style. But I'm never going to say, you know, you can't play that unless somebody's getting hurt or animals are getting hurt. That's where you draw the line. When somebody starts to get hurt and or animals are involved and they get hurt, then you have to draw a line. Then you have to draw a line and be like, no, stop. That's not cool. Yeah, Miss Bree, that's it. Nobody else is testifying. They are done for the day as far as testimony. The judge is, I should get rid of defense closing. The judge is basically deliberating. The judge is deliberating. He's been at it for 20 minutes. He's going to go for about another 50 minutes or so. Susan, you dreamt of being a go-go dancer and LL Cool J's going back to Cali? And then reality hit and it was like, I don't think so. Yeah, that's a great song. That's a great song. Well, you like country music, but acid rock and opera hurt your ears. And again, it may not be your style. It just may not be your style. But that doesn't mean it's not valid. Jennifer, your mom was so cool, but it had to be difficult. I was at Led Zeppelin at full volume from my room all the time. There you go. Shannon, you were a Beatles fan. Ronnie, your mom listened to Motown. Your dad listened to doo-wop. I love both of those genres. My mom is 86. She likes Aerosmith, Tool, and Ozzy. Nice. You caught that? Kimbers, thanks. Kimbers caught it. Kimbers caught it. That's why you're a mod. Janet, I was once front row at Alice Cooper concert where 10,000 people left the LA Forum singing "We're All Crazy." Oh my God, you guys, I'm dying. It's 82.5 in here right now. It's only going up. All right. All right. Let's see. Grizzly, speaking of music, you introduced your son to your jam session. Thank you. He saved it to his music. Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Tell him there's going to be more. I do promise I will release more. I do promise. I plan on releasing more. That's cool. All right. Let's see. Let me get Casey Girl. Hey, love this channel. New here. Awesome, Casey Girl. Thank you for joining us. Joining the conversation. We're just talking about each generation trying to surpass the previous generation, and I'm just bringing it back to music. But it could be in crime. It could be in crime because now we have all these mass incidences. So each generation's trying to outdo. I mean, that's the whole point. That's why we're talking about that, because Colt wanted to outdo his idols, even though they're only about 10 years older. But each generation tries to outdo the previous generation. Earthly Spirit, I don't remember hearing about children deleting people in the 50s. So sad what happened. And just a friendly reminder, you guys, we got the KIL, just misspell that because we have to delete because of YouTube. There's certain words, and no, we don't have a list because it changes, but just try to be aware of those words. Yeah, I was okay. I was looking at this. I don't even know if I want to talk about this. This list of incidences. So, because you're right. I mean, it's like talking about this brings notoriety, makes them kind of. It's like that. It's like that Simpsons episode, where it's like, just don't look, just don't look, and that deflates. That releases the energy. The energy is not, the energy isn't there if you just don't look. P. Cooper, welcome to living like a UK citizen. Thank you for that. Put a bowl of ice behind a fan. I know you guys keep saying that. What about the humidity? The that will cool it down, but what about humidity? Will that increase the humidity? Erica, they are not over. The judge is basically deliberating. So the judge is deliberating right now. Judge is deliberating right now. Wild Angel, there wasn't a lot of availability back then in the 50s and 60s when you grew up. Only hunters had them. People didn't feel the need to collect them. Yeah, we heard Debbie say, grandmother Debbie say, Marcy's mom, that Colin had firearms all over the house right when they were at the farm. She said some of them were locked up, but some of them were just in the corner. Some, like, he had like 20 or 30. You know, I guess it is what it is, but you know, it's you got to be responsible. I think that's what this trial is all about. You just have to be responsible. Debbie, thank you for the 5 Child TV Live gifted memberships. Maybe use dry ice, right? Anybody in chat get a gifted membership? Can we get one? Lost Hope, Banana Pants. Anybody? Billy Boo, Rennie Girl, Steven. Come on down, new members. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Kimbers is also thanking you. All right. Tucci, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see you. Grab a seat. It's okay. Well, it is what it is. We've not here. This is the first time in our new place that we haven't been without AC for this period of time. Even when we lost power during hurricanes, it would come back within 6 hours or so. So this is the first time down south we lost AC for like a day or two. It was pretty brutal, but this is the first time up here. So I hope it's just because we lost power for like a second last night, and the AC was it worked, you know, and it's done that before and it worked, and it was fine until about 11 o'clock, and then I'm hoping maybe just a capacitor or a fuse just blew on it. I'm hoping it was just that, and it's just the condenser needs help, so hopefully it's just that. The fan I thought was working. Hey, Missy, where are you? There you are. You're not retired yet. You're still missing a 16 months member. Thank you, Missy. Appreciate that. Carol, I like it when people in chat gets those memberships. I do too. Colt decided not to testify. Miss Bree, that is true. I do remember Lawrence Welk. I remember him on Sundays. I think it was Sunday mornings. I seem to remember him on Sunday mornings. Harmony, how are you? Welcome in, new viewer. This case breaks my heart. Yeah, it's tough. This one is tough, especially listening to his messages to Mandy on Discord. Right, it was Mandy. Am I losing my mind right now? Having a fever dream. Yes, it was Mandy. Yeah, the messages on Discord were pretty disheartening. His conversations with his mother afterwards were very disheartening. I agree, Harmony. It's a tough one. It is a tough one. More than anything, like I'm usually pretty cool listening to these trials, and like I don't get. I mean, I have my emotions, and Aaron and I talk about it afterwards, but I try to keep it as as even as I can, because I think that's necessary when you watch trials. Yeah, this one's tough. Only because of his messages before and then phone calls afterwards. That one really That one really, really affected me. Harmony Gal is from Ohio. Woohoo! Welcome in, Ohio. OH in the house. Let's see. Cat lady who sews, you just replaced your furnace, AC, and hot water heater. Good for you. Yeah, this isn't that old. I think it's from 2018. Because we moved here in 2022. I think it's from 2018, so it's only like 8 years old, so it should be fine. Should be fine. So. Stone Cold I.O. Got more members in the house. All right. Susan says, your life was a preacher's kid, traveling and singing for God, but when I was at school, it was SD and rock and roll. Yes, I had a double life back then. I hid it from my parents very well. Try power cycling. If I knew what that was, I would try it. I'll have to look that up. Yeah, no AC. Welcome to the house of no AC. Oh, and it's 95 outside. It's 82.8 where I'm sitting right now. Beach Mom is from Toledo. Shannon, yeah, this trial is traumatic for many. I agree. This one's tough. I mean, it's tough on so many levels. Oh, turn it off and then back on. Yeah, we've done that like 3 times. We've done that 3 times. I'll try it again, but actually it's off right now, so we turned it off. It's been off for about an hour since we've come back. When did we come back? Yeah, like 2 o'clock. So we did try that over lunch. I turned it off. I didn't do it quickly though. I turned it off, left it off for about 20 seconds and turned it back on again. So yeah, hold on. You got to unplug it for a couple minutes. That is the power cycling. All right, then I guess we have tried that. Turn off the thermostat, turn the breaker, wait 5 minutes, turn on the breaker, wait 2 minutes, turn on the thermostat. Okay, so maybe we got to do the whole breaker thing. Yeah, could be. Because we're just turning it off and on at the unit, at the switch, the thermostat. I haven't considered the breaker yet. All right. Have to do that. I haven't reset the breaker. Maybe it got tripped. Maybe the breaker got tripped. Well, I'd have to go outside to do that. Our breakers are outside. Maybe it's just the breaker. All right, I'm going to play Jenny. We're going to go back to Jenny because we have some time. I'm going to go check the breaker. So let's pick back up on Jenny. Let's see. We'll pick back up on Jenny, and I'm going to go check the breaker. Maybe it's just as simple as that. All right. Here's Jenny's testimony. I'll be back. Hopefully that'll work. Maybe it's just a breaker. All right, I'm going to go check that.
I believe you said earlier in describing physical altercations, are you saying your dad would make a fist and try and hit Colt with his fist?
Yes, sir.
And you would have told that to the interviewer when they asked that question in September of 2004, right?
If I can remember.
Okay. Colt would try and punch your dad?
Yes, sir.
Would you have told the interviewer that?
I don't remember.
Okay. What would happen when your dad made a fist and swung at Colt? Would he hit him?
What do you mean?
Well, you said your dad would make a fist, right?
Yeah.
And that they would punch at each other, right?
Yes.
So what would happen when that happened? What did you see?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that you never saw your dad hit Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad kick Colt?
No, sir.
That you never saw your dad choke Colt?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that in these altercations, once Colt would calm down, typically he would end up throwing something?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that there were usually stages to these fights?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer there was a fight about a month before school started between your dad and Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't really know about anything Colt was doing on his computer?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was very watchy about his privacy and stuff?
No, sir.
Was Colt concerned about the privacy on his computer, to your knowledge?
I think a little bit, you know.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would use burner accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would delete his accounts after a week or two?
Yes, sir.
You do remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know why he would delete his accounts?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that the names of his accounts were just random combinations of letters and numbers?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would be on websites like Tumblr?
No, sir.
Websites like YouTube?
No, sir.
Twitch?
No, sir.
Discord?
Yes, sir.
Pinterest?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on Pinterest Colt would make boards about like inspiration and vibes?
No, sir.
People that he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Aesthetics?
No, sir.
Do you know who some of the people would be on his Pinterest board?
Not by name, no.
Do you remember Colt talking to you about school shooters?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would act as if you knew who they were?
Yes,
these
sir.
shooters. Did you know who they were before he told you?
No, sir.
Were you interested in any of those folks?
No, sir.
Would you act like you were when you talked to Colt?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell the interviewer that? You did not tell the interviewer you would act as if you were interested when he told you about the school shooters?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
Okay. You remember telling the interviewer Colt would act like that kind of stuff was normal?
Yes, sir.
That it was common knowledge?
Yes, sir.
You would say that some of the stuff that he would put on the Pinterest boards, did you tell the interviewer he would also print out photos of them?
Yes, sir.
Or print out articles?
Yes, sir.
and stuff like that and put it on the walls?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into Colt's room?
Yes, sir.
Would your dad ever go into the computer room?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad usually never goes in there?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer why Colt would change his account so much?
No, sir.
Did you ever tell the interviewer it was because he was nervous about police?
No, sir.
That he was nervous about the FBI?
No, sir.
That he was eerie about that kind of stuff?
No, sir.
That he would try to avoid anything that's connected to them?
No, sir.
That he would try his best to hide himself?
No, sir.
You didn't tell any of that stuff to the interviewer?
Not that I remember, no.
Not that you remember. Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that the account names were just clusters of numbers and letters and stuff that Colt used?
No, sir.
That his usernames or account names were just random sequences of these different letters and numbers?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling them that?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would watch stuff on YouTube?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling him that he would watch court videos?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer he would watch footage of other people?
No, sir.
You don't remember telling the interviewer Colt would watch videos of people he looked up to?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer what he would watch on Twitch?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would talk to you, Colt would talk to you on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Discord was one of those that he routinely changed his name very quickly, his username?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that he would look stuff up about different people on Reddit?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would have friends that he spoke to on Discord?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer on the morning of the shooter that Colt was acting kind of different?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt told you about making a video?
Yes, sir.
Why did that seem strange or weird?
I forgot, sir.
Do you remember when Colt left for school that morning?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember seeing a big piece of poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Was it wrapped up, the poster board?
Yes, sir.
Was there a hat on top of the poster board?
I don't remember.
Do you remember if the poster board, and I think I just asked this, but bear with me, the poster board stuck up out of the backpack?
Yes, sir.
Did you think that was strange? That he had this giant poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been in school at that point?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
So, no, you're okay, that's fine. September, when did school start?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay, had you been in for like a couple weeks?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember, had Colt been going to school consistently or not consistently at that time?
Not consistently.
Okay. Did you ask Colt about the poster board sticking out of his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if he said anything about what it was?
He said that it was for a project at school.
Did that seem strange to you?
Not at the moment, no.
You said that, do you remember telling the interviewer that you and Colt would text each other a lot?
No, sir.
Did you guys text each other a lot? And a lot's one of those weird words that can be different. Did you guys text?
Yes, sir.
How often would you text each other? Per day. Let's just use one day as an example.
We wouldn't text every day, but when we did, it wasn't like long conversations, I don't think.
Okay. Did he ever text you any memes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember any specific ones?
No, sir.
You said you saw pictures in, and let me ask you this. You said you saw pictures on the wall that Colt had put on the wall.
Yes, sir.
What room was that in?
It was the room across from the bathroom.
Across from the bathroom. Okay. Did you know were they photographs of people?
Yes, sir.
Did you know who the photographs of the people in the photographs were?
Not by name, but I knew that they had something to do with shootings.
Okay. Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad didn't know who those people were?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt wouldn't talk around that kind of stuff around your dad?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt was allowed to be around guns?
Yes, sir.
You remember telling the interviewer that Colt and his dad would go to the shooting range sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that they would go to the range once a year, something like that?
No, sir.
Do you think it was more often?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And do you remember telling the interviewer that the guns were long guns that they would go to the range with?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that when Colt would get into these arguments or fights with your dad, he never had the gun?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that you and your dad had had a conversation about Colt having anger issues?
Yes, sir.
And is that when you were talking to your dad about trying to find him a therapist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad was very close to having a therapist or counselor set up for Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember having a conversation with your dad about Colt being suicidal?
No, sir.
About Colt being homicidal?
No, sir.
Wanting to hurt someone else?
No, sir.
Do you remember having conversations with your dad where he said he was worried about Colt?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever nervous around Colt?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer you were nervous after arguments with Colt?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that your dad wanted to get Colt on medication?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt would talk to you about looking up these people he looked up to?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that Colt tried to be discreet about it?
No, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer when she asked you about the shooting on the 4th that you could kind of see it coming?
Yes, sir.
And you told her that you could see it coming because when he left on the bus, you saw the open book bag.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right? You saw the poster board sticking 1.5 feet, 2 feet out of it. Right?
Yes, sir.
He had had a weird attitude that morning.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sorry to interrupt that. But, all right. So I turned the breaker off and then back on again and turned the AC unit on. At least it turned on and it made noise, but it was the same noise that it did before, which wasn't really a noise. It was just kind of like, or whatever. So I'm thinking it's something inside the compressor itself because it's not the fan, or maybe the fan. I don't know, but it's the inside unit, the heater, cooling part is making a noise, but it's not officially turning on. So I'm thinking it's something inside of there, and because we had this voltage spike, a power spike last night, maybe something fried that, and it was able to work for about 10 hours. Well, yeah, about 8 to 9 hours it was able to work. And then around 11 o'clock this morning, it just stopped working. So we have somebody coming tomorrow. They said between noon and 5. So we're going to be, we're going to have a good 24 hours of being, it's 95 right now outside, I think. It's 96. So it's 83 in the house right now, so it's pretty hot. The fan is not blowing, right? The fan wasn't blowing. Yeah, the fan's not blowing. So, so that's the update.
And then after he left, you told the interviewer that you went into his room, right?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see his guns anywhere?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. You testified earlier that you're living with foster parents now.
Yes,
and I don't want you to tell me any information about them or where or anything like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You said the state asked you to compare your home life now to your home life then, right?
Yes, sir.
You said that your home life now is more loving.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more stable.
Yes, sir.
You said it's more family oriented.
Yes, sir.
You're in therapy or counseling now.
Yes, sir.
You said that you're not in contact at all with your old family.
Yes, sir.
That includes your dad, right?
Yes, sir.
Your mom?
Yes, sir.
Your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me where, you're currently in school.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And don't tell me what it is, but isn't it true that the last name you have in school is not Gray?
And Judge, I'm going to object to that. I don't know why that's relevant.
It's going to go to bias.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Can we approach?
Yes.
All right, I totally forgot about this. The cruel irony of this entire thing is when we moved into this house, there were every bedroom upstairs has a window unit, and we just removed those like 6 months ago. Yeah, my brother came to visit, and Super Bowl, and we removed those, and now I'm like, oh, I wish we still had the window unit. Because to put it back in, it's the window. We'd have to. It was a major job. It took 4 of us to sort it out. There's no way that 2 of us could do it. But that's the universe. That's the cruel irony of the universe right now. We did have window units in all the bedrooms, and we took those out because they were actually letting more air in and out. And
but there's still one in the back bedroom, Pants' room.
No, we took that out. Yeah.
Grandma's room. We took out Super Bowl's room.
We took them all out. Yep, we took them all out. So anyway, that's the cruel irony of the situation right now.
Thank you, Judge. All right, I'm almost done. So, just to kind of recap where we were, you do not remember telling the interviewer that after Colt left, and this is going back to that September 5th, 2025 interviewer with Miss Chandler, you do not remember telling her that after Colt left, you went into his room and didn't see the gun anywhere.
I do not remember, sir.
Okay. Have you spoken to the district attorney about this case before today?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you think?
I don't know, sir.
Okay, more than once?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you discussed this case with other court officials?
I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't think so.
When was the first time you told someone that your dad had asked him to cover for you?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Has anyone ever told you that if your dad wins this trial, you may not be able to be adopted by the family you're currently with.
No, sir.
Do you hope to stay with the family you're currently with?
I don't know, sir.
Are you saying today that you lied to that interviewer in September of 2024?
What do you mean?
When you gave that interview in September of 2024 to Miss Chandler, did you lie?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when was the first time you told someone that you lied?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. So you're currently in a situation where you have a more stable family life.
Yes, sir.
It's more loving.
Yes, sir.
It's more family oriented, I think you discovered. You
Yes, sir.
described it.
Yes, sir.
Less drama,
Yes, sir.
less chaos,
Yes, sir.
and you'd like to stay with the family you're currently with.
Yes, sir.
And you've broken off all contact with your old family.
Yes, sir.
And you certainly don't want to go through life known as the sister of the school shooter,
Yes, sir.
or the sister who knew that he had taken his gun to school and didn't tell anyone.
And yeah, I'm gonna object to that.
Specifically, what's the objection?
I mean, I think he's badgering the witness. I don't know that it's relevant. It's just an inappropriate question.
Goes to bias.
It's a rule.
And staying in your current situation, that's all a lot easier if your dad's convicted at trial, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No, sir. That's what the speaks, please.
She can leave, as I mentioned earlier, she'll remain under subpoena until, for now. You're free to go today.
All right, so that concludes Jenny's testimony. So, Jules, how are you doing? So good to see Jules in the house. Welcome in, Jules. Welcome in. For those that don't know, Jules had her X account hacked and has been kind of quickly gaining it back, right, Jules? You were like up to 4,000 followers, and I think you're over 2 now.
No.
Almost up to 2,000. So if you guys are on Twitter or X, I know we've said this before, but go give Jules a like over there and help her regain her status. All right. Janet, judge allotted he says he's coming back at 3:40 and he left at 2:30, so hour and 10 minutes. Actually, he left at like 25 after, but he was kind of still talking at 26 after. I gave him until 2:30 just because it's easier. So, Liddy Marsh, yes, it's the flux capacitor. He was definitely going after Jenny there. I remember when that was first happening, I was like, wow. Your dad is when he gets out, you're going to have to go back to live with him. You want him to go to prison because you'll be able to stay with your current foster family. Thought that was pretty low. So anyway, he said shooting. Like I said, maybe not the best choice of words. Aiming is bad too. Anticipating. He's anticipating coming back at 3:40, which right now it's 3:32. So I'll just stay here. He said it may take. He says he's not sure how long it will take. It may take longer. So I'll just hang here for a second. Jules Vox, thanks. Thank you for letting everyone know. I have a lot of work to do to get it back up. Oh, there's some possible movement there. Yeah, soon. Possible movement. We've seen this before. He may be coming back, you guys. There's definitely some movement here. Sandy, we don't know. Cuda Girl has been there. Cuda Girl was there Friday, and she said Colt did not have anybody. I don't think Marcy's going to show her face anytime soon. I guess Debbie was there. I think Debbie's been there, grandmother Debbie. I don't think Marcy mom is going to show up anytime soon, especially after those phone calls now that are out into the world. Yeah, camera earthquake for sure, Camilla. I think the prosecutors were really good here. Brad Fine was fantastic, and his compatriot, what is her name? Patricia Brooks. Yeah, Brad Smith and Patricia Brooks. I agree. They were both really good. 100%. All right, so that camera earthquake may not have been such a big deal. CJ Sunshine, Marcy has no shame. Yeah, Dave, Marcy should go hide under a rock. I wouldn't think so. She's a horrible person. Although, if you believe that spin that Mr. Allen put on it, that she was just trying to connect with her son. Actually, he was trying to connect with her. That's the spin he put on it. A few months before, Marcy threatened to take his life, but now she's laughing with him. He's trying to hang on to something he never had before. So, do you think that works both ways? Do you think Marcy was trying to reconnect with Colt? It was pretty bad. She was like cackling. She's like, "Oh, that's so cute," and then it was extremely disgusting. Extremely, meaning it was so cute that people were making memes of Colt, and just really, really horrible. Michelle, Marcy should be charged. We've been talking about that since Collins' trial. She gave Colt Zoloft, her prescription, but she gave him, even though it was a quarter of her prescription, she's, giving him undocumented or, I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what the heck she was thinking. But he says it helped, but she's giving him a medication that he should have been seeing a doctor by 100%, 1,000% should have been seeing a doctor for that. And it's just, so could she have been charged with that? I think, to me, ultimately, Michelle, I think that the state was happy that she testified. They're happy that they got Colt. He was easy, right? But they got Colin. I think they were happy with the win. That's the way I take it. That's the way I see it. I see it as that they were just happy that they got two. They took it for the win, or they took that win, and they're like, it's okay. It would have probably been harder for them to prosecute her. Because what are you gonna prosecute? Giving Zoloft, okay, sure, but whatever. But then the jail phone calls. What was she really doing? She was just encouraging him. Is that against the law? I mean, I don't know. Jewel says that kid was failed by his family and the system. I feel awful for the victims. Yeah, 100%. Mal, BS, no, that's not how you reconnect in any sort of way. It's just effed up. I couldn't agree with you more. Stand for the truth, yeah, or stand for truth, sorry. Those jailhouse calls will be what does him in. She was as bad as Sharilla's mother. I saw a lot of you talking about that. Yeah, I agree. Elaine, going back to the music topic, please, can you play Dog Paw Tea again? I don't want to play it right now, only because I'm not sure when the judge is going to come back, but I will play it for Collins' sentencing. His sentencing starts Thursday, so Thursday and Friday. So we'll play. I promise I'll play it for both of those days. So how about that, Elaine? I'll play it for both of those days. So again, I don't want to play it now because I don't want to have it in the middle and then judge comes back. So I'll play it for Collins' sentencing. Jed Ziadex says Colt thought it helped, but that could have been a placebo effect. Goodness knows what it was doing to him, really. And for those that are new to our channel, we do have to be aware of sensitive words because we have gotten smacked by YouTube before, and we don't want our channel to go down for any period of time. So just misspell words, or think of an intelligent way to spell them. Throw an asterisk in, put an exclamation point, whatever it is. But just do whatever you can do to help our channel not get in trouble. Otherwise, we will have to delete those posts. And we don't always like to do that. Let's see, Jules, I initially thought the judge would give him life with parole, but after those calls came out, he may give him life without parole. That's kind of where I think I was kind of on that fence after hearing his first initial interview, and he was hysterical and crying and all that stuff. I'm like, wow, he's going through something. And of course, my immediately thought was Carlos Rios Dominguez and all this stuff. Carlos didn't, and he was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for what I did." Okay, and then he's talking about schizophrenia, and then he's like, he's hysterical, but then he blink of an eye, he's able to have this intelligent conversation instead of just blubbering away. And then I'm like, when you're schizophrenic or you're going through a episode, and we found this out from Carlos, and also talking to Dr. Barry. That you don't, if you are in the middle of a psychosis or anything like that, you don't say, I'm schizophrenic or I'm having a break or all of this, especially the beginning ones. And also schizophrenia usually hits, 18, 19, 20 for men. So that's why they found Colt did not have schizophrenia. The forensic psychologist said about 4 times that Colt did not have schizophrenia. So at first I was to go back to Jules, at first I did feel a little bit of sympathy, like just this much to say, I want to hear more. I want to hear from the psychiatrist. I want to hear from the psychologist. I want to hear what's going on in this kid's head. And then he continued on for like 20 minutes, and he was just hysterical. And then his second interview, he was cool as a cucumber. And then to hear those phone calls with his mom, and then dropping the Easter eggs, what Brad Smith was saying. He's dropping Easter eggs. Even while he's being interviewed, he's dropping Easter eggs about the gloves. And I'm like, wow, this kid's like cold, calculated. He's cold. He's a cold-blooded killer, So will he ever be able to be rehabilitated? Who knows? Heather, hey, thanks to one of my besties, Tammy LP invited me. Love. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on over, Heather. Really appreciate that. CJ says, thank you so much for the One Trial TV Live gifted membership. And Jules got it. Awesome. Love it. Love it when that happens. So cool. Thank you, CJ says. And Jules, you can now watch, what can you watch? Well, you can enjoy some memberships. You can enjoy some perks of the memberships. Good job. What was the first true crime case that you were interested in creating a true crime channel? First one that got you sucked in was the Pamela Smart one. For us, we're 2 years old. We just passed 2 years. Aaron's been watching trials more than I. I've always been interested in them, but Jodi Arias was certainly interesting. We never once thought about a YouTube channel until Karen Reed, until the first Karen Reed trial. And we were watching, I'm working because I'm a graphic designer, so I'm working on my clients here in the office where I am right now. Erin's working in the living room, which she likes to sit in there and be comfortable. And we're both watching Karen Reed, but we're watching it on 2 different feeds. And Jen McCabe was on the stand. And I'm like, oh my God, can you believe she just said that? Oh my God. And I'm texting Erin. She's like, quiet, I'm like behind, because she's watching another channel. So that was the impetus. That was the impetus for us to be like, well, why don't we start a channel, watch the trials we want to watch, present it the way we want to present it. And there you go. So our first trial actually was Chad Daybell, Chud. We had caught the last, I think 2 weeks of his trial, maybe 6-7 days of his trial. And then Karen Reed 1.0 was still going. So we caught the last week and a half of her trial as well. So yeah, it was basically because we wanted to cover trials that we wanted to watch, that we wanted to present. So we just want a live stream, no commentary, no nothing, and we did that from June until November. And the week of Thanksgiving, we got taken down because YouTube said that we were not original content. So then we got taken. We were still able to stream. We had to get rid of all of our channel. We got to get rid of all of our videos from June, July, August, September, October, November. We had to get rid of all of those. We appealed it. We were denied, and we were unable to monetize until March. So we were still able to stream, but we weren't able to make any money. So YouTube was collecting all the money, and I started. That's what started this. This is why I had to come on camera, because initially we just wanted a clean stream, but then YouTube decided that was not enough. So that's why I came on. So whether or not that's a happy accident, I don't know, but that's what happened. So. Cajun Bayou Queen, and wow, I've been here with you almost from the beginning. Holy moly. You have been. You have been. Let's see. Bap, you remember when that nonsense with YouTube happened? Yeah, it was. It'll be 2 Thanksgivings. It was the week before Thanksgiving, and we had done Sarah Boone with Jules. Jules was in the courtroom. I was using RA's equipment, and I was streaming it, and then they took us down, and then we did Ashley Benefield sentencing, and then also Sarah Boone sentencing. So Jules and I we connected for that, and Kaylee, we're glad to have you now. Yes, and the rest is history. Gordon, you've been around for a while too. Pammy's been around for a while. Absolutely. I remember when Squeegee was grumbling about having to actually talk and say things on the screen. Oh, I was kicking and screaming, Pammy. Kicking and screaming. Because we wanted a clean stream. We just wanted nothing. Just a clean stream. We were chatting. I was in chat. I was, conversating with everybody. I was monitoring. I was modding. I was doing all of that. It's not like we would just let it go and we walked away. I mean, we were modding our channel. But yeah, I did not want to be on screen. Did not want to be on screen. Sarah Boone trial was wild. Yes, it was. Heather K, thanks for having me here. 80s Music Man, I never put my face on my channel, Shy, not into it. Yeah, trust me, I didn't want to. I just wanted to be behind not in front of the camera, just chat, mod, just do all that. So, Cajun Bayou Queen, yep, you remember that? Granny Debbie, thank you. Glad you did. Thank you. Bap says, I will say I've always loved it here because you all make everyone feel welcome. Thank you for that. And Jules, yes, Bap, Chris and I had a blast doing the Boone trial together. It was a blast. Terry, Trial TV Live was my YouTube channel. I have been watching trials since OJ. What's the first trial I really probably watched? I was aware of OJ. I was aware of Menendez brothers. I didn't really watch trials back then because I was playing music like full time. So I was in like 3 or 4 bands. So I was just like focused on music. And then I would say probably Jodi Arias. I think Jodi Arias was probably the first trial we actually watched gavel to gavel. I want to think that was probably the first trial. And that was really the one that we got into it. Aaron and I would talk about it afterwards. I remember Vinny Politan doing all kinds of, reconstruction, how if Travis did this, then how did Jody do that? And he'd have people he'd have like a group of like 6 or 7 people in his audience, and he'd ask them questions. And, I think Jody was probably the first one that we really, really got into, and we got pruny. Our fingers got pruny with it. We were swimming in the deep end with Jody. Yeah, Scott Peterson was big. I didn't watch Scott. I didn't watch Scott Peterson. But, of course I remember. P. Cooper, recovery addict, introduced you to us, and you stayed here. Thank you. We love Scott. Recovery Addict is a friend of the channel. We are huge fans of Scott. We've been watching him since Maya Kowalski, Letitia Stock. We've been following Scott, hopefully, I think from the beginning, if not the beginning, very close to his beginnings. So Scott is Scott's a wonderful supporter and friend, and I'm very happy to say that I consider Scott a friend. I really enjoy what Scott does. Let's see, Renee, you remember which one, Jody and Beth Karras? Yes, Child TV Live. Aaron, yes, Beth Karras was great. Beth Karras, we love Beth. BB Card King, what kind of music do I play? Generally blues and blues rock, but I listen to all kinds of music. I play blues and blues rock because that's just the easiest, quote unquote, the easiest for me. But I like rock, but mostly blues and blues rock. That's generally my go-to. I like garage rock as well. I like punk. You know, I don't have one particular style. I like all kinds of music, but what I play the most is like blues rock and blues. See, Hellrider, what are you posting here, Rabbit Ears? 11 months for Hellrider. Nice. Good one. Thank you for that, Hellrider. Appreciate the support. You've been with us before then too, I think. Because we got kicked out. I think you were with us before then. I want to think. Hot damn, Scott is a good man. Our Ambi RA is kind. He is very kind. Oh, yeah, Casey Anthony. We didn't watch it constantly, but I remember watching her walk out of that. I remember watching bits and pieces of it. Oh, Jody, okay, Renee, gotcha. Yep, gotcha. Let's see. Joan says, you watched OJ, brought a small TV to take into your office, and took vacation time for closings and verdict. I did like the Aries trial as well. Yeah, Juan Martinez, at that point in time, he was like, oh my God, this prosecutor is the best prosecutor ever. And then I found out that he was like harassing his staff and stuff like that. He kind of fell out of grace a little bit. But I did like the sparring. You talk about snark. If you guys ever have a chance to watch Jody and Juan and his cross of her, I think she was on the stand for like 20 days, right? Wasn't she on the stand for some ridiculous amount? We were going to show her, we were going to do an Ego Takes the Stand with Jody, but she was on the stand for a ridiculous amount of time. How long was Jody Arias on the stand? I know I've looked this up before because there it is in my history. She was 18 days in 2013. So she took the stand for 18 days. That was direct cross-examination. Oh, seems like we got... Yeah, she was on the stand for 18 days. All right, looks like we got some action here.
Never before have I had to sentence a 16-year-old. Certainly for something someone did when they were 14 years of age. Those who appear regularly in front of me have often heard me lament about the difficulty in sending a young person to prison. And here, as everyone understands, the minimum sentence is life with parole. Now, the appellate courts have said that children are constitutionally different from adults for purposes of sentencing. That stems from an understanding that juveniles aren't fully formed cognitively. Hallmark features of a juvenile include immaturity, impulsivity, recklessness, the failure to appreciate risk and consequences. Because of these factors, the Supreme Court says that the Eighth Amendment prohibits the death penalty for juveniles. The Supreme Court also disfavors life without parole for juveniles, declaring it to be a constitutionally forbidden, disproportionate sentence in all but the rarest of cases. Life without parole is thus authorized only for youthful crimes reflecting permanent incorrigibility. Life without parole is barred for crimes that are born out of a transient immaturity of youth. Now, I recognize that with your guilty plea, you've assumed responsibility for your crimes. You have made a lengthy and public trial unnecessary. I also recognize that you were failed by each of your parents. You were failed by your extended family. To a certain extent, you've been failed by a society that can't stop propagating this misguided value in online cultures and social media, rather than making genuine interpersonal connections and relationships. But that failure does not absolve you from who you chose to idolize, worship, and become. 4 lives were stolen, 2 of them really just beginning, and it wasn't done out of fear or anger. You weren't being bullied at Apalachee. It wasn't done out of hatred. You didn't even know anyone at that school. It was done for the infamy of it. Now, your childhood instability and neglect would explain or mitigate finding yourself in one of those problematic places that Dr. Richards testified about. But planning, fantasizing about, visualizing, and executing a school shooting don't put you in a problematic place. It puts you in an unredeemable moral wasteland. Your crimes do reflect permanent incorrigibility, and I will sentence you to life without parole for each of the malice murders that you committed. You understood the horror of what you were going to do. You studied the trials of those other shooters. You even critiqued the victim statements given in those cases, and yet you did this anyway. You wrote, "I want to make history. I want people to remember the pain I caused." And there you succeeded. The pain that you visited upon this community is unlikely to disappear in my lifetime. You do not seem to be tormented by what you did. You seem to relish following in the footsteps of the murderers you idolize. You aren't racked with guilt. You're proud of yourself. Less than a month after the tragedy, you weren't concerned with the horror you wrought, but rather with finding out which mass murderers they were comparing you to. A youth may fail to consider the harm his rash actions inflict before acting, but you did consider it. You studied that pain when you researched the trials of your profane idols. You contemplated that pain over and over. This wasn't transient immaturity. It was deliberate, contemplated evil. You were all too aware of the court outcome of those mass shootings because you studied and obsessed over them. You know that the Aurora Theater shooter received life without parole. Nicholas Cruz received life without parole. Ethan Crumley, a juvenile, received life without parole. Yet you were not dissuaded. Your plan was not hastily hatched. It was a slow boil simmering more than a year's time. You savored the thought of it, you visualized it, and you fantasized about it. You broke it down step by step in visualizing what you were going to do. The thought of mimicking these other mass murderers is what brought you joy. Now, for the rest of us, there is no joy here today. There's only a measure of closure. The slain will not return to life, the injured will not forget their wounds, and a 16-year-old boy will live and die in prison. You have certain post-plea appellate rights I need to inform you of. You have a right to file a notice for a discretionary appeal within 30 days of today's date. You can have a lawyer represent you for that, but you are not entitled to court-appointed counsel. You have a right to file a motion to withdraw this guilty plea because it's less than 30 days since the before the term of court ends. You have to file that within 30 days of today's date. That would be to correct a manifest injustice. You do have a right to a court-appointed attorney for that post-plea appellate right. If you need a court-appointed attorney, you need to promptly apply for one so that one can be appointed to meet that 30-day deadline. You also have a right to file a petition for habeas corpus to challenge any legal errors in the proceeding, any violations of your constitutional rights. That is a civil proceeding for which you do not have the right to court-appointed counsel. Each of the malice murders will be life without parole, concurrent to one another. The felony murders and the related aggravated assaults for those all merge as a matter of law. Each of the aggravated batteries will be 20 years to be served in confinement consecutive to the life without parole. The aggravated assaults and the cruelty to children that do not otherwise legally merge will be 20 years concurrent to the life without parole. Is there anything else I need to address?
20 years on the aggravated battery consecutive, are they concurrent with each other?
Yes. All right. We're adjourned.
With him off the bench, that camera needs to be off.
If we can get everybody to start following out road by road, that'd be great. Everybody has your work.
All right, we'll stick around for a press conference. I'm sure there's going to be a press conference. Let me see if I can find. Let's see. All right, so they ended that feed there, but we'll stick around for a press conference. But basically, life without parole, all four for each malice murder, as we see there. Oh, all right. We just have talking heads. We'll wait. We'll hang out for a press conference. They may have a press conference here. So we have Ricky, Cristina, Mason, and Christian there. So justice has been served for them. We can make them a little bit bigger, so we do not forget them, and we will remember them and honor them. I also heard 20 years for aggravated battery, concurrent, and then also concurrent for, I think it was aggravated assault. I didn't quite catch that last part, but it doesn't really matter after you get, life without parole. You're pretty much. It doesn't matter if it's concurrent or consecutive. I don't think it really matters. So, Agent 333. Here, let me move featured chat. Hold on. Yeah, I pray his Discord gang watches this and learns. I wish I said this a couple times. I kind of wish that's part of his sentencing, is that if he wants to be this mediator, like he told his grandmother. He said he wants to be a mediator. I think it was his mom. Grandmother, Debbie, that he saw these two kids fighting and he got in between and he separated them. He wants to be this mediator. Then why don't you go on Discord? He can't. He's not allowed. But I kind of wish that was kind of the sentencing. And we brought this up before with like Isaiah and was it Sean, that they said, they looked at the camera and they're like, don't do this. Don't do this. It's not worth it. You're throwing your life away. Here he is now, 16 years old. No chance of getting out ever again. So there's going to be people that are going to, idolize him and think he's sympathetic and all that stuff. So I think part of his part of his punishment, if you will, part of his sentencing would be go on to Discord and say, this is wrong. Don't do this. Stop it. Love says, loves Pinks, Thursday. So Colin is going to be Thursday.
Sentenced to life without parole. We're able to call that up right now.
So Thursday and Friday. Colin is going to be Thursday and Friday. Gordon, this won't change them. It's worth a chance, though, right? It's worth the effort. Do you think it's worth the effort? Rona says the other sad thing is that he probably won't be the last teenager. Yeah, no, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, Green Eyed Cat saying goodbye to Missy. Thank you, Missy. Paula, lives are concurrent and not consecutive. The battery, the 20 years battery and the 20 years aggravated battery and aggravated, I think it was assault. I'm not quite sure. Those were 20 years. Those were concurrent. Yeah, those were not consecutive. Those would be concurrent. So, all right, Missy, gonna head out. Have a good one. Stacy, same year Parkland did his thing, or was sent to prison. That's when Ethan Crumley did it. Yeah. All right, hold on. I'm just.
Chelsea Bineforth will be giving us expert inside information right now. In fact, I'm hearing from our producers in my ear at this time. Let's go ahead and welcome in Chelsea Bineforth, who's been in the court.
Oh, here, we got somebody in the courtroom. Let's check this out. All right, Chelsea. What do you got for us, Chelsea?
Is something that everyone within the community has been waiting to hear, those exact words from Judge Nicholas Primm, life without parole.
Yeah, Joe, I just stepped out of the courtroom seconds ago. One of the victims' families, Mason Schermerhorn, his parents were sitting right behind me, holding hands as that sentence was handed down and began crying. Sounded as if they were sighing a small breath of relief. As far as Colt Gray, who was sitting right in front of me, he didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, he just stared right ahead at the judge as that sentence came out. We're going to come back to me in just a minute. We have a press conference that's happening here at the courthouse.
That relationship and how we got to this day?
No, that's the relationship I do not understand at all. That was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. I had heard, the way this case shook out was very quickly we realized that the shooter had been apprehended. He had given a confession. It was on tape. And then within a few days of the shooting, the investigation naturally turned towards the father when information about his culpability came in. So as we went through it, it became pretty apparent early on that the father's case would probably get to trial before the son, so we shifted and focused on the father for about a year. And then after the father's trial ended in March, we shifted towards the son, and that's when we really started noticing these things. I had heard that they'd had disturbing calls, but I haven't really listened to them. It's only been within the last 3 months that I've sat down and listened to those jail calls. And it's one thing for someone to tell you they've been talking about inappropriate things. It's another thing to actually hear the chilling words and the tone and the joy that they seem to be getting out of it. So no, sir, I could not ever understand what was going on there.
Mr. Smith, can you tell us if you're exploring prosecuting others involved in this case? I'm thinking specifically about Colt's mother and maybe some of his online community.
Well, if you look at our indictment of the father and our charging of him and why he was charged and what theory of the law we went under, it was a threefold basically, that he was the custodial parent of the child. He had knowledge that the child had this danger about him, and he provided the firearm for the child. And because of that, we were able to prove that he was the proximate cause or a proximate cause of what happened at Apalachee. The mother does not fit that bill as far as she did not have custody. In the 2 years leading up to the shooting, she actually was only around the child physically about 3 months in the 2 years total. And she did not have custody of him. It was actually removed from her, and she was actually barred from being in Barrow County, so she wasn't even supposed to be up here. And she did not provide him with the firearm. She took some steps, not many, but some steps to actually have the firearms removed or ask the father to do that. So we don't believe we have the ability under the proximate cause of Georgia to charge her with what happened at Apalachee. The other crimes that she may or may not be guilty of would be probably outside of our jurisdiction here in Barrow County, or would entail Colt Gray being the victim. And I don't know that I have the stomach for a trial where Colt Gray is the victim.
So you said it became a common trial becoming earlier before his son. Who ultimately makes that decision? I thought usually that's up to prosecution. How did that decision come about?
No, ma'am.
Father to go first?
No, ma'am. The prosecution doesn't get to pick when trials go. It was a natural flow of things. Both of them were in custody. Whenever someone's in custody, the court will try and push that one to the front because they're in custody awaiting a trial. So both of them were in custody. We could tell that early on that Colt's attorney was looking at the psychological angle and was trying to get a psychiatrist or a psychologist to look at him and do an evaluation of him, and it was taking time. So every time the court would check in on the attorneys as to what's the status, what are things going, the state was always, we're ready. Collins' attorneys were always, we're ready. And Colt's attorneys were always, we're waiting on this, we're waiting on that. So it just became apparent to us. It wasn't anything official, but it became apparent. We could tell that it was going to inevitably end that way, that we would do.
Would you be ready for any possible appeal part of the father? That confession, taped confession, was never able to be played during his trial. Would you, if you were to appeal, would that be something you're open to?
No, the theory of guilt for Colin Gray was what he knew of the threat Colt posed. So everything we presented at his trial was his knowledge of the danger that Colt posed. The stuff that came here was not introduced at his trial because we could never show that he knew these things. So it was not part of his theory of guilt. But the jury found that based on what he did know and what we could prove he knew, that was sufficient, that he should have taken that gun away.
What's the message? I saw you talking to family members. What's the message that you shared with them?
I can't say anything to the family members. This is not a happy day. This is a relief day, I would say. But like I said in my closing, the depths of their loss I can never comprehend. We just hope that we've done honor to them. We've done honor to their loved ones in the work that we put forward, and that's all we could do.
Describe what you want Colt to take away from this, and kind of what you said in closing arguments.
What do I want Colt to take away from this? I have not going to think one more minute about Colt Gray. What I would like society to take away from this, and this was something that I didn't know existed, was this true crime community that's out there and the insidiousness of it. Whenever there's a mass shooting, I've noticed people are always wondering, well, do they vote for Trump or do they vote for Harris? Do they believe in this or do they believe in that? And that's us adults thinking, why would someone do this? But what I realized was with this true crime community, they don't have an ideology. They're not progressive. They're not conservative. They're just nihilistic. And they want to just cause harm and pain. And they revel in that. And so I want everyone to realize this is not harmless. The things they're doing online are not harmless. And we need to pay attention to when these kids start doodling these things on their notebooks and putting them on their backpacks and doing these things and putting pictures on their wall. Who is that person you just put on your wall? Why are they on your wall? And if you do see your child acting this way or doing these things, please, please, please make sure they do not have access to firearms. Because like Colt, it's not going to be something where, oh, they did this little violent thing. It's going to go from no violence to mass murder. And you can't wait at that point.
Is there anything that can be done legislatively when you look at these chat rooms, this TCC?
I hope so. I hope smarter minds get into that sort of thing and come up with something like that. We talked a lot, and we talked with Peter Smith was the expert that we called on the TCC, and we talked a lot about, well, won't this just encourage it? Aren't we giving more ammunition to this? And we were worried about that. But we kind of fell on the side that this needs to be out there. People need to know. Because the only way you're going to stop these, you're never going to stop these kids from doing it. The only way you're going to stop this is what they call leakage, where other people see the signs and other people intervene. So we're going to try, hopefully, get it educated out there that these are the signs you're looking for. These are the things that are unhealthy. Mrs. Gray should have noticed this really early on. This is not just some innocent little game that kids play. And firearms need to be taken away from these children.
There was some concern about this all happening just as school starts.
Yes.
Having this sentencing, does that allay any fears that may have been people concerned that this was hanging out there and kids would be having to listen to all of this?
I don't think that's why it was set at this time. The judge had to do it with other things. He had other things he was looking at as far as his schedule and when it was set. We did try, we knew it was going to be this week, and we knew school was starting this week, so we did try and move some things around, like school open house, when can kids be here, because they wanted to be here, teachers wanted to be here, administrators wanted to be here. This is something huge for our community, and they wanted their own piece of closure. So we were trying to accommodate it as best as we could, but we knew it was going to be this week, and we were trying to get it finished as quickly as we could this week.
Mr. Smith, Friday was an extremely emotional day to listen to the testimony of your victims. I'm struggling for words that some of your victims may also testify again Thursday, twice in 1 week. What are the words that you have or thoughts about some of your victims doing that?
We've told our victims from the beginning, we brought them in when we knew that the sentencings were going to be at the same time, and we explained to them that victim impact statement is for them. It is not for us. I don't need you to help me get a sentence. I don't want them to feel like they have some sort of responsibility or some duty that they have to do anything. They are specifically for them. If they want to talk, they can talk. If they don't want to talk, they don't have to talk. And we specifically told them there would be one with the shooter and then there would be one with the father. And they could choose both. They could choose neither, or they could choose one or the other. We also told them that when they make a decision, it's up to them and they can do it at the last second. If they've told us they want to and then change their mind, that's fine. If they've told us they don't want to and then they raise their hand they want to, that's fine. It is an invitation to them because they need to be able to take some of the power back.
You said you didn't want to think any more about Colt, but his grandmother said something that was really interesting about his conversations about his future, about getting a GED. Can you address that? Would you like to address that?
In what way?
What do you expect him to do in prison for the rest of his life?
Again, that's not something I think about. He should have thought about that beforehand. People in his life should have thought of that.
What's the max minimum max that Colin can face this week?
I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head. He could technically get time served all the way up to, I think it's over 100 years.
180.
You mentioned the community here. People did sit through the audio that was played in the last couple of days here. Yes. People sat through the video in the first trial. People are aware of how horrific this whole situation developed. What does today represent for this community?
I hope it's an opportunity to move past this. This has been a very dark place that this trial has taken everyone to, and none of us should have had to go there, but we did, and hopefully this is the end of it, or the end of this week will be the end of it, and we can all try and start working our way out of that dark place.
Did you ever struggle with pondering what justice looks like when you're encountering somebody that's such a young age? Obviously today was about the victims and accountability for all of them, but did you ever take that in, like he's 14 years old, can he interpret everything that's going on around him? Is this a fair shake in court? How heavily did you ponder that in deciding your approach?
That's always been with me. The first thing that I found out when the shooting happened was that he was 14, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. It's always been with me. Like I said in my closing, I'm the father of sons. I understand what 14-year-old looks like, and to think that someone that age is making a decision that's going to affect them the rest of their life. There are no winners here today. This was a losing day all the way around. But like I said, hopefully this is an opportunity for us to work our way back out of that dark place.
I just want to know what you were thinking in that hour that we were all waiting for the answer, you know, after, and then you see the family's reactions to it.
I was actually at peace. We presented our case. What I need to know, I need all decisions to be made with the truth. And so we just wanted to make sure that when the judge made this decision, he knew everything and he knew the truth of the situation. At that point, once we were able to do that and felt like we had done that and presented what actually happened, then it's up to the judge to make that decision. And I was at peace with whatever he would have done.
Was there any particular piece of evidence, I mean, it was all terrible, but was there any particular piece of evidence that kept you up at night or shook you?
Yes, ma'am. There was one piece of video from the school that we did not introduce at trial, and it will haunt me for the rest of my life.
A major thing that you covered in the hearing was the Easter eggs or tidbits of information that you say he left behind for the true crime community to find. Are you concerned, or did you ponder at all the elements at trial that could be looked at in the future by future children in these sites, evaluating this and idolizing it in the same way that he did?
Absolutely, and we know that's going to happen. We weighed that, we talked with experts about it, and we ultimately landed on it is more important for society, for the rest of society, to know this dark, ugly place exists, so that we can start doing something as a society to fix it. I don't know what that is, but you can't fix a problem if you don't know it exists. And they were always going to do something anyway, and I hope they know now that everyone knows they're there and will be looking for them. Anything else? Thank you again for y'all's professionalism and throughout this process. Thank you.
Sheriff, do you have any comments to that? Thank you, sir.
And that was the District Attorney, Brad Smith, that was just holding that press conference there. He led the prosecution to this maximum sentence for Colt Gray, who is now going to be in prison for the rest of his life without the possibility of parole. I was in the courtroom when that sentence was handed down. Colt Gray did not have much of a reaction. He just stared straight ahead at the judge as he was reading him his sentence. We do want to take you to some video from inside the courtroom earlier today. Now, over the last 3 days, prosecutors presented evidence to the judge arguing that Colt was not severely mentally ill, but rather he was calculated and obsessed with becoming famous for committing a school shooting. His defense team argued, though, that Colt had been abused and neglected by his parents and was desperate for love and attention. During closing arguments today, Colt's attorney argued that if the teen had been granted parole, he would become a better person with the help of medications and counseling. Take a listen.
And he's the only one in the history of Georgia who has ever taken an assault rifle into a public school and opened fire on perfect strangers simply so he could be famous.
Colt was at an extremely vulnerable time in his life.
Now, as the judge was reading Colt his sentence, he commented that he found Colt to be evil and not remorseful for what he had done, which ultimately led him to make that maximum sentence of life without the possibility of parole. In that press conference, when we just heard from the prosecution, they said this is not a happy day for the families, but a day of relief. And hopefully from this day forward, he says the community can possibly start to move on from this very dark event in Barrow County. Guys, back to you.
Kelsey Vinepour, thank you for bringing us all of those.
All right, you guys. That's going to put a wrap here on Colt. There were some really interesting things there. He never wants to hear the name or talk about Colt Gray ever again. He says the true crime community, meaning Brad Smith, true crime community is insidious. Well, on Discord it is, but certainly not here. But we know who we are. We know in our hearts what we are and who we are. Let's see. Debbie, he got 4 life without paroles. 4 life, and then like 20 years for battery and 20 years for something else. Assault. So 4 life without paroles, but they weren't, I don't think he didn't say if they were concurrent or if they were consecutive. Not that it matters, but maybe it does. Maybe it does. I don't know. But 4 life without parole. So he's never getting out. Carol, yeah, for a seasoned prosecutor to say something a 14-year-old did and he saw in video will haunt him for the rest of his life shows you the evilness in him. Well, he saw the video. He saw the CCTV. You know, he saw the closed circuit TV. He saw that. I'm sure, we didn't see it, thank God. They didn't show that, but I'm sure he saw Christian opening the door and then Christian getting blasted, and then Ricky, Richard, and Cristina, Mason. I'm sure he saw Mason ran right back towards Colt. That's it. All is just so painful. But that one, I don't know. For some reason, that just makes me just destroys me. That Mason was walking away. Colt, as far as I understand it, and I could be wrong, but as far as I understood it, Mason was walking away, and then Colt's doing his thing, and the bullets are hitting past him, and Mason thought that that's where it was coming from, so he turns around and he runs right into Colt. That's how I understood it, but maybe Mr. Smith saw. I'm sure he saw all that. You have to see all that. Just like in Lindsay Clancy. You got to see those kids. You got to see those 3 kids. Their autopsy photos. He probably saw the autopsy photos of Mason. Mason got shot in the head. It's terrible. It's terrible. So, 28 more likes. Oh yeah, let's see if we can get to 500. Where are we at? If you guys could take a moment and hit the like button. We're at 471. Let's see if we can get up to. Let's try for 475. Let's see if we can get up to 475. If you are listening in and you're not in chat, just take a moment and hit the like button, and let's see if we can get our likes up a little bit. CJ Sunshine, thank you. Mel says Colt was mimicking and idolizing even after and even in court proceedings, and we heard how he talked with his mom while in jail. Colt is not sorry and continues to idolize. I agree. Kathy Davis, have a fantastic night. Debbie, thank you so much. Appreciate your support there. Thank you. Chat mods, appreciate you all. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Debbie. Really appreciate that. Thank you. So what else? I'll hang out for a few more minutes. See if we can get our likes up a little bit. Can we get up to 475? We are up to 493. Awesome. Let's. Who is going to be? We got 7 more likes. Can we get to 7 more likes? Barry Adams dropping the 10 trial TV live gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you, Basu. More likes will cool off me and Aaron and the kitties. All right, Loves Pink got a gifted membership. Awesome. Pats for the cats. Thank you, John. Let's see who else got one. Destination New York. Fata got one. Terry with an I. Paso Paso. Darlene got one. Who else? Jen got one. Cynthia. RJ. Alan. The 500 count is just a little shy. All right, let's see. What are we up to? 504. Woo! We made it to 504. Good job. Thank you, Debbie. And thank you, Barry. And thank you for everybody that gave gifted memberships today, gave us gifts, supported us. Thank you, Ambi. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. Unc Alert. Thank you. Really appreciate that, you guys. Thank you so much. Jennifer with the Unc Alert. All right, Alicia, will we be covering Lindsay Clancy? No, we will not be covering Lindsay Clancy live. Yes, we will be covering it, but not live. So what does that mean? That means that we will not be covering Lindsay Clancy trial day in and day out. What we will be doing is we will be covering it. We will be doing recaps every Sunday afternoon, starting with this Sunday. And what we're going to do is what we did with Carlos Reales Dominguez. We're going to show certain testimonies that we feel are key testimonies, and we're going to be recapping and just showing. So we're going to stay on top of it. We're not going to show the entire trial, but we will show moments throughout the trial, certain key testimony. And the only reason we're doing that is we think it's an incredibly important trial to watch. I do want to watch it. But we have other trials, including sentencing, going on here that we have Sarah Grace Patrick, we've got Courtney Clenny, we've got Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez. We've got other trials that we've been paying attention to and we've invested a lot of time in, and we would be missing those trials if we were to do Lindsay Clancy. So we thought the best case scenario would be to cover her on a weekly recap. So please join us this Sunday. Tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure what we're going to do tomorrow. Probably more Colin. We'll probably, because Colin's sentencing is coming up Thursday and Friday. So we'll do something with Colin Gray. I'll have to figure that out. We'll get back into his trial again. Linda, thank you for the 2-star jewels. Appreciate that. Crystal, thank you for the sparkles. Bama says, everyone have a fantastic evening. Stacy, thank you for bringing great content. Appreciate that, Stacy. Thank you so much. Probably noon. We'll probably go on noon Eastern, probably like noon to 5, noon to 6, something like that. So, I9, that's a great compromise. Thank you. I thought so. I thought so too. Are we seeing anything tomorrow? Yes, we have to figure out what it is. We already saw Colin taking the stand. Maybe we'll do him again. I got to decide. I'll talk to Aaron about that. Amber, yeah, I watched openings and Patrick's testimony. Half of his testimony. It's a heavy trial. It's no question, Amber. It's a heavy trial. Alicia, yes. Shelley, can someone tell me if the VA Marcy Colts calls were on here today? If the VA Marcy Colts calls. What's the VA? What's VA? I'm not sure what that is. Neil, great channel, even better mods. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you for joining us and thank you for that comment. Really appreciate that. Katie, I know this boy was young, but it seems that everyone around him knew he was trouble, so I feel bad for the families that lost someone, for sure. Oh, Marcy Colt calls are here today or when? Yes. Yeah, they played them. Yep, they played them. They played them, Shelley, about... When did they play them? It was actually yesterday and this morning. So it was yesterday at the end, and then today. It was the investigator Ashley Gilland. It was her testimony. So it was yesterday's testimony and then this morning's testimony, Shelley. They played more of the calls. So if you go back to this morning and then yesterday, they played them. Susan, yes, we will be covering Dad's sentencing Thursday and Friday. Yes. Alice, we're covering Sarah Grace Patrick. It's coming up next. That's next week. We want to cover Tupac. That's coming up around the 10th. Shanna Gardner is in beginning of September. Courtney Clenny is at the end of August. So those are the ones that are on our radar. P. Cooper, thank you for the happy poop. Stacy, no problemo. Sorry, I just said that. All right, Linda, have a Good evening. All right, you guys. Thank you. I hope AC gets fixed tomorrow. It's supposed to be fixed tomorrow. So, it's supposed to be fixed tomorrow. Debbie, thank you for the butterfly. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the butterfly. You had to miss them, so you're going to go back. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Some of them were played yesterday. If you weren't here yesterday, the end of the stream yesterday into today, so it was kind of like a crossover. So yeah, this morning. Check them out this morning. Paula, did the defense call any additional witnesses? They called 4 altogether. It was Dr. Kevin Richards. He was the forensic psychologist. He was out of order, so that was day 2. They called him out of order. And then today they did Stephen Baker, Candace Brose, I believe, and Debbie, Grandma Debbie. So one was the counselor. Stephen was the counselor. Candace was the state commissioner for DFACS, DFCS. And then Debbie Polamis was the grandmother. That was Colt's grandmother, Marcy's mom. So, Shelly Beans, thank you for the 67 joules. Appreciate that. Stay cool if possible. We will. Bridget, in Georgia, life does not have a number of years. It means the person's natural life. Yes, like Tupac. Yeah, it's Keefe D. Yeah, Tupac like Tupac. Yeah, Tupac Shakur. Yep. Keefe D is being charged in Las Vegas. He's getting charged for his role in it. So yes, that is the Tupac as in Tupac Shakur. It is. Scoobnik says, sorry about your AC. You know I know how you feel. Bridget, we have to figure that we don't want to stray too far from this, so we may play Colin's testimony again. We'll see. I'll talk to Aaron about that, because Colin's being sentenced on Thursday and Friday, so we don't want to stray too far away from this and do something completely different. But we'll see. We'll see. Do we have a pool? We do not. We do not have a pool. Elaine, all right, you are taking off. Have a good one. Oh, the detectives? Yeah, we could do the detectives. Aaron's already coming up with ideas for tomorrow. We could do the detectives. We did not do, yeah, we could do, we did Judge Smith. We did the sheriff. So we'll think about that. We'll think about that. Sarah Grace Patrick is postponed. Sarah Grace is next week. Yeah, Sarah Grace Patrick is next week. And then Mario Fernandez starts. That's part of Shanna Gardner's trial. And then Keefe D, which is the Tupac. That starts on the 10th. So we have a lot. And then Courtney Clenny's at the end of the month. And then Shanna Gardner starts the beginning of September, which we will have people in the courtroom for Shanna Gardner. Maybe not the entire time, but we will have people. I'm not going to give too much away. So until it actually happens, but we will have people in the courtroom. Does everyone know that Carlos declared legally insane? I think so. We haven't done, you know what? Maybe we'll do that tomorrow briefly. Maybe we could do that for like a half hour just to kind of tie that bow up. Wild Angel, that's a good idea. Maybe we could do just like a half hour stream of Carlos just to kind of tie the bow on that. Maybe we'll do that. Alice, you missed Colt sentencing. Just rewind about, what are we about, how long ago? He was sentenced like 45 minutes ago. Yeah, about 45 minutes ago. Just did you see about using ice packs on the cats if needed? I think so. Like, I think I saw that. I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll find it. All right. I am going to wrap it up, guys. We're going to call it. We're going to call it a day here. So, thank you so much for joining us today. I really, really do appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you, everybody, for keeping our community respectful and kind and courteous. We have different opinions here, and we're okay with that. And we do ask that you respect each other, and you guys have. And I really do appreciate that. And thank you to our mods for helping us keep our channel in that vein. Tomorrow, we're going to stay on Colin, I should say, because Colt is done. Now we're going to go back to Colin. He's being sentenced Thursday and Friday. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So we're going to show, we'll show maybe 4 or 5 hours of him just to kind of stay in that. and then maybe we'll do a little bit of Carlos. I kind of like that idea. I want to wrap up Carlos, so we might do him for like a half hour, and then we'll jump over to Colin. So with that, I will leave you with Super Ball. She's over there, hanging out over there. I've got little Houdini. Little Houdini's over here, chilling out. So with that, we will see you tomorrow. Again, thank you guys for joining us. Thank you for all the support that you guys have given us. Really do appreciate it. And take care, and we will see you guys tomorrow. I'm not sure when we'll start, maybe around 10. We might start around 10. So until then, have a wonderful evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye.